Hi, welcome to the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs at the Stoke Bowling Club in Nelson. And after a couple of days of top competition, we're going to be covering the quarterfinals, semis, and a grand final as well. And with me is co-commentator Alex Reid. And Alex, we're looking forward to getting underway in this first quarterfinal at 8 o'clock, well, around about now actually, and then midday for the semi-final and the grand final at 2 p.m. or thereabouts anyway. And Alex, it looks like some good weather today after a little bit of inclement weather in Nelson over the last couple of days.
Yes. Apparently we've been promised perfect weather today, Dave. So I look forward to an uninterrupted day of broadcasting from the Stoke Bowling Club. But they have, as you said, had challenges with the weather over the last 2 days, but got through it. And we're down now to the quarterfinal round.
And in this particular quarterfinal, which we'll be covering, we will have the competitors of Debbie White teaming up with Mary Campbell, and they'll be up against Leanne Poulson and Selma Goddard. Selma Goddard, that is. Sorry about that. And we'll be getting underway with that in just a moment. You can see the players there just warming up. And the greens, Alex, believe there's still a little bit of water in them, a little bit of moisture in them, but they are at around about 15, I believe.
Yeah, we spoke to one of our experts who's gone out and inspected the green and let us know that it's running 15, 16 seconds, although as you can see, still a little bit damp there. And this is the first end, so they must have had their trial ends, and a great shot there from Leanne Poulson on her forehand side. Not a bad start.
And it's 18 ends, so we're doing the full 18 ends and this being the pairs?
That's right, yeah, so it's 18 ends. I think over the last 2 days they played truncated games to try and get through, but as we've been promised perfect weather, they'll play them out in their entirety here as we see. What a lovely bowl there from
It's a
Mary
great
Campbell.
start, isn't it?
It's if you're looking for a start, that's pretty good from these two leads. And
Let's you can see the directions there, and
that's Selena on the back end. So she was in our Commonwealth Games team, Dave. She was a bronze medal winning Commonwealth Games medalist in the, what was she, in the pairs and the fours.
so tell me about the two combinations here. Debbie White in particular, she has a, I guess you could say a bit of a hard luck story.
Yeah, so she's a national singles champion. Just before COVID hit was Debbie White. So she won the New Zealand singles, had an incredible comeback against Selena Goddard, actually, that you can see to the right of your screen, and was selected to play for New Zealand at the World Bowls Championship. But unfortunately, it's all been sort of COVIDed. So we had sort of 2.5, 3 years of no international play, and she didn't quite make the New Zealand team, but still in that high performance group of players who are looking to push for higher honours.
And this is superb,
This is
isn't it?
ridiculous.
Yeah, it really is. This is 5 past 8, 10 past 8 in the morning, and already just bowling superb. And who have we got coming up here for us, Alex?
This is Leanne Poulson on her backhand, another member of the New Zealand high performance squad. She's sort of been around the traps for 5 or 6 years. She was runner-up in the Auckland Premier Singles last week and has won the New Zealand Open Singles, a number of smattering over the titles as well. And a reasonable bowl there by Leanne, just going past in case the jet gets it back.
And you can see then a little bit of a high five then. Nice to have on the way through, a bit of a grin as well from Poulson. That's some handy bowling already.
Oh, for sure. You know, if you think about it being the first end, there you are, and they've remembered about the cameras straight away.
Oh, chatting it up. Nice conversations going on there with the competitors. And
this is Debbie White now on her backhand side. Just taking her time. Of course, in the other semi-final, Dave, which we'll go to, quarter-final, which we'll go to periodically, just to keep an update on it, is Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield taking on Kay Hammond and
Diane Holland.
Diane Holland, that's the one.
And the winner of these quarterfinals will go through to the semi-finals, and they're going to play the winner of their sections. And as you said, Baker and Bloomfield against Holland and Hammond. They'll take on Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd.
Mm-hmm.
And then the winner of this particular game that we're watching at the moment will take on Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory. And those will be covering the Edwards and Boyd against the winner of Baker, Bloomfield and Holland Hammond. that will be the semi-final that we'll be covering. Of course, we'll keep you up to date with the other semi-final as well.
And Selena Goddard just falling a bit short there with her first bowl. That's the, I know it's the first end, but it's the worst bowl that's been played so far in this game.
You can see there with the white bowl. Everything else is jammed right up against, or just about everything else jammed right up against the jack.
Yeah, it's one of those times where it's so clogged up. So Leanne and Selena are holding one, and you can see that with that black bowl, or whatever, I'm colourblind, to the greeny speckled bowl that's the shot one. So Mary Campbell asking Debbie just to make connection with the head, see if she can move something around. On her forehand side. Hoping this one's going to turn a bit more into the head just to tap something around. Looking like she's just missing that one a little bit wide, Dave.
What's interesting, Alex, we're seeing some good quality bowling here, but interesting who has missed out on actually making it through to the quarters. And we've had some pretty decent combinations of, been knocked out or really struggled, including a couple of locals, Joe Edwards and Val Smith.
Yeah, I suppose that's the one that's the top of mind. I suppose surprised to not qualify. There were 16 teams competing, and Joe and Val, if I tried to go through their list of achievements, we would run out of time on the stream, Dave.
Indeed.
We'd be talking too long, but they missed out. They placed fourth in their section, which wasn't enough to get through at the end of the day.
Well, great to have such talent in this particular tournament, and I believe in the past it's been a singles tournament?
Yeah, so this is a new initiative for the Stoke Bowling Club, the Stoke Stakes women's pairs. It was a singles tournament for a long time, but they thought it was time just to refresh it up and change it around. We had Brendan Hodgson on the podcast last week, and he was telling us we just felt the singles was getting a bit tired and time to move on and try something new, and they've done that really well.
Although I do believe that one of our finalists from last year is actually on the screen at the moment. Is that right?
Yes, Debbie White. Yes, she lost the final to Joe Edwards. So we see her line up on her backhand. So they're one down. I'm expecting to see some sort of movement here, Dave. She'll just be looking to make connection. They've got bowls left, right and centre around the head.
And look at the facial expression. I'm not sure she's happy with that one just yet, but
Yeah,
it seems to be coming around.
Looking to clear that white bowl of Selena Goddard's, and now she's willing it to turn. Oh. I mean, that's not bad if you think about it.
It's not bad.
How grateful is Selena and Leanne for the shot bowl of Leanne's that you see at sort of 10 o'clock touching the jack, because I think the other 1, 2, 3, 4, the other 5 bowls are all the opposition teams.
And just a little bit of a look, a nod.
Yeah, and Leanne's not even going to play her last bowl. She said, yeah, we'll take the one there, and I can't blame her, to be honest, Dave.
Exactly. There's some pretty good stuff to start with by all 4 competitors in this case. And one thing that fascinates me with bowls is the use of the foot. Mm-hmm. Because everybody just uses their foot, all different sizes as well, to measure it. And it's just fascinating.
It's easier than getting down to measure. As we saw, Selena would have just played a vaguely practiced bowl there. Like she said, we'll take the one and just chuck it up. That's why we saw that white bowl come into screen. And Leanne deliver the jack. And it does look, for all intents and purposes, that the day might not be too rainy, Dave. If we look sort of at the top of the screen, it doesn't look too dramatic there.
Right in the middle of Stoke, and we've got the hills at the other end of the green. A little bit of mist or low cloud coming off the hills, but otherwise high cloud and a little bit of sunshine coming out as well, some blue skies. So good news there.
Always good news for a bowler.
And
Leanne on the backhand.
Looks as though we're getting the weather around the rest of the country fining up to a certain extent, although apparently in Auckland, if you're running the Auckland Marathon, all the best to finishing it full stop and not being too wet.
Call it like a free cooling breeze or something.
And we're a little bit wider this time, Alex. What do we think about the change of ends? Is that going to affect anybody bowling wider or? Ooh.
Yeah, what a beautiful bowl from Mary Campbell. Absolutely magnificent. That's lovely. Yeah, that's an interesting question, Dave. Probably. It seems as though today, at the moment, because it's early in the morning, there's no wind, no rain. It'll be very similar going backwards and forwards, but it's unlikely to stay like that for 18 ends. They're going to be out there for, 2 hours. it's likely to change. So keep an eye on that, and we'll find that players might settle on one length in line. As Leanne doesn't quite make the correction she was looking for there. Got Mary Campbell on the back end. Very experienced bowler. Out of the four, she's the only one who's not currently seeking higher honour selection, not currently seeking to play for her country. She's been there and done that. I won the national peers before. But the other three, Dave, are part of the New Zealand high performance team. So all right in that frame for the World Bowls Championships that's coming up next year.
And Alex, in a technical sense, how much bounce should there be when the ball comes out of your hand?
Yeah, ideally you look for the smoothest. We talk about smooth deliveries, so it's about transferring the weight from your hand onto the green. You want the smallest bounce as possible, and if it gets to be a big enough bounce, we call that a dump, and that's bad.
It doesn't sound
so
great.
You want it to be as smooth as possible, and that's because if the ball drops out of your hand, some of the speed gets absorbed into the ground instead of going along. So you get the closest connection between your brain and your hand if you can let it go.
And we can see this is far and wide, except for one particular bowl, compared to the previous end when we were just so almost jammed up against the jack.
Yeah, they were all over it on the previous end. So it's interesting that they've sort of, I suppose sprayed would be the term, a little bit here, and only one bowl past the head as well, Dave. So that indicates, like we've said, it's been raining a lot. It might be just a green on the slower side.
How do you decide who actually bowls first in the combination?
Yeah, so that'd be a chat that it's interesting because the lead and the skip are really important in a pairs game. They get 3 bowls each. Ordinarily, your skip is probably the player that has a run shot or a drive shot on them. Because they need to be able to disturb the head at the end of it, whereas your lead, or just pause for a second here. That's not a bad bowl there by Selena Goddard.
That was all the way.
Goodness gracious
It just
me.
looked great all the way.
She was obviously annoyed that she didn't get to play her last bowl on the first end, so it's gone boom. What was I saying, Dave?
About who goes first.
Yeah, skips in your lead. So the combinations usually work it out, and the player you think's the better draw bowler will play lead, and the one who's a bit more dynamic will play skip. As Debbie White here, that was not far away, just getting a little wick off Leanne's bowl. So ordinarily you draw players a lead, and your skip player, your more dynamic bowlers a skip, and it can change really. It's sort of, you get 3 bowls each. Selena Goddard is an absolutely brilliant draw bowler. And she's very useful at the skipping a peers team as well. So it comes down to the individual team decisions. So we see Selena on the forehand, having played an absolutely brilliant first bowl. I'm not sure if it's going to turn back into the head quite enough there, Dave. Looking like it's just holding up.
Well, one thing there, I guess she's gone past the jack. So we've now seen a couple go past her.
Yeah, it's
so getting the length back in more, isn't she?
Absolutely, and she'll be happy with that. Her first end, she was sort of weight-wise under and then quite over, where she's put 2 bowls in a similar space here. So obviously feeling comfortable. There's Debbie White on the forehand side. She's got a bowl and a jack target there, Dave. That's what she's looking for, and she's not far away. Watch this bowl. Oh.
Oof.
These people are on absolute fire.
What is it, 8:15, 8:30 in the morning, and underway in the sunshine at the Stoke Bowling Club, and there's certainly some accuracy.
So the question now is, how do you get a bowl? Not necessarily for the shot, but Selena will just want to be the second closest bowl here. And from the player's end, it looks like just a wall of bowls in the way.
Well, we're getting a lot of signals coming here from Leanne Poulson.
Oh, there we go. There's the foot.
Lot of footwork, and I'll tell you what, you could almost put that into a dance move. She described everything by moving her hands and her feet. And
beautiful bit of sign language there from Leanne Poulson. You get a variety at bowls, Dave. You are right. There's a good mix. So we see Selena on the backhand. And we'll just watch this bowl come into head now.
Oh,
good shot. That's a good bowl. So she wasn't necessarily, the reason she didn't go really close to the jack is because there's a ditch there at the bottom of our screen. If your bowl goes into the ditch, it's dead. So she was happy, I think, there for just to draw a second shot and hope that Debbie doesn't.
Got down very low on that particular bowl.
Got 4 lovely deliveries here from these players as we see Debbie White's bowl.
Oh.
That's really good stuff there. Brilliant.
Well, it's just changed completely from where the jack was. Very regular position, and then it seems to have, then suddenly you've got it way over to the right and completely different.
Yep.
So the bowlers themselves have to actually change their mindset about where they're bowling. You could see that they were thinking, well, regular position now, fairly extreme out by the gutter as well.
Yeah, and the players will practice that, Dave, sort of drawing. They practice drawing to the ditch, or if the jack gets knocked off centre, because as you said, you spend so much time drawing just to the middle of a rink. It helps to practice playing those sort of offline things. And as it gets a bit later on, it's not so much in the morning, but by the time they get halfway through to the end of the game, there's almost grooves in the rink as to where your bowls have been going. So when the jack goes off centre, you're going through sort of no man's land, unplayed grass. So it slows the bowl down. So you have to learn to give it a bit more oomph, as we see Mary Campbell on the forehand. That's okay. The weight was perfect.
So we have Selena Goddard at the jack end, and we've got Leanne Poulson, her partner, here with the bowl.
So we see perfect line. Mary Campbell plays from the Tauranga South Club. I think, I'm pretty sure she won 3 New Zealand pairs in a row with Sharon Sims, who's now one of the Bowls New Zealand coaches. Mary's perfect line, and that's what Debbie's just saying there. It's great we've got these player mics, Dave. We can sort of, if we listen really carefully, or maybe someone will turn it up for us, you can sort of hear what the players are saying in the background, and it's good to get that insight into what the skips and the leads communication. Some have lots and some don't have that much, Dave. It's always interesting to watch.
I guess we don't get quite the same jip that we have in cricket at times.
Well,
in the past, anyway.
It depends. There can be some dangerous moments, but it's. I was talking to Joe Edwards and Sharon Sims, who won a gold Commonwealth Games pairs in the early noughties, whenever that was your 2002 games.
That would sound about right, I think.
I think it was then. They won the Commonwealth Games pairs gold. As we see Mary's bowl agonisingly short there. Again, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So just about 5 bowls shy of the jack.
We can hear there just the comments from Selena Goddard. Did the comments actually help, saying put it here?
Well, that's what I was about to say. So I was talking to Sharon and Joe, and they had never played bowls together before, and they went to a sports psychologist and said, we need to learn how to communicate. What do we do? And they did a test, and they figured out that what sort of learning person and communicating person Joe was versus Sharon, and they discovered they needed 2 entirely different things. Sharon likes very specific instructions and to be told exactly what's happening and how much she needs to, if you want Sharon to hit a bowl, Sharon prefers it when you can go, I'll hit that one there to move it this far. Whereas Joe's like, if you want me to hit the bowl, just point at the bowl and say, hit. So they talked to a sports psychologist and learnt that and learned how to communicate with each other. And it got to the point where they could almost do it non-verbal communication. And it obviously worked for them because they came home with a gold from the Commonwealth Games.
That's amazing stuff. And it makes a lot of sense. Some people in team sports like to have a coach almost yelling and screaming at them. Others just say, here's your job, go for it, do it.
So yeah, it's all about communication. It's interesting to watch. Pairs combinations who are new and old as well, because I think Selena and Leanne would have played a few games together, but it's probably not a normal pairing. So it can be interesting sometimes when you're with a new partnership, just how that communication gets on.
This is Selena Goddard now from Auckland's North Shore, and this looks pretty good, Alex.
Yes, it's a great bowl here. Just running on a little bit, but she's happy enough for that effort. Yeah, she plays out of the Takapuna Club on the North Harbour Centre.
I know the Takapuna Club very well. Used to receive a lot of my tennis balls from the tennis club next over the fence. My photo's on the wall of the tennis club, but not on the bowling club. I think they're like, get this guy away from us.
I'm sure they were grateful for the tennis balls, Dave. So we see Debbie White here on the back end. Down to the speed, down to the weight. Slightly
Leanne,
overplayed
could you
there.
please give me a foot just on that side?
Good there from Selena saying, please give me a foot. So she's asking literally for an aiming point there, Dave. Some players like that. It can make it a more tangible thing. Just sit and watch. Selena Goddard on the forehand side. She's watching this one. If she clears that port, she's really close.
Oh, that's nice.
Brilliant. She's made it in for one.
Where's the jack in relation to Selena's bowl? Is it directly behind or more that side? Yeah, is the jack on that side of it though?
So you can hear the specific request there from
Debbie.
and saying, is it this side? Which side should I be going for?
That's a sign of a peers partnership that trust each other, Dave. Like she's just willing to go, I'm 35 metres away. I'll trust what you tell me. And it was the right call. She's just underplayed that bowl a little bit.
And there's the foot marker again from Leanne Poulson. And Selena Goddard looking for another top bowl.
Very smooth delivery. All right, here's the question, Dave. Is it going to clear run? Brilliant.
Oh, that's superb.
How good is that?
That is fantastic. And a bit of applause there from her partner as well, from Leanne Poulson here for the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs at the Stoke Bowling Club in Nelson. And Alex, let's look at the scoreboard. Well, it'll be changing very shortly. So we've, how many ends have we done so far? Well, it's an 18-end competition.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the score should be switching over very shortly because that should be another...
It should be 4-2 because I think Selena turned that into 3 with the movement of the jack. So it should be 4-2 to Selena Goddard and Leanne Poulson after 3 ends of 18, or apparently 2 hours and 15 minutes time limit. And there's the change there nicely.
Okay. So the time limit,
mm-hmm.
I guess you're getting that in cricket as well now, shortened form of cricket, T20 and ODI as well, and I think also the Sri Lankans had it last night against the Black Caps, and well done the Black Caps winning that one easily.
Mm-hmm. So it's a 2.5 hour time limit, sorry Dave, and the reason for that is because in bowls you can kill an end out the side.
Yep.
So if the jack sprays out the side of the rink, the end gets replayed. And if you have a particularly aggressive person, you can do that for as long. You can do it for as long as you want,
which would be rather annoying after a while.
It would be frustrating, particularly considering we need to get this finished today. So it's a 2.5 hour time limit for this game, or 18 ends, whichever one comes first.
And one of the things I'm going to be advocating for is that the orange cones, that we decorate them up or do something with them, because we're seeing one a lot there. That's a good bowl, isn't it?
It's just a good sort of, it's a warning cone, isn't it? Like, don't walk into this.
We have one directly behind the bowlers at the moment.
Maybe they can use it as an aiming point for a drive shot. Just go for the cone.
And Selena Goddard using the left foot. And what's Leanne Poulson going to be able to do here?
Lovely delivery there. Practices a lot, does Leanne, on her backhand side. We just wait for this bowl to turn back towards the head. It should do. It's down to the weight, the speed behind it now. Not quite enough. We are going to see a few short bowls, I think, David. It has been raining a lot.
Well, this was the end. Was it this end last time or the other way around? I'm just trying to figure out which end was the shorter one and which was the longer one.
I think it was last time they came back in this direction. We saw quite a number of short bowls. And then the Debbie White, she trailed the jack all the way past.
And we'll be able to update you with the scores from the other quarterfinal very shortly as well.
You play here. You can outdraw that.
Yes, we will, yeah. And that game going on between Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield and Kay Hammond and her partner.
Yeah, there we go, Diane Holland.
Holland.
It's all right.
Which I obviously knew off the top of my head.
A lot of names in front of you there, Alex, so don't worry about that. So, yes, it is Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield against Kay Hammond and Diane Holland.
We can see that just in the top right of your screen, that game going on in the tight head over there.
And the winner of that contest will take on Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd. in the semi-final from around about midday. We'll be
Yeah.
featuring that one in our midday
I think you
broadcast.
still play,
Yes,
you
and the
play and
reason
draw around
for
that,
people
bud.
who've just tuned in that
You
people have already made it
drop
to the
down
semi
onto
is
my
because
foot.
they've won their section. So there were 2 sections of 8. The winner of one section was Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd, and the other section winner was Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory. They get straight through to the semi-final, and the other 4
Good effort here, mate.
next best, 2 per section, play off for the right to get there.
And the winner of this contest will go through and take on Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlroy in their semi-final.
Yeah.
In the meantime, let's have a little
That
look.
was good. Yeah, that
We've
makes
got
it.
the high fives there coming out there, Poulson and Goddard.
I've never been good at high-fiving Dave on a bowl screen. I'm a little bit uncoordinated, and it tends to deteriorate a high five. I prefer just to
There
exchange a
can be
glance. Or,
all sorts of accidents. In the meantime, we can just see both Debbie White and Selena Goddard coming down for their turn.
Selena leading off.
And she's straight into it. I noticed that she picks up that bowl and doesn't muck around, then steps up to the mat.
Yeah, she's another one who practices and practices and practices, Selena. So once players like that get into their groove, it's almost automatic. It's just muscle memory. So we see this bowl on the forehand side. How fast away is it going to duck? Just underneath the head. That weight was perfect. If we look where it finished, it's level with Leanne Poulson's bowl, which is by Mary Campbell's knee. That was perfect weight, because if she'd taken the jack with it, you're sitting with a couple.
So what you're saying is good length, but the turn was just a little bit too much in the end.
That's right. Yep.
It was quite a late turn as well.
It was, yeah. And you can you run that danger when you play that sort of weight. You look like you've missed by a few inches when it sails past the jack. And then on the way through, not so good, as we see Debbie White. She'll be disappointed with that bowl. Another effort here from Selena. So like you said, just looking to correct her line, not her length. Yeah, and that's what she did, but she's corrected the other way this time, Dave. So
Yeah,
for
that's right.
Selena, sometimes at skip, you think, well, I've got 3 bowls, we'll call it third time lucky.
She's going to go for the middle, go right down the middle
Yeah.
on the third perhaps.
Debbie White here, she'll be looking for a correction on her first bowl. She would have been disappointed with that one. She fell, that's shorter than she would have liked it to be by a couple of metres. Mary Campbell getting the clappers out. It's a good shot there from Debbie, seeing that danger there of Selena dragging the jack back and covering it now.
So if you're Selena Goddard on this, where are you going to go? Where's Leanne Poulson going to tell her to go?
So she's just asked
like
Leanne.
Something similar like my first, to try and turn yours in. Yeah.
It's like she heard you ask the question, Dave.
Exactly.
So even though Debbie has covered that bowl, it's still worthwhile Selena looking to move the jack back. Worst case scenario, she goes from 1 down to 1 down, which is much of a muchness. Ooh,
This is quite straight so far.
I think it's close, Dave. Willing it to hold up. Not gonna quite do it. There you go. Sit down against the bias, but not to be. So Mary and Debbie holding 1, which is what Mary's just indicated there. And now it's whether Debbie can find a way to get a second bowl on the head and closer than Selena's last one. On the backhand, looking for a port. It's more down to her weight here, Dave. If she's got the right weight, she'll get up enough, but not to be.
So just the 1. So that should be 3, the total for White and Campbell against the 4 of Goddard and Poulson. As we finish, what was that, the 4th end?
4th end gone, yeah, 3-4. Nice, even competition. They've won 2 ends each. And we'll get a report for you on the other semi-final. They were taking their time on their last end. It was obviously a tight head. It's Mary Campbell delivering the jack. Been around the traps.
So an 8 a.m. start, or 5 past 8 a.m. start, which is what we had today, is that considered early?
I would say so. I would say it's considered slightly earlier than what you would what you would hope for. As we just quickly, the update is on the other game, 3-1 after 3 to Paris Baker and
Okay.
Olivia Bloomfield.
So that is Paris Baker, Olivia Bloomfield against Kay Hammond and Diane Holland.
And if you have very keen eyes to the right of your screen, you can see the timer on the wall. I can see a 2 there, and I've got my glasses on. That tells you the players how much time there's left to go in the game, and it's got a siren that goes off when it gets to the end.
And in the meantime, Mary Campbell's had a very good bowl to start with at this end. And we've got Leanne Poulson following up.
Yep. On the other hand, as we just see how much it's going to turn back. Selena willing it on.
Well done, mate.
Oh.
You're a mat out, mate. You
Got a
beat
couple of
yours down
claps.
There it is.
It's cool to be able to listen to the players communicate.
I really like the instructions of Debbie White.
And you find, like she said, you're a mat out, so she's talking about the bowling mat that you stand on. Mary Campbell
That's
making a correction, but not quite enough.
Stay there. There's no, I mean, if you hit it, you hit it. It's not doing anything too awful. You get to my foot.
Fair enough, Selena. So Leanne looking just to make that correction. Right in the area.
Pick the gap. Shot Leanne. Well done, mate.
That's not bad, eh?
That's a
You wanna
fantastic.
follow
All
that
4
down,
balls.
Mary. You're looking to just
Superb
go
anyway.
through to the pocket here down that way.
Yeah, it's a good call there from Debbie. So Debbie's saying, look, the other side's blocked up now. You have to try and follow Leanne down. And Mary will err heavy rather than light here, because if you miss and you're past the head, at least then Debbie has a bowl that she can drag the jack back to.
It's all right. That's
So if
good
it
for
keeps
you.
going a little bit, that's actually fine.
That
That's
much
yeah.
more now.
She's missed
Get
the
one here,
target, but it's
brilliant.
not horrible.
There is such a tight tunnel to actually get the bowl through there. It's just so tight.
Yeah, from the it depends how you're feeling, to be honest. If you're in a good space, the jack looks like it's the size of a basketball. If
Yeah,
you're
we're in
feeling
a good
confident.
space to get that tunnel at the moment because it's very narrow.
Here we go. Leanne Poulson. She doesn't want to hit the blue bowl in.
Okay,
Just watch
well
this
played.
one. She's skirted it. She'll be breathing a sigh of relief. It would have been gutting to knock the blue bowl up onto the head there, but played a perfect bowl in the end.
And Debbie White just takes another look around, just from a different perspective, a different angle.
I think we'll see Debbie be quite positive here. And often the theory in pairs is the last bowl of your lead and the first bowl of your skip are the ones where you want to be making a real effort to change something. So it's the first bowl of the skip. So I think we'll see Debbie be quite positive on her backhand side through that massive gate to try and make some change.
It looks real tight to me.
Here we
How far apart would you say that is? Is it 30 centimetres?
I was going to say 2.5 feet. I don't know metric, Dave, as a bowler.
It's been around for a little while.
Here we go as we watch Debbie on the backhand. She's willing this one to hold. You don't want it to dive away on you. Beautiful weight, but not to be. And the pressure's going to start building up on that Debbie White, Mary Campbell team in this end now.
Well, Alex, it does depend on whose feet it is as well and what size they are.
No, my feet are a foot long, which is extremely convenient. It's helpful. I found it.
You don't want to know how that sounds.
No, it came out wrong, but we'll just keep going, Dave.
Not enough turn on this one.
It is an anachronism with bowls is that we tend to still use the imperial measurements. People talk in inches and feet.
I think the only other sport that really uses that is perhaps basketball, where every player says they're a 7-footer when they're not.
Yeah, regardless on the actual situation.
Just about.
Here we go.
Is this going to get the late turn? Ooh, it's going to be tight.
Second shot.
Yeah. Do you want me to play that now or play that later?
There's not too much later. Got 2 more to go as Selena Goddard.
Yeah.
It's interesting because they feel like they've played a really good end. They're only holding one, so they're just having a conversation about what to
Is
do.
it 1 or 2?
Here we go.
How can that Oh, I guess I'm looking for a second, but then you really do have Debbie White with another one close there. You can't quite see at the moment.
Yeah, Debbie's bowl that you see at 12 o'clock is really helpful for her cause because it's so easy to
What do you
accidentally
reckon? I'll play whatever you
knock
think.
in. We'll see what
Like
they decide. And that's Leanne indicating that Selena play to our left on the screen so that she doesn't run any danger of knocking that black bowl of Debbie's up, and see if she can, even if she sits the shot bowl down once, that'll move the jack a little bit, and they should be holding 2 or 3 there. You want to be scoring more than 1 on any where you felt like you've outplayed your opposition.
Okay, well, we heard a knock. Where's it gone?
Something happened.
And it looks as though
Not much happened.
no, the jack has
Between
stayed
your
exactly
blue
where it
one and
is.
My one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
if
Alex,
I
we
hit
still
yours,
have...
is it kicking your other blue one, or is it? No, it's going to hit that one. Right. Okay. But you're looking for that. Yeah.
Bugger, it's a shame, mate.
So we still have Leanne Poulson's bowl is the closest to the jack,
mhm.
right basically on it. And the next bowl that's closest?
Will be Debbie's second bowl, the black bowl that you could see at 12 o'clock in a second on your screen. Although it might all change in a second. Debbie playing with a lot of positivity here. She's not far away. She's looking to hit her bowl up. What's happening, Dave?
Oh, wow.
Nothing happened.
It all almost stayed the same.
Oh.
After all that, it was so close, so accurate, but no one could get through that front wall of bowls as such.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if
I
she,
think I just draw
that
it. I'll just
Leanne's
draw
bowl
it
that sits at
more.
2 o'clock on the screen looked like it was moved a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's sitting for second shot or not, but I think it's too dangerous for Selena to be aggressive here.
Yeah.
So we'll just see. We'll see her try and draw a second shot. And
I mean,
just
the
eke in
temptation
front.
is to drive it through, but then there's no point because you probably moved the jack away from your first bowl as
Yeah,
such.
there can be a frustration there. Like Leanne and Selena
Well-
will felt like they outplayed Debbie and Mary on that end.
As we're looking at it there from Goddard's point of view as such, it's just a bowl wall.
Selena on the forehand side. So just looking to add a bonus.
So she's coming around the other side to try and get by her other bowl there. And this is looking actually...
Yeah, not
Not-
played with
not
a lot
enough.
of conviction there. I think I saw Mary indicate 2 down, so maybe Debbie was able
Shot
to,
Leanne.
well, accidentally shifted Leanne's one in for second. So we'll go, I think, 2 there to Selena. And
Okay, so you're thinking that they'll go for a 6-3. Oh, there's the kitty.
oh,
Yep.
a moving jack.
Yep, Jack the cat. We're not sure if that's its actual name, but Jack would be a good name for a...
If any bowling club cat is not called Jack, I'm disappointed in the bowling clubs. Just put that out there. Like why would you not call it Jack, Dave?
Well, there's a lot of tennis centres around the world that have a cat. When I was working in Doha and Qatar, there was a resident cat there, and he decided to walk across the court when we had Rafael Nadal on the court one time. That was quite amusing. Nadal thought it was hilarious.
Did he? Oh, that's good.
Well, yeah.
Did he stop to?
He had to stop to let the cat go past.
As the
He did
cats,
smile.
we just live in the cat's world, really, don't we, Dave? There's no
They
no
do
doubt
what
in
they
their
want.
mind. Yeah.
And there was a famous cat at Stanley Street. Ooh, that was tight. Stanley Street, the tennis centre called Stanley, who would walk across and go into a corporate box to try and eat crayfish.
I can't begrudge him that.
No.
So 6-3 lead to Selena and Leanne Poulson after 5 ends.
So you were right that they did manage to get 2 off that last end.
Yeah,
we thought it was only 1 initially, but then it was the indication of 2 from Leanne Poulson.
I suspect it was 1 before Debbie's last bowl. I think she may have just managed to shunt Leanne's one in for second shot, which obviously wasn't the plan. Leanne, as we speak about her, on her forehand side.
And so what we're watching here is the quarterfinals, one of the quarterfinals of the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs at the Stoke Bowling Club. And I told you that would get me one.
It is a tongue
Alex.
twister.
Good chance down
For
here, mate.
sure.
You beat this one of Leanne's.
Sweet.
And the issue there, the left foot pointing at the jack and the indication. We're spread fairly wide at the moment, Alex.
Yeah, it's a bit of a looser head coming this direction. We've
Good.
seen it once or twice. I wonder,
Good. Well done,
I
mate.
don't know, it must just be slightly different for the players.
Down the
Maybe
end,
that there's a
roll on
little bit of
yours.
wind
Let's
gusting
me
around the
get
corner
shot.
or something, although the flags aren't moving.
And for you, Alex, as a bowler from Auckland, if you're in the position here of Leanne Poulson, I mean, you've got a clear run through there to the jack. What would you be looking at?
Yeah, you just put your ball in the area and pray to your gods, really, similar to what Leanne's been doing here.
That sounds a little bit
Well done, mate.
loose.
Good.
So no
Very
real plan.
specific.
Jack,
Yeah, you
hi.
just
Mary,
all you
you
can do is give your ball the
probably...
best chance, and don't get too caught up if you get a bit unlucky.
Let's have a look at the instructions here.
Using the finger measure system.
Yep, got one. You aim, you just beating that down there, just slip over your own.
Yeah. So Mary there will literally, her last blue bowl is right or similar. It's close to being in her line. So she will be looking to get either around or underneath that bowl. And if she does that clean, she'll be close to a second shot here. If she hits it, such is life. And such is life.
Well, that was a good hit in the sense, wasn't it?
Worked out
Much
okay
better.
because it actually rolled up for, it almost could be second shot based on this camera angle, couldn't it, Dave?
I'd like to see it the other way around. We may just see it. You can see, look at Goddard there's just trying to see it from the perspective. There we go. Change your thoughts there, Alex?
I think I don't know. I think it's two. But it might not be. Who knows? I think it is two. I think Mary had enough weight on her last bowl to shunt that in for second shot. It is hard to tell with these camera angles sometimes. But at least at the minimum we know that Debbie and Mary are holding one because she said she was. And we'll see what Selena opts to do here. Looking like she's lining up on her backhand side, but just to the right as we see it on the screen. And the sun's come out, Dave.
It has. There's a little bit of a breeze now, but nothing of too much significance.
Here we go. Let's just watch this bowl. Well, if it wasn't two,
It certainly is.
I'm feeling more confident about that call.
Exactly now. And we saw a little bit of excitement there from Leanne Poulson to the left of our screen, playing alongside Selena Goddard and, of course, Debbie White. And it is Mary Campbell.
So Debbie on the backhand side. How's the weight? She doesn't want to move it too far.
Much.
That's okay as a first bowl. She's put in a bit of position and she can pull the weight off with her next one. Selena on the backhand. She's not far away here, Dave. Watch this bowl turn back in towards the head, looking to rest the bowl or the jack. Snick the jack back. What's happened? Mary saying, we've got one, Debbie. So a good shot there from Selena. She's cut it down from 2 to 1.
Is Selena low over here?
Just listen to Debbie. So she asked if Selena's last bowl was low of the jack, which means is it short of the jack from her perspective. So we see Debbie on the backhand. Got a nice line. It's down to the weight now of this bowl. Mary clapping, so that's a good sign.
That's superb.
Beautiful shot there from Debbie, holding 2.
How, if you're Selena Goddard, how are you going to deal with this next one?
You look to play a very similar bowl to Debbie's last one, will be
Same
the
thing.
instinct. Even if you draw a second shot, it's okay.
Sort of, sit on Debbie's bowl. Is it that blue, that second shot? Okay.
That's what Selena indicating there, just looking to sit onto Debbie's last bowl. So she's either drawing second shot or the shot, just looking just to draw up to it. You're 6-3 up on the head. It's the beginning of the game. There's no need to do anything rash. On the backhand side. Now, It looks a little bit narrow to me at a glance. She'll be willing this one to hold as long as it possibly can. Maybe even get a bit of luck here, Dave, if it gets a wick.
Oh,
1, 2.
bounce, bounce. You could almost see it knocking off pinboiling off one to the other, but it's not going to be enough, is it?
2 wicks, but still 1 to Debbie and Mary. It was, to be fair to Selena, an indication of good speed. She had the right speed to do something,
Well, how
but
far behind
for sure she could have easily just got bogged on that bowl, and Debbie would be
If it
drawing
had
for
have
3,
knocked
not
off
2.
the second bowl, and then maybe it might have rebounded close to the jack.
She
also.
could have got even luckier than that and been in for 1.
I don't want to go.
So Debbie here holding 1. This will be what you almost call it a gentle bonus. You aim at the widest you can, and if it comes back in for second shot. And if you miss it, it's no real worries. It's a bit of a dangerous situation here for Debbie, so she'll just be looking to err as far away as she can while still counting, if that makes sense. On the backhand, Debbie looking to make it 2 as we watch this bowl. This is her turn to get a wick, Dave. No, not this time.
So we should just be going to 1. 1 to White and Campbell, by the looks of it.
It is.
Should take it to 6-4.
4-6 after 6 ends, and they've shared 3 ends apiece, Dave. The score on the other semi-final, which we can see going on to our right at the moment, is 4-2 after 5 to Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield. Mary delivering the jack.
And let's now have a look at how far is that jack going. It's not quite centered enough, so just giving a little kick into the center line.
Looks like one of the shorter ones that we've had so far. We do see sometimes players not be well. The jack doesn't get delivered straight up, and if it doesn't finish within the confines of the rink, and you can see the 2 little white markers there to the left and the right, that's the line, sort of imaginary lines. If it doesn't finish in the confines, the jack gets sent back and the other lead redelivers it. I suspect we're not going to see that today. I think these players are capable of throwing it or rolling it pretty much straight up the middle of the rink. But sometimes with a gust of wind, or if you flick your hand at the wrong time, it can go out of bounds and gets redelivered by the other lead. So see Leanne on the back end. A loose start here from the leads by their standards.
Well, it's actually playing quite nicely down that side. You trust your line and your speed down there. Get the first one to the jack.
Well, there's some very specific instructions there from Debbie White. It is playing nicely down this side, she said.
Yep.
Let's see how nice it is.
Trust your line, which is what Mary's done here as we watch this bowl. That was quite good skipping from Debbie. It can be tempting. Bowlers tend to err heavy and narrow under pressure. It's easy to want to take that direct line to the jack. So she's just saying, trust your line, chuck it out, wait for it to come back. Leanne on the backhand side. She's taking a nice arc as well as we watch this bowl turn back into the head. Clear run. That's a good shot there. Well played by Leanne Poulson.
Playing down there too, and you're just ignoring your own, looking to draw through it down to here.
Again, really precise instructions from White.
It's good. It's almost a third commentator, Dave.
She's doing a great job.
So we see
That's going to be pretty good, mate. It's really good. Well done.
Line's been
great
awesome,
shot there.
mate.
And of course, the winner of this contest goes on to play Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory in the semi-finals. The winner of the other quarterfinal, well, they'll take on Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd.
Leanne on the back end, looking to get one close. She's not far away here.
Try and hear Leanne.
Not far away at all is Leanne Poulson.
Yeah.
Oh, this could be superb.
What a shot. Drawing a touch of there. Great bowl.
That's a clap from both Debbie White and, of course, about there, Selena Goddard.
Got the high five again.
And a little bit of the magic chalk spray.
Yeah, I'll stay down here. Yeah. I've noticed, especially with your.
And Goddard just chatting, not going up the other end yet.
So sometimes we find that with the skippers, they hang around until they have to play their bowl. I just talk to their lead about their strategy coming up, or maybe they talk about how the game plan's been going. It's after 6 ends, so it's sort of a third of the way through. It might be time just to chat about what they've been doing and if they want to do something different. As we see Debbie on the back end. She'll play this one with positivity. It's her first bowl. Wearing the shirt of the Tauranga Domain Bowling Club. Lovely bowling club it is too.
That's right near the, I think that's the
next to
top.
the-
Yeah, that's at the very top there, overlooking, I guess, the bridge across to the mount.
That's the one. It's one of the oldest bowling clubs in Tauranga and very well maintained.
Yeah, some beautiful grounds. I think there's a cricket ground, maybe croquet. There's some
I
tennis
think there's
courts
lots
as
of
well.
stuff around the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can. There's the athletics track very nearby. I recall school athletics days.
And what was your best event?
I was a good watcher, and I walked the 100 metres once in 7th form, and that didn't go down that well.
No, I would imagine that some of the teachers would not be impressed with that. Right, let's move on to the prowess, the athletic prowess of Commonwealth Games. I think she's got 3 bronze medals.
Yes, she does, yes. All in the Northern Hemisphere. See,
is this going to come around enough?
I think it is. To see it turn back into the head, and is it going to sit down? That's the next question. No, but it's a good bowl. That's a great shot there. So 2 really nice bowls there from Selena and Leanne.
So at the moment, though, it looks like we'll have White and Campbell on the 1. If we come back to the other view, and we'll be able to see that. I think they're on a 1. Is that correct there, Alex? Have I got the...
No, Leanne Poulson's holding the shot there.
Oh, she's holding it, so okay. So then...
The speckled colour.
That's right.
Sorry, Mary, is your name?
I'm unsure what colour it is, to be honest. I get confused. But that's okay.
Okay, so at the
I
moment...
feel like someone's told me that they're green.
Goddard and Poulson would be on the 1 that is at the moment. Possibly even a 2.
Yeah, I think they've got 2 there. I think Leanne sort of snuck the shot and Selena's added to it. Just see if she can make a 3rd happen. It looks like it's just going to miss to the wide side. And now she's willing it to dive down.
Oh, that's okay, though. It's coming in.
How good did that go? Great bowl there from Selena. Just settling into her work.
I think we've gone from 1 to 2 to 3. Have we got 3?
3 there, yeah. There'll be 3, and that'd be a good number.
Oh, no.
Oh.
There's
there's
the
a
hills. That is
picture
not smoke. That is just cloud off the hills.
I feel like somewhere.
Someone's walked into a camera.
Here we go. We've got Debbie White on the back end. This is a really important poll in the context of the game. 3 down.
Oh, it's good. It's good.
Willing it to come down. Great shot.
Oh, just had Poulson's bowl just sit, drop down.
But a great shot nonetheless from Debbie. She was 3 down before she played that bowl.
But is she going to get anything for it? No.
Oh, she's made it from 3 to 1. So it depends what Selena does with this shot. You're sort of limiting the damage, I think.
Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it.
Bit tight.
This is straight.
Yeah. Selena looking to make it count. She'll be disappointed if it doesn't hold it a little bit. Looking to trail the jack back. Not quite. So that's an interesting head we've seen there. Selena's played 3 really good bowls. Debbie's played 1 good bowl. But that was a really important bowl that Debbie played, because if she hadn't done it, Selena and Leanne would have got a 4, and instead they got 1. So we see Selena and Leanne score a point, but they'll feel like they could have easily scored a multiple there. But taking that lead to a 3-point, extending it to a 3-point lead there, Dave.
But the only problem is they've been really picking up just the 1 and 2s. No one's actually picked up a 3 or a 4. We haven't had that throughout the whole contest so far.
It's been well contested, and even on the ends we see it's been going with the throw. Sort of, we've got 4 ends to Selena's team and 3 ends to Debbie's team, so taking turnabout on the end scored. Sign of a well contested match. Leanne Poulson on the forehand side.
Yeah, mate.
Great shot.
Down there.
Gee, that just
Just draw
dropped
to the
in
2.
late, didn't it?
Yep.
It's interesting that the team with the last bowl has scored every end so far, Dave. To use that darts analogy, it is sort of, they're all holding their throw. If you've got last bowl, they tend to be scoring. As we see Mary Campbell on the forehand side. Debbie willing it on.
Goddard.
Yeah, good shot. Well played.
She did a good job of willing it.
Just short of
It
Jack's ball.
often amuses me, and I do it
Good,
as well,
not a
that
goodie.
us as bowlers, we tend to talk to our bowls, which are inanimate objects that we have no control over after they've left our hand. But it makes us feel like it makes a difference if you ask a bowl to hold or swing or wick or whatever.
Well, it's also about actually controlling your emotions or using your emotions throughout a contest to be able to talk. And this is
Good, buddy. Well played.
Great shot there from Liam Poulson.
gee, that's
Same
superb.
for you.
Making it
Down
in for
through
one.
there. You're looking
Mary
to
will
draw
just
through
rinse
to
and
the
repeat,
pocket
same
here,
bowl as
tipping
before.
yours over, set the bowl out, lots of
Who would
chances.
you suggest of the top bowlers around New Zealand says the least when they're in their competition? Is there someone who just says nothing, yet they seem to achieve really well?
Yeah, that's a good question. There's sort of two schools of bowlers. So Mike Galloway, who we covered in
Oh,
the
yes, of
National
course.
Intercentre, it's just a mask of calm.
Yeah, he is.
That's
Great
good.
bowl there
It's
from
really
Mary
good.
Campbell.
So we've seen four superb bowls to
just
open
over
up
here
this
now.
end.
You make
We're
that
sort of
Jack.
the younger generation coming through, and we've had some ones in the past that are animated. There was, I could throw 100 names at you, Ken Walker. But there's a young generation coming through, like a Sheldon Baggery-Howley, who featured on our Bowls 3-5 televised league. Very animated. Run up after his bowls and jump and shout and do all the things. That's actually, I think it's good. I think it's good to see that emotion in the sport. And they know how to channel it for themselves. So they get their tail up and they play better and better and better, and they just stop missing. So there's a mix. The Nationals are a good opportunity to see the mix of bowlers that we have, Dave.
Down there, mate. So
Paulson won't be
Mike
happy
puts
with
your jack
that
down
last
there,
bowl.
drawing through
The
there.
first two were fantastic.
Mm.
Last one went
Fast,
way
yeah.
behind the jack, didn't it?
The only positive for her is it stayed on the
That's a
rink.
bit of
So
line,
if the
mate.
jack
Speed
gets
looks
moved
good,
back,
I
it
think.
might be helpful. We'd rather people talk about you'd rather a bowl miss heavy than short,
on,
because at
Mary.
least if it's
Hold
heavy,
on, buddy.
it might be useful. Oh, Mary
Oh.
Campbell.
Good try.
He's made it worse.
Yeah, she has, and she was a quarter of a bowl, like 2 or 3 inches away from making it a lot better than that. So she'll be disappointed with that shot.
Just drawing with confidence.
Or the result, not the shot. She played it well.
If I get the jack, before they do. Yeah.
Other semi-final, 6-2 to Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield now after 6 ends, Dave. It's ticking along over there.
See what.
A little bit slower. We're in this particular TV contest. We're actually, I wouldn't say we're racing through it, but we're a little bit further through.
Just taking the natural amount of time, aren't they, Dave? Just sort of walking down to the end, looking at it, playing the bowl. There hasn't been a huge amount of discussion over the head.
And what is Takapuna's Selena Goddard going to do here? She's got plenty of options.
Yeah, we'd say she's consolidating the head. You're trying to just make it, you're holding the shot already, so you're just trying to put another bowl close and make it more difficult for Debbie and great name, Debbie and Mary to get themselves out of the head. And she had the right weight there, but a bit tight.
And just knocked one of her teammates' bowls just slightly off. But again, it is Leanne Poulson there just to the right of the jack, sitting very nicely.
And Debbie White on the forehand. So not necessarily looking for the shot with this bowl, but looking to make the head better for when she does get the shot. So she's been asked to play her forehand.
It's going to go, mate.
Yeah, and Debbie's saying, oh, it's just going to swing across. So possibly a little bit too much weight and not quite enough green there with that bowl, Dave. It's a disappointing shot to play.
And Goddard with her second. Very smooth in the delivery there. What?
Yeah, she's got almost, she'd have just about the best delivery in the game at the moment, I would say. Selena, she
running it
practices
down,
and
supporting
practices.
it. Oh.
Tell you what, her heart will have skipped a beat there.
And you could see Leanne Poulson was like, how did that miss everything?
Oh dear. We'll see Debbie look to make a correction here on her forehand side. Better effort here, Dave. She's taken more green. When's it going to turn is the question.
No.
And it hasn't turned, it seems. And they've got her doing a lot of walking. She's back down to the mat for her third.
Yeah, so the issue Debbie and Mary have is Debbie's played 2 bowls and the head hasn't got any easier to get points out of. You like to try and make it easier every bowl you play should make the next one easier. And just sort of the first one went underneath, and the second one held that little bit. So it'll be interesting to see what's left to play with Debbie's last bowl, her third one, as we see Selena on the back end. Not far away here, swooping across.
Again, she missed just about everything. Superb bowl, but just didn't quite connect with anything.
I suspect what we're seeing is as the sun has come out and the green dries a little bit, it might be speeding up. It might be getting that little bit quicker, Dave. So the players will make that adjustment, but it may be that the green, you need to take a little bit more green than we have in the first 5 or 6 ends.
Not out there, mate.
Debbie White expressing a bit of frustration. Hopefully, for their case, hasn't knocked Selena in for 2. We'll see. Hard to get indication from the leads there. See what Mary puts up on the board. 8, 9. Yeah, so unfortunate there from Debbie. A little bit wide and snicking in one of Selena and Leanne's bowls for 2. So Selena and Leanne now take a 9-4 lead after 8 ends.
Again, we haven't seen the big point scoring. It's just a 1 or a 2, and moving the jack onto the line there. Oh, a little subtle touch, another little, not that way. Very subtle touch there.
On blade of grass. That's the first time, Dave, we've seen a team score 2 ends in a row. The first time we've seen some momentum come up.
That's right, yeah.
We've got a 1 followed by a 2, Selena and Leanne. So they'll be looking to make it 3 now.
I mean, they're staying well within the timing of, what was it, 2.5 hours?
Oh, they'll get it well finished within then, yes, for sure.
So the 1s and 2s, picking up the 1 and the 2 isn't the issue at the moment, but, you know, they'd love to wrap it up a little bit more with a 3 or a 4 thrown in there, wouldn't they?
That's the thing, and once they start getting some momentum from their point of view, they go, well, it's the first time any team in this game has scored 2 ends in a row. Why not make it 3 unanswered ones or 4? Whereas Debbie and Mary will be like, well,
they're still there.
Let's not go down that track. So it's been well contested, but the first time we've seen a little break in the game, and that's a great shot there from Mary Campbell. That's a statement of intent there. Really good.
Of course, this is the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs at the Stoke Bowling Club.
Yes, and what we will do, Dave, is stay on this one. The streaming will remain on this one link for the entire day. So we'll cover the 3 games and we'll say goodbye after the first one and put on like a waiting screen so people can go get a cup of tea and a biscuit while we wait for the next one to come through.
That was almost an inside-out swing there on the delivery. I guess she went for the back end, but almost swung it around, it looked like.
Yeah, she's got a nice delivery, but sort of not as conventional as the other 3, I would say, Dave. Does the same thing every time.
You look at that,
It doesn't need any help,
and
mate.
he takes it on, what would that be, a backhand, but then almost seems to swing her arm, her delivery arm, around the other way.
Yeah, it's like a bit of a swoop. You see that action sometimes. And the other one you see, I'm not sure, Debbie does it a little bit. There's some people like flick their wrist on the backswing.
And does that help? Does it help with any sort of, a backswing or any sort of delivery?
The logic is when you walk and you swing your arms on the back, your hand doesn't go straight back, it turns a little bit.
Right.
So the logic is it's a more natural delivery action. The Australians used to do it a lot in the 80s. I think it's probably just an affection. You know, it's something that you learn as a habit, and if it works for you, it works for you.
Interesting.
Something like that anyway, Dave, as we see on the backhand side here, Mary Campbell's bowl just dying in the rough. Just as I said, I thought the green was speeding up. We now see 5 short bowls.
Exactly. Although it's interesting that we have 5, I wouldn't say blocking the view. We do have 1 bowl that is distinctly blocking the view of the jack. There you go from Selena Goddard. She can probably from the other end She wouldn't be able to see too much of the jack, would she?
No, she wouldn't be able to, and that's why the practice is so important. And these players just know after you've come down from the skips end, they just have it fixed in
A
their
little bit of a
mind.
conversation there from Poulson and Campbell. A little bit of a chat, looking at each other.
We see Selena here, one down on the head.
And where is Poulson from? What sort of area is she from?
Pakuranga
Right.
Bowling Club. Sort of plays at a few different clubs around the place.
And the Pakuranga Bowling Club.
Papakura.
Papakura, there you go. You're getting corrected on that one.
It's early in the morning. I've only had one coffee. But she's sort of played a number of places. She's been a really keen bowler. She's quite a junior bowler. I think probably only been playing 6 or 7 years.
Okay.
Still within the
Selena's
first
high on that
8
side?
years of her bowling career. And I think in her 4th year won the New Zealand Open, which used to be staged at by Auckland Bowls. So well performed, a very keen sports person, and does lots of practice and deserves sort of the spaces that she's got into.
I believe that Auckland Bowls has got a former cricketer coming on there.
They do, yes. He started this week.
Mr. Bartlett.
How's the weight here? Not quite managed it. Yes, no, it'll be exciting to see. Bowls Auckland's one of the biggest centres in New Zealand, and they've got lots of potential. So I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of that centre in the coming years, and a good person to kickstart it with. Selena on the forehand side, one down on the head, 5 up on the card.
And doing the walk down following a bowl.
Oh, she looks a bit narrow. She's going to hope for a little bit of luck again, Dave. A wick off this one.
She's got
And
the
around
luck,
the
I think.
corner.
Oh. Well,
You can't really say she was unlucky, can you?
no. I mean, she got the luck in the end to bounce off, but not quite be able to remove the blue ball right in front. And she's going to do that extra walking. She's getting her 10,000 steps out of this one.
Yeah, certainly. As we see Debbie on the back end, looking just to get one close. I think the green is changing. We've seen the players just trying to find different lines. Debbie needs this one to hold up a little bit. Inside out off the white, just underneath. Good weight.
And Goddard taking a little look from front on.
I think it's worth having a nibble at this one, Dave. The only shot that Mary and Debbie have is the shot bowl, which is the blue one at 12 o'clock.
Yep.
Selena and Leanne have 2nd, 3rd and 4th shot. You may as well just have a nibble at the front blue.
Leanne Poulson just giving an indication they're getting down low. And the head nod from Goddard.
You give yourself a real chance here. There's all the chances in the world. You've got all the shots around the head. You may as well try and remove that blue bowl, and if you're wide or narrow, things could happen. As we see the bowl. Close to something. Yep, right in the target area here is Selena Goddard.
There's that bounce off. She's used that so well. It's like a pinball shot. Bounces off one, bounces off another.
One to come, Leanne. Oh, 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 oh.
No.
That was
out the way.
stressful.
Don't clean it up yet. What would happen if she did?
The opposition team could replace the head however they saw fit.
Okay.
So you could technically put like 6 of your bowls around the jack, but that wouldn't be great. So they'd probably agree. Generally what would happen is if, say, you moved the head and I was the opposition, we'd go, well, where do we think the bowls were? And I sort of get final say as to where they are, and we replace the head as we remember it being.
Interesting.
Sometimes the players might call an umpire to help mediate that. It might be that you replay the end, but usually the bowls are just replaced roughly where they were put on, and if both teams agree, you move on with life.
I mean, it'd be a silly thing to do, but in the excitement that
It's
we almost
happened.
saw there,
Yeah,
you know, you can easily just go, well,
yeah, it's happened. Usually a bit of sportsmanship is applied, and players we sort of agree on where the bowls were, and it's all happy days.
because when you're putting your foot there as a marker, I'm sure you can easily knock a bowl out of the way.
That's something to be watched as well, and you sort of pay attention to. The other issue that used to be had in the old days was stomping. So you chase your bowl up, and if you beat your bowl they used to sort of stomp on the green to make like a divot or something for the ball to run over. So there's bits in the laws that specifically talk about that.
Oh, that's quite specific.
It's not a problem anymore. It's been
No.
probably 50 or 60 years, but it was something that used to happen. See, Debbie White on the backhand, on the probe here. She's going for the jack or the bowl. As Mary Campbell watches it, we'll watch her reaction underneath the head.
Oh,
It's gone badly for a well-played
yeah,
bowl.
it has. So how many are we on there? It should be 2, 3, 2.
I think 3.
Let's listen out.
3 there, and that was an interesting head. We saw Selena play the percentages. She got a good result with her last bowl, but was in the area, and Debbie White was as close as Selena was, but unable to get a good result. And 3 there. So we see now, I would call it a significant gap. There's been 3 ends in a row that Selena and Leanne have scored, which is a bit of momentum. They've scored 6 points in those 3 ends, and now lead 12 points to 4, with only 8 ends to go, so they're more than halfway. They'll be feeling the more comfortable pairing out there at the moment.
And Leanne Poulson with her first bowl of this end. And interestingly, you're saying that she's inexperienced at stuff as such. Whereas it's quite funny when you see someone who's still in their 20s, Selena Goddard as the more experienced competitor,
Oh,
more
for sure.
experienced teammate.
For sure. That is interesting. That's one of the interesting dynamics that can happen in bowls, because it's a sport that a wide range of ages can play. You need to be a little bit fit, but just enough to last a day. And sort of if you can let go of a bowl close to the ground so you're not dumping it too much, you can start up the game in your 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s and be called a junior. You do see some interesting dynamics in the teams, but I quite like it. I think it adds a bit of colour to the sport, a different flavour to it, as we see Leanne on the forehand again. Watching this bowl intently. Beautiful line with her first bowl, so she just needs to correct her speed, her weight. As we see how much is it going to keep going. Good shot. That's well played there from Leanne Poulson. Lovely leading.
Speeding yours, through, just under your own, through to here.
And Debbie White with the very specific instructions.
Yeah, we've seen that from Debbie, haven't we? Quite clear instructions as a skip.
Animated about it as well, using her hands and feet, and also her voice. That is going to go too deep.
That's good.
No, it holds up.
Sneak that bowl again, you got another goodie.
So they're looking to achieve different things here, the two teams. Selena and Leanne are protecting an 8-point lead. So we'll just see them put bowls there or thereabouts. There won't be a lot of shot play from them. They don't need to score numbers. They're just going to try and make sure that they drop ones at the most, 1s and 2s at the most. Whereas we may see Debbie get a bit more aggressive with Mary's third bowl. We may see her ask Mary to move stuff around. Like here could be a good example. Debbie might be tempted.
This is good though. This is another top bowl.
Debbie may ask Mary to hit this.
So you just draw to there, you won't be far away.
Not.
Just slip under your own.
I was seeing what would happen. But we just may see a change in game plan from Debbie and Mary. Because they are 8 points down, so they need to be scoring.
So who's the stronger on the drive between Debbie and Mary?
I would expect Debbie to be, as she's the skip and sort of has, she won the national singles 2 or 3 years ago, so she'll be comfortable on the drive.
Oh, that's work though.
Well done.
No, maybe not. It's still got one of Leanne Poulson's bowls as the closest to the jack at the moment, it looks.
Yeah, so they're crossing over. Debbie's one down, and she needs to try and find a way to score here. You've got eight ends left and 8 points to get. So the equation is 8 ends in a row at 1, which is unrealistic. So they're probably thinking Debbie probably needs to score in 2s and 3s. If Selena scores in 1s and 2s, and you'll be close at the end. So Debbie will be looking to score on this end for sure.
So if you were Debbie White here, when are you going to bring out the drive? On your first, second or third?
Conventional wisdom would be your first bowl because you get 2 bowls to clean up the mess or to recover. So we talk about the first bowl of the skip and the pairs being the one that you want to be making a change in general. It changes game per game, but yeah, conventional wisdom would be the first bowl where you want to be aggressive. Same in singles, it's your third bowl where you get more aggressive.
What is Goddard with the first bowl from this end?
Here we go. Lovely delivery. And she's just looking, so they've got the shot. They don't need to score more than one, Dave, so they're just looking to put bowls where the jack may end up, and that's a pretty good shot there from Selena. We'd call that a cover bowl, or just a protection
Try
at
and
the
get
back.
a little connection on you, eh?
But would you try and go on the forehand or the backhand here? Seems there's more space on the backhand.
Yeah, it sort of comes down to personal preference. Debbie indicating she's not driving with this one anyway. She's looking just to get a little connection on Mary's. Often on the drive shot, players find there's one hand that they drive better on. Often it's the backhand, and that's a disappointing bowl there from Debbie.
Just drawing now.
And because the drive's going straight up the green, they usually pick their
Yes,
favoured hand for that. Taylor Horn, for example, won the New Zealand singles and just drives on his backhand, and is incredible. He's just incredible, a backhand driver, and he can sort of take it from a different space to make it do different things.
In general terms, a backhand drive is rarer than a forehand?
Bowlers tend to prefer their backhand for whatever reason.
Oh.
Because you're going across your body, not away from it, so it becomes sort of an easier thing to get the delivery right on. Unfortunately for Debbie, she's actually blocked the drive with her first bowl. So we'll see 2 draw bowls here, I think, Dave. I don't know.
Does this have the weight on it?
Mary giving it a real good look. She'd just be wanting some connection, like the amount of bowls it's been. That was just a bowl narrow. It seems to have happened a lot where they've missed by minor amounts, and you just hit fresh air, and that can be so frustrating as a team.
Well, at the moment, it looks like 1 for Goddard and Poulson.
Yeah.
Saying that's a 1 at the moment?
Yeah, I think it's 1. I think Mary's bowl that you can see at 10 o'clock would be second shot. So Selena just looking for second shot here. Ah, she's clocked into that. That's fine. It's another bowl in the eye. We'd call it mud in the eye there. And Debbie, a third chance. I mean, they've lost the last 3 innings in a row. I think
they're about to lose another one.
Yeah, she's going to need to pull something special out of the bag here. And you want to stop the rot, really, as Debbie gives it a go. Now, Mary giving this one a look. This is a real opportunity here. Debbie's close to something. Willing it to hold that little bit. What a shot there from Debbie White. That is brilliant stuff.
Wow. We were saying that Goddard and Poulson had effectively won that end. Instead, it switches around completely.
It's 9:30, Mary. For the record.
Debbie's saying 9:30. It's actually 9:26, Debbie. And I think that's the first time that they've had a good connection.
And there's a smile there on Mary's face.
A lovely bowl there from Debbie White. And that there, I think, for me, is what you see with the players that have had the success that Debbie has, for example. It was not a hopeless situation, but a situation where it would have been so easy just to not focus quite so much on your last bowl. They would have dropped the fourth end in a row. They would have gone further behind in the game, and it's just not a good time. She got herself up, played a good shot, scored 2. Now the difference is 6 points with 7 ends to go. Yeah,
with 7 ends to go, you can say that 12-6. It's a chance.
Still a chance, absolutely.
If they had lost even by 1 and it had gone to 13-5, well, that would just seem, I wouldn't say too far off, but it would certainly be a lot more difficult and mentally as well, just to come back from that.
And psychologically, having, you don't want to drop, they would have, at that point, they would have dropped 4 ends in a row. And it becomes, losing and winning becomes a habit. You lose 4 ends in a row, it can be a real challenge to come back from. So a great shot there from Debbie White to keep this game well and truly alive.
That's the one you're following down, aiming to beat, mate.
Debbie just saying to Mary, follow Leanne's last one down, please. Doing a fair effort of that. Down to the weight now from Mary Campbell.
Let go now. Yeah, that's really good, Mary. Well played,
Great
mate.
bowl. And the other semi-finals.
Drops there nicely.
Dave, sorry, is 9-2 to Paris and Olivia after 9 ends. So Paris and Olivia have extended a 7-point lead there with at the halfway mark.
And that is Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield against Kay Hammond and Diane Holland.
That's right. And they are the current reigning Australian Open pairs champions, Paris and Olivia.
And the winner of that contest will take on Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd in the semi-final, which will be our Telva semi. You could see there
Yep,
that just came
so
in, just
back
tapped
line,
against
drawing down through there
the
again.
Mary Campbell bowl. And Selena Goddard really well, helping it along as such.
On the lean, and Mary
Yep.
didn't let this one go as nice as she
Good.
would have liked. I think
Good
it's
goodies.
underneath the line.
Wouldn't
Say
change
la
a thing,
vie, such
mate.
is life. Just you, as a lead, you write those ones off every now and then. Something comes out of your hand a bit funny. You go, well,
Yeah.
sorry, Skip. We'll see. Leanne, she was so close with her last bowl. I'd expect to see her go pretty close again, Dave.
Let's see how she's going to be able to bring it around, though.
How much is it going to turn back? Looks like she's added, I think she added a bit of weight there to play with a bit more purpose, but kept that same line that she played with her second one. And so we see on the crossover, Debbie holding. And whilst Mary hasn't played poorly,
Good stuff. Good
often on the crossover, Debbie has been one or two down, so she's had to play those conversion
she's had
shots
the
if she
pressure.
wanted to score.
Yeah, the pressure has really been on Debbie White more so than Mary Campbell in the end. And that's what we saw at the last end, where she came up with the sensational bowl to actually grab the point away from Goddard and Poulson.
Yeah, incredible shot there it was from Debbie White as we see her first bowl here. Desperately looking to draw a second shot here, will Debbie White be? Tossing her bowls duster around a little bit in the air. Some people, that's a good sign. It's hard to tell. Seamus Curtin tosses his bowls duster if he thinks he's played a good bowl. Slightly overplaying it. As we see Selena Goddard on the back end as well. This isn't far away, Dave. She's looking for connection on the bowl or the jack. Is it going to hold up long enough? Great shot there. Brilliant. Pop the jack back, so she should be holding one to Leanne Poulson's bowl that you can see at sort of, what is that, 1 o'clock on the screen?
So how does this change now for Debbie White? She has the jack way over to the side, way over to the back.
Yeah, so we talked about it early in the game, didn't we, Dave, where the jack's been now sort of moved off regulation distance, so to speak, off centre. So Debbie having to change everything up and get one as close as she can. That's not bad.
Gone fairly close.
I think she's drawn one, so that's good. So although it's not super close, at least you always want to make your opposition play a bowl to be scoring. And Selena opting to play the forehand side. So looking to follow Debbie down. It's interesting. It would have been a 50-50 opportunity for her. It would have been tempting to play the backhand too, because you just have to beat the shot bowl. So it's 6-1, half dozen the other for Selena, and opting to follow Debbie down and not doing a bad job at it if she can clear the front one.
Has she cleared it? Yes, she has.
Or we'll look for an indication from the
let's have a
leads.
look at the... We're going to do a finger test. We're going to get our slide rule on that one, I think.
Tell us, Mary.
Well, she's vocal.
Oh, we saw Leanne clap.
Right.
Oh, here comes the finger measuring.
Can't really tell from this angle.
I think I'm going to go for one to Debbie. And Mary literally saying, you do whatever you want.
Yeah. Wow.
It does look safe. Yeah, you go.
So would you swing it around on a forehand or a backhand?
I think if I was playing, I'd play the backhand, which is to the right on the screen, because if you miss, you're hitting your own ball up.
I've just played
and
one
closer
here.
to the jack.
I'll stay here, eh?
Whereas Debbie, her logic, which is sound, is I've already played one on the forehand, I'll do it again. So the reason she's opting to play her forehand is because she's already put one close, so it's minimal correction, whereas the backhand she'd have to change everything up. So that's the decisions, that's the sort of stuff that goes through the heads. It's often very much a 50-50 call. And Debbie giving this one a real chance. If she can just touch her own bowl, she'll be happy. Or even hold up and sit off that one. Oh, slightly underplayed there. And
So at the moment, she'd be on a 1.
we think so. We'll find out.
It looks fairly tight there. And let's hear what Leanne Poulson thinks about it.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Do we have third shot?
Indicating that she's one down, and Selena asking if we have third shot. And the logic with that will be if Selena can remove the shot bowl that sits at 12 o'clock.
So how does
It
Selena's
looks quite nice down there,
first
but,
bowl, where she hit the jack, count compared to what we're seeing here from Debbie White?
Yeah, so Selena's first
Are you happy
bowl's
for
now
me to
sort of
just
shy
try
of the
a
head.
free swing
Just
over there,
move the
nothing
jack
crazy?
back. Oh, what's she saying?
How far away is the third shot? Okay.
That
So
seems a bit wider than what it looks.
yeah, so Selena opting to play on her backhand, and she'll play weight that if she connects onto the shot bowl, it'll remove it from the head, and if she connects onto the actual trail into the ditch. So she'll be 1 metre, 2 metres over here. It's a nice port there, so she's got stuff she can connect with. This is a well played bowl here from Selena Goddard, looking for anything. I mean, you take that, don't you?
Wow, that's superb.
Not exactly what she was playing for, but she was in the area with good weight. And 2 there to Selena Goddard. And if it's your day, sometimes it's your day, Dave. And
Yeah, that was superb. Uses. I'm not saying she was intending to use the bounce off, the click off there, but it worked very well, didn't it?
yeah, it did work well. You'd call that, yeah, well, I'd be reticent to call it lucky. She played it with the right weight in the right area and got a result that she didn't nominate. But it was a well-played bowl, so she'll be happy enough with 2. On a day where stuff wasn't working for her, she would have played it well and it would have gone badly. Like we've seen in an overthrown jack there, a bit of adrenaline maybe from Leanne.
Lucky you.
Yep. Oh no, it stopped. It must have stopped just on the thing. But we've seen Debbie play some well-played bowls and get bad results, and conversely, Selena played a good bowl.
Now, this is quite a distance with the jack as well, so it's going to be interesting to see how much power they're going to be able to use and whether they'll get to distance initially.
Yeah, it'll be from 2 metre to 2 metre, so it's the longest a length can get on a game of bowls.
And as we've onto the 13th of 18 ends.
Yeah, I doubt this was on purpose, Dave. I think Selena and Leanne would have been hoping to throw the jack to their normal length. They've gone well on their normal length, so it would have been a mistake.
Over here to my foot.
And some of these distances that are pointed out by bowlers are almost like the how big was my fish that I caught.
Good to there, bud.
That's very accurate. And it becomes more so in the bar afterwards, Dave, when we talk about how the heads have gone.
Change over, mate.
Exactly.
You draw a couple down there.
So yeah, 14-6 lead to Selena and Leanne. They'll be pleased with how this game is progressing for them.
So what would be some of the higher scores that you could see out of an 18? And what are some of the ones that you've seen over the years?
I've seen games go to 30 plus in the past. There is, it's not a mercy rule, but often if it's mathematically impossible,
You come down there,
people
mate.
usually sort of
Looks
shake
easier.
hands, go inside and have a drink. So the games don't often get play out to their full.
Yeah, so they don't go to
conclusion.
the full 18 ends or when you get to 30 plus, I guess. Unless for somehow, no, it couldn't really be that close, could it?
No, the only time we see it happen is in section
Right,
play
very
when you
hard
have
here,
to play
mate.
the ends out and it comes back to ends and points.
That's
Yes.
really
So I
good,
think
Mary.
yesterday,
Good ball,
Joe
mate.
and Val,
Well
for
done.
example, won a game
Let's
35,
try a jack
4 or
level,
5,
so,
and they would have
I mean,
had to keep
you only
playing
need that
because
when
it's
you're
important
last.
into post section. So yeah, sometimes you see it, but sort of, I'll be surprised if a game got to more than 40 points over 18 ends. Leanne on the backhand. Lovely delivery. Selena, very interested with this one.
Mate.
Very close, little feather.
Bloody-
Oh, just in between. You could see the emotion
First, Mary, like you're just drawing
from
down to here. You can
Selena
sit in your
Goddard
own,
there.
just trail
Emotional
that
roller
jack a
coaster.
foot. Tuck it up.
and the very specific instructions from Debbie White. A little bit of a bump on that bowl.
It's Mary. Lovely line.
Stays on, it's good.
As we watch this bowl,
Good.
good shot there. She'll be happy with that. So she hasn't drawn the shot, but it means that when Debbie gets to the head, she can afford to move the jack back because you've got a bowl at the back to take it to. So it's not always about scoring the shot with the bowl in your hand. It can sometimes be about making it easier. So they are holding one there, but like there's movement, it's a protection sort of thing. If Debbie moves the jack back a metre, you can make it even 3, and that is the equation. They are 6-14 down. They need to be scoring multiples at this stage from Debbie's point of view.
And we can see to the right of your screen the other semi-final. Of course, that is Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield against Kay Hammond and Diane Holland. The winner of that contest will go through to take on Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd.
And what a combination that is as well.
Yeah, it's not
Kirsten
bad.
and Mandy both played for their country.
Oh, that just stopped dead, didn't it?
Great effort there. So Debbie holding on to one, but she'll be looking to draw a second shot here.
And we'll keep you up to date with some scores coming from that other quarterfinal very shortly. We'll see a lot of bowls very close to the jack. And we'll come up with a score on that one in just a few moments. In the meantime, this is Debbie White. Trying to bring that one around.
Willing this one to keep going. And that score still 9-5 after 10 ends, Dave. So they're just sort of taking their time in that semi-final.
We can't see. Everything's gathered in a clump almost right around the jack.
Sometimes when the heads do get that tight, you need to go and have a nosy for yourself and just make sure that you're making the right decisions.
Yeah. You can actually see another one just rolling and no, it stopped.
Here we go. Using the wick.
Oh, she does that beautifully, doesn't she?
She does, and she's been in the area, you know. You just know when your days go on when that happens. She's played well-played bowls. They're in the area, but Debbie's had some well-played bowls, and they've gone through some gaps. So sometimes it's just the luck of the green, with a little bit of birdie on your shoulder sort of thing. Debbie White here on the back end. Lovely track. Mary Campbell getting excited as we watch this bowl come into the head. Is it going to keep going? Great shot there. Beautiful bowl.
Yeah, that's superb, and that just takes just a few centimetres closer to the jack.
Just got that tenacity.
And Leon Poulson back to us at the moment, just taking a good look. It's a lot of, I guess, waving of hands. She gets down so low.
Yeah, how much weight?
So they're one down, they're 14-6 up. This is
What
about...
happens if I get onto mine?
And this is Goddard's last as well.
Mhm.
Okay. If I get it solid, is it hanging around?
No.
Okay.
So the question was?
If she gets her... She's talking about what happens if Selena hits her own bowl,
Okay.
playing a metre over. She's looking to make sure that she couldn't go from 1 down to 2 down there. And I think that after the questions have been asked and answered, she might play slightly less weight than what she was originally intending. Just looking to rest through the bowl rather than play it off. Because if she'd hit her... Oh, we'll just watch what this does, Dave. I think she's very close to what she intended. Great try there from Selena Goddard. A well-played bowl, but not to beat. And important here that Debbie gets another bowl. I mean, I know there's plenty of room. There's a whole sort of 10 inches of room there. But she'll be looking to get another bowl close because you need to score multiples at this point.
And what is Mary Campbell saying there? Just using her cloth to indicate it?
Yeah, probably saying draw that gap. And Debbie will look to miss wide because if she misses wide and hits Selena's bowl that we will be able to see in a second, if she hits Selena's bowl at 10 o'clock, it could hit the blue bowl up and over for 1. So you look to miss wide rather than narrow. That's the 2 ways she can get 2 points. And she's taken a beautiful line, but she hasn't quite got the weight there, does Debbie?
In the meantime, we can tell you that there seems to be some measurement going on in the other quarter-final. This is Baker and Bloomfield against Hammond and Holland.
Oh, Mary, take the mat back a bit.
Can't quite tell who was down on the ground there, but someone was on the ground doing some very precise measurement. So we'll let you know an updated score as it comes to hand from that other.
It would indicate that end's finished.
Yeah, it would indicate, but boy, the marking was going on, the measuring was going on, and it was down on the knees.
Can get some pretty complicated stuff. In Australia, they've got some even strange, and it's no surprise, they've got some even stranger measuring equipment than we have in New Zealand. They've got like an orbital measure. So you put this contraption over top of the jack, and from that extends like an adjustable pole. And it goes from the jack to the bowls and sort of around in a circle. Very unusual, very Australian thing to invent.
Very, by the sounds. But in the meantime, this jack is quite short on this one here, Alex.
Yeah, and they've decided on that, Debbie and Mary. They've scored again to get it to be 7-14. So they will have decided to try and vary the length of the jack and see if they can throw.
So just to upset the rhythm, is that right?
Yeah, that's how it goes. They've certainly been scored on less ends than Selena and Leanne, so I feel like that the momentum is with Selena and Leanne. So you often, if you have control of the jack, try and change the length and just see if you can upset them and change it around.
Good there, mate.
There was, of course, the singles final, which we haven't spoken about that much.
Really good.
Just as Debbie tells Mary exactly where to go again, between Debbie and Selena Goddard and Carlton Cornwall Club in 2019. And Debbie was trailing 20 points to 11 to Selena. Selena was 20 points to 11 up in a race to 21.
That's good. And
won the game 21-20 in a great display. It was incredible. One of the most incredible national title wins I think anyone's ever seen from Debbie. She just plugged away and showed that tenacity.
But from Selena, how did she come back from that?
It must have hurt, You know,
something like that hurt.
Selena's gone on to win national titles since then.
I think she's got about a dozen national titles.
Not quite a dozen, but heaps.
Yeah, there you go.
And it sort of shows you the mental strength of Selena, but also from Debbie's point of view,
really need to roll
I think
any
it must be
closer,
great to know that you can do
You're
that.
drawing down here, you're looking just to beat yours down into here, you get a little jack movements, all good.
Even in this situation, she's 14-7 down. If I was her, I'd go, well, I was 20-11 down in the national singles final, and I found a way to come back and win that. Anything is possible. So,
although they have only been in 1s and 2s. In fact, we've had a 1 and a 1. Has it been 1 and 1?
We've seen they've scored 2 2s and 3 1s on Debbie's side, and the other one we've seen 2 3s for Selena's team. So obviously they've got work to do, but you'll feel like anything's possible.
I mean, it's a slow work. It's a slow chipping away at the score. Remember that we're on the 14th end of 18 now, so it's they're leaving it a little bit late.
Yeah, the pressure will begin to ramp up, and to use like a cricket analogy, there'll be a required run rate. It'll be the amount of points that you need to score an average an end to get through. So what's it, 7 points and 5 ends or something at the moment.
And we should just check if you've had a score come through to you from the other quarterfinal. Not yet.
That's a great question.
We know that we have had a very close end completed in the other quarterfinal.
Yeah, and it was a 3 to the other team there, the non-leading team. So it's 9-8 to Paris and Olivia after 11 ends in that semi-final. It's tightening right up.
Indeed.
Exciting stuff. Stoke Bowling
Meanwhile,
Club.
There's a lot of directions, a lot of pointing here between Mary and Debbie. And Debbie just making her way down for her turn at bowl. And Selena Goddard down there already.
Looking like they've decided to play the forehand side, but just to our left as we see it, Dave. Because it looks more open, I think. There's no bowl short on the forehand side, so it should be easier just to draw a bowl close.
And it's obviously got a little bit warmer outside. It's a little bit of a breeze, though, but we do have Selena Goddard removed the jacket. She's in the T-shirt now.
And the North Island apparel. We had the North-South, I was going to say a few weeks ago, but it might be longer. And Leanne and Selena are both in that team. As we see this bowl, Debbie's walked away from it almost immediately.
No, she won't be happy with that, will she?
Disappointing there from Debbie White. Just sort of
and even turning away, herself. You can see turning away, just taking her mind off her last bowl, which she wasn't happy with.
That's good stuff from Debbie, really. As we see Selena's bowl now. She's one down on the head to that blue bowl of Mary Campbell's. Whoa! Missing the jack, so they still hold on.
That was so straight for so long. It took a long time to get any turn, didn't it?
It did. It did take a long time, and we saw where she finished was sort of a metre or two past the jack. Probably heavier than she was wanting to be.
Well, it might have been okay if the jack was further back.
And we did mention they changed the length up, didn't we, Debbie and
Yes.
Mary? So maybe it's a result of that. Is Debbie, what a great bowl. That's beautiful stuff there from Debbie White. And sitting down. It's better sitting down than standing up.
Indeed.
Good stuff. So holding 2 there, Debbie and Mary.
Want the same weight as
Well,
my
this is,
pair?
again, the chipping away.
Okay.
They are. Just
It's not over yet. Still 2 more bowls for Goddard. However, it is just the chipping away.
And they're giving themselves the opportunity to score now. We see these heads now sort of earlier on. Debbie and Mary are holding shots, whereas for a portion of that game, they crossed over down and stayed down the entire time. As we see Selena here willing this bowl to hold up.
Not quite.
Not to be. She was looking just to sit Debbie's one up and over. So now there's a decision to make, Dave, because Debbie and Mary are holding 2 on the head. They're 7 down on the card. Do you add a 3rd bowl on and make the target bigger? Or do you go past the head to where the jack might end up if Selena plays a good bowl?
So we have the obvious bowl of white, which is just in front of the jack. The second pointer, is that to the left?
It is, yeah. It's the one that sits at 7 or 8 o'clock on the screen. That blue will be the second shot. So they're holding those 2.
So if everything stayed the same here for Goddard, you'd want to remove the blue ball and just make it a 1?
Yeah, well, we'd see a similar weight played to her first bowl, and she'd look just to be in that target area. So she moves the blue bowl, it's good. If she hits the black, it's good because the jack might move back. So she'd play a similar one to the first one. So that's the danger area past the head for Debbie. And her decision, Debbie's decision, was do I add a 3rd bowl and make the target bigger, or do I go past the head where the jack might end up? And she's opted to go past the head, which is wise. On the backhand. We see the foot placement again, Dave. Communication between the bowlers. To where Mary's foot was, and she's close here as Debbie White. That's a good bowl. She's played 2 good bowls to finish with in this end. That's good stuff. It means that Selena has to be a bit more wary of her weight. If she plays the same way as the first bowl and hits the jack back.
She takes a look, Selena Goddard, from front on. And a long look.
Be interesting to see what's decided upon here, really, Dave. Selena and Leanne 2 down. I'd be tempted just to try draw a second shot. We know how good Selena is. You know, if you draw to that blue bowl and you sit down, you only drop a 1. If you draw the shot, that's better.
Selena Goddard just dancing around the other bowls, making sure she doesn't knock anything as she continues to take an extra long look, walking backwards down the green.
I'll be intrigued to see what they'll for. See another measure going on in that semi-final.
It's another close one, down on the ground again.
They look like they are assisting each other with the measuring there, Dave.
It does. That is, of course, Baker and Bloomfield against Hammond and Holland.
And Selena, is she lining up is she going to have a nibble at this? She might be playing a run shot on the backhand side. I think we're going to see some weight here. Just watch this bowl.
Oh, it's got a bit of pace.
Down.
No. It missed everything.
Whew.
It was straight as an arrow, absolutely straight, and missed everything. So we're going for a 2?
Yeah, 2 there. And that's good from Debbie and Mary as they just sort of...
How many in a row now? Is that 3 in a row?
It's 2 in a row, but 3 out of the last 4.
Right.
Really, eh?
Just, as we said, chipping away, slowly, slowly.
Good stuff there. So the only question now is how soon will the ends run out? And they've played, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 ends played. So this is the 14th one now. 5 to go. Trail by 5. So that required run rate has come right down. It's 1 an end now. And this game becoming very interesting as we see the short end again, Dave.
Yes, well, look, we had, and we even said the run of form was going with Goddard and Poulson. And another short jack on this one, as we see Mary Campbell, that is.
Very interesting stuff. It's been an intriguing game, and it's been a battle, and it's not like, I think to be fair to Debbie and Mary, it's not like they've been playing poor bowls. We've seen Debbie be right in the area a number of occasions and just hit fresh air or get bad results, whereas Selena was right in the area and got good results. So maybe the worm's beginning to turn, and I think they've played similar a similar level. I think Mary has probably stepped up a little bit in the last half of the game.
And we'll give you an update from the other rink in just a moment, the other quarterfinal, where we've seen a lot of measuring done in the last couple of ends.
Yes.
So we will come back
Very
with
good.
that in just a moment. That is a very, very good
Sort of ignoring yours.
bowl from
playing into the
Leanne
pocket
Poulson.
here.
Paris and Olivia dropped a 4 on that end, Dave. So that game
Dropped a
is
4.
it swung around too. It's now 9-12 to the other pairing after 12 ends.
So that's Hammond and Holland who have come back.
Yes,
into
they
that
have.
one.
Yep, they're 12-9 up now.
I'm wondering how they could have dropped a 4 when
You're gonna have to change your mate.
there was
Yeah, just
competitors
behind.
down on the ground measuring it.
There must have been 4 slightly closer bowls than the other ones, but it looks like it's been a great game. Paris and Olivia were 9-2 up after 9. They haven't scored yet. Again, from 9-2, they now trail 9-12 after
You were saying
12
they are
ends.
the Australian Open.
They are the Australian Open Peers champions, so a great team. Paris and Olivia have won the Bowls New Zealand Champion of Champion Peers as well, as we see
You're gonna have to
Leanne
change too,
just
mate.
sneak past.
There's that. It's
You need
this
another
big.
good mat and a half on your last.
To be fair, sometimes as a skip, you want to impart a bit of information to your team,
That's where they come
and
from.
you use the tools at your disposal to do so, Dave. That's how I would put that, as we see Mary here on the back end. That's a lovely bowl, even if it
Alright,
doesn't
that's
stay
good.
around for shot. Good bowl.
You're just that far over. You get another close one.
I am loving that far over. Just extend your arms as wide as possible, even though it may only be 30 seconds.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to go from the ground up, so your hands sort of depends how short they are. And who you're playing with, I suppose. It's Leanne Poulson on the backhand, holding one. Looking like this bowl's just going to get caught out in the rough a little bit. No, it's coming back,
Oh, yeah.
coming back some way, more than I was expecting.
That was a late comeback.
I think the green is certainly, I mean, it almost looks like blue sky outside.
Oh man, just a blade, eh?
Oh, it's getting warmer.
Yeah.
Certainly, there's no more jackets spotted around.
Yeah, we may see the green just begin to speed up that little bit as we head towards the end of this day. Of course, there are 2 games to come after this day if we're going to cover the semi-final and the final of the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Peers.
Well said.
Thank
At
you.
the Stoke Bowling Club. It's a little bit of a mouthful, and you can see Digger there. Thank you very much for the sponsorship of this women's pairs. The tournament, formerly a singles event, and this first bowl here coming down from Debbie White.
Oh, she'll be disappointed with that one. God, she said it's such a lovely line. She would have let that go and thought, I'm on the perfect track, and then it just pulls up short.
I guess the only positive out of it is that it potentially blocks the view of the jack for Goddard. I don't think that's going to matter too much in the end. She knows where it is.
See this bowl here. Selena Goddard's. How much is it going to run? That's a great shot. That's brilliant stuff from Selena. Really good.
Yeah, she'll be happy with that. So now Debbie White has to do something special, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does, particularly for Selena's point of view, the fact they've lost 3 of the last 4 ends. She'll be wanting just to go, no.
Yeah.
We work to get in front. We're not going to be throwing our lead away.
Well, it's even if it's just one point that they get.
Even just scoring the end, yes,
yeah.
for sure. Yeah.
Just going into the 15th, as it will be. You want to just have that one back.
Absolutely. And Debbie, good line.
At the moment, they've got 2. If it stays like this, it looks as though they've got 2.
They do. Which would be a good end for the Goddard and Poulson combination at this point in the game. And Selena looking to put another bowl there or thereabouts. Looks like she's taken a high line at a glance, although we did see Leanne's bowl come back a lot. This one not going to do that. No, not quite. So she had good weight. She just pushed that one a bit wide, and Debbie really would be looking to try and score a shot here. She's going to play something pretty special. There's not much room.
Well, there's not much
This one looks to be
between
coming
nine
up
and
short.
too much.
I wonder if this is the end where Selena and Leanne feel like they might have sort of continued their march towards the semi-final, Dave.
Well, it's the final bowl of the 14th end. Goddard and Poulson ahead 14-9.
Yeah, it feels like
It looks like a 2 at the moment.
2 it will be. And we see Goddard and Poulson stop the rot, so to speak, and
And
extend their lead.
I can tell you in that other quarterfinal, they just seem to be glued to the jack. Again, you're going to have to get out that measuring device, that orbit thing or whatever you like, to try and come up with it, because it really does appear that they are just so close to the jack again.
Absolutely, as we see in shot there, Dave, Mike Kernahan, who is the head coach of Bowls New Zealand, with a cup of tea by the looks and
He's
a
been
bucket
around
hat.
the sport for a long time, hasn't he?
He has been. He certainly has been. The
And a
last,
few other sports as well.
yeah, it's the last male to have won a medal at the Commonwealth Games. In 2002, he got a bronze medal in the singles. That's the last time a man won a medal at the Commonwealth Games in New Zealand in lawn bowls.
Wow.
So it's time.
Now that is a great record.
Yeah, and it's great to have him on board as our head coach for Bowls New Zealand. It's good to have someone who's been there and done that in the space where he can help develop our high-performance athletes and other ones. And he'll be here watching this weekend because we do have a World Championships next year, Dave. So he'll be here watching just to see if there's any up-and-coming talent or how the current talent is going.
Well done, Leanne. Very good, buddy.
That's a nice start.
You
But
can get up to
when you
the
say
tee
up-and-coming
here with
talent,
the first one, mate.
I guess a lot of people think young talent, but it's not the case, as you're explaining, that
100%.
Leanne Poulson may not be the youngest in age. However, she is more of a junior in where she's rated, I guess, or
Yep.
where she's put.
Yep, absolutely. It's always been a sport where if you have the time and the dedication and a bit of natural ability or otherwise, and you dedicate yourself to it, you can do anything really. So there's a good chance here. There's people in our New Zealand team who've played in their 40s, 50s and 60s, and if you're good enough, you're good enough.
I'm still not rating my chances there, Alex, to improve.
Yeah. No comment there, Dave.
You don't need to choke on that.
Very good, Leanne.
Leanne,
Oh, that's nice.
this is great stuff.
I'll play,
Great
mate.
stuff from Leanne Poulson.
Yep, give yourself a chance up through there. What do you sort of want to try and get one just over the head here to have a chance with your next?
Lovely instructions there from Debbie White.
Yeah, good skipping there.
A little bit more difficult to actually do in practical terms, but the instructions were good.
Absolutely, and Mary giving it a fair effort here. If she's got the weight, she just needs to be. Really, you're looking for bowls past the head at this stage, Dave.
So
This one,
let's get out our
that's
calculators
pretty. You come over here,
and
it's really
say,
good.
what do White and Campbell have to do to actually win this now? Remembering that we've got, 3 ends, including this one.
This is the 15th end, so 15, 16, 17. So there's 4 ends of scoring
4 ends,
to happen.
including this, yes. So they
And-
would have to
Good
come
tricks,
up with,
mate.
If they got 2 points at end,
yeah, so they'll be okay.
they would win.
Well done, Leanne.
If we're realistic, they're probably going to drop
Goody
one
footy.
end.
Just going to say, you play
They
right
say they
through
drop
it.
a 2. They then need to find.
So they're effectively going to need a 3 in there somewhere.
I think they need to get 3 threes actually, because I think they're probably. It's unlikely that you're going to win 4 ends in a row. So I think 3 threes to draw it, and they play an extra end. It's what if I was Debbie and you do the arithmetic in your head, you think 3 threes is the call here.
Right. Well, Debbie White's going to have to pull out something pretty fantastic with these next 3 bowls, because at the moment they're down by 2 with one fairly close, probably 5 centimetres thereabouts away from the. You can see the chat there, Goddard and Poulson.
Yeah, so they're looking to protect. They'll be happy with the 1.5 that they've got.
Just one.
I think we'll see Celine probably go past the head just to the back because, excuse me, Debbie's almost definitely going to just be hitting the bowl. So if she kills the end, that's a win for Debbie, really, because you get another go at it. And I think, yeah, the arithmetic probably is for them 3 threes and they're on with half a chance.
We can have a look at, see if we
Leanne,
can
could you
get
give me
the
a
score
foot
through from
there
that other
on that side
quarterfinal
at
as well.
Stoke?
That is Baker and Bloomfield against Hammond and Holland.
14-9 after 13 ends in that game now, Dave. So we see Holland.
So there's still the comeback, Hammond and Holland, the comeback from them.
Yes, they've continued the comeback, so to speak, and they've gone to a 14-9 lead after trailing 9 points to 2.
That's a huge comeback.
It's incredible stuff. It's incredible stuff. I think, from my understanding, is that Baker and Holland have pulled the jack shorter, switched to a short end, and it's been working for them so far.
Well, you were expecting Goddard to go long.
Was she blocking or did she just slip? We'll call it an intentional block there, Dave. She's tried to get one in the
It's
way.
a very short block.
Here we go, we'll see. And
I don't think she was too happy with that one, actually.
Debbie, yeah, she see her Debbie's foot placement to the far left of the mat. That's to get the bowl to turn late.
And there's a lot of strength on that one.
She's close here. If she clears the front bowl, just underneath. Just underneath. And
Oh, she cleared all of
it's unfortunate
her
because,
teammates' bowls.
yeah, I believe all of their bowls are now off the rink. It's not an ideal result there
So,
for Debbie White.
Had the opposite effect.
Straw one there.
You can just see the way she's holding the bowl there. Fingers quite well spread.
Yeah, she's got quite small hands, Lena. So she's developed her grip to fit a size 3 bowl, I think. We spoke to her. She did a coaching video with us and explained her grip. As we see her just add another bowl in. She hasn't made the target any wider. That's a great shot there.
Yeah, I've got to try and pop it out this time.
Oh, it just sits nicely as well. What are you going to do, Debbie White?
Yeah. She'll be looking for a connection. So we see Debbie on the back end with less weight than her first one. Willing this bowl to turn back into the head. Willing it to hit something. Hit anything. Found
just
some
need
fresh
to
air.
don't give her
Well, it's not looking pretty at all
It's,
for White and Campbell.
yeah.
I think that's probably the best way of describing it.
I think that's probably the best way of describing it as well, Dave. Certainly, she's going to be 6 down with the last bowl. I don't know. I'll be intrigued to see what shot selection it is.
And for Goddard, she just needs to place her bowl just anywhere near it, really. I mean, they've got everything so close. I don't think she can get any closer.
As we see Selena on the forehand, so she's going to, she'll sit with 6 here.
Okay, so here's the big decision. Let's listen to the instructions. We're going to get any instructions.
No, she's straight into her work. It's essentially to keep the game alive, isn't it, Dave? Debbie on the backhand. Needs this bowl to do something, anything. Not far away. If it holds a little bit longer through the gap, not gonna be.
So is it a 3, 4?
I think it's a 4 for my money.
And that is that's just huge.
That's massive in the context of the game. I think it's almost insurmountable.
It probably kills it, doesn't it? Is there a mathematical chance to? Well, we'll have to bring out the
You
calculator.
trail
for
by
that one.
11 with 3 to go, so it's a chance, but you need to be scoring a 4 or 5 on this end. I think we'll see Debbie and Mary go one more end, and if they don't score 4 or more, we'll see a shaking of hands. And on that note, just so that viewers understand what's going to happen, because of some camera restrictions, we're unable to switch to the other semi-final at the completion of this game if it does finish early. So what will happen is Dave will sign us off, and then a post-section bracket will be put up onto the screen, and that will be updated when the other semi-finals finished. So if you're a keen-eyed viewer and want to pay attention and see what happens, just keep it up on your screen. There'll be no commentary, but the result will be put up, and we will return whenever I said we'd return.
Midday is
Midday.
the scheduled return.
We'll return.
The weather looks pretty good, so we should be sticking to that midday timing.
Yeah.
The other quarterfinal was Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield against Kay Hammond and Diane Holland. The winner of that will take on Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd, which is the semi-final we'll come back with.
Yep, and of course on the waiting screen there'll be a return time put up there as well for the viewers if that does change. So just keep the stream going on your television or whatever you've got it on this wonderful Sunday, and you'll be able to see the post-section results updated and a little line of text telling you what time it'll come back on.
And the winner of this contest, which I guess we're leaning towards Leanne Poulson and Selena Goddard against Debbie White and Mary Campbell. Well, the winner of this contest will take on Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory. And at the moment, well, 20-9, you can see 16th end. And there'll have to be something fairly remarkable for White and Campbell to come through on this one. It is the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs at the Stoke Bowling Club. The quarterfinal, semis a couple of hours away or thereabouts, and the grand final is scheduled at this stage for 2 p.m. Looks as though the weather will certainly hold. A bit of a breeze down on the rink at the moment, as this one comes around quite nicely in the end.
Yeah, good shot there for Mary. So the equation for Debbie and Mary, they trail by 11. You want to score a 4 this end, and then you need to score another 4, and then another 4. And you're fine, home and home.
That's sounding pretty tough there.
So we'll start off with 1-4 and move from there. They just do it in bits and pieces, but I think that certainly is a challenge. They've kept right in it though, Debbie and Mary. They've played a good game. It's been a good game to watch, pretty to and fro, and just that one end we saw before probably making the key difference, I think. I can report on the other semi-final, Olivia and Paris are off 9 points and up to 11, so it's now 11-14 that they trail.
Okay, well, they needed that because they'd just been dominating initially and then just found their lead had been not just chipped away, absolutely slumped away. And that was Hammond and Holland coming back nicely. And as we did mention, they'll take on the section winners, Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd, in the semi-finals a little bit later on today. In fact, from midday, so not too far away.
I'd prepare for from 11, Dave, if I was you.
You know me and my scheduled times. It's like in squash when the players want to get on with their matches earlier. Like, nope, you're not starting early. You can have your warm-up completed by then.
There you go. As we see Debbie on the back end. So we need a 4 here from Debbie and Mary, and it's looking like they've got one, so she needs this one to run that little bit further. I think it might be short, Dave.
It's
just out of the count there. Disappointing.
Come around too far, too short.
Selena on the back end. Not necessarily looking for the shot, so she's not on it. That's fine.
So
you know.
she's going to have a 1 there? No.
Tell me how Debbie is going to find a 4. That's what Selena will be thinking to herself.
I'm not sure it's completely possible. You have to do a lot of bouncing off other bowls.
There'd be lots of bits and pieces need to go in the right place.
It'd be like playing a snooker and getting every corner possible. And I don't think we're going to have it possible here, although it might be good though.
Clean run, is it? What's happened? Yes, great shot there from Debbie. Holding 2.
Around mine or under mine?
What are you going to do here if you're Goddard?
Okay.
Now she'll look to go in the area, sort of around her bowl
How
that you
far
can.
away is the second shot again?
Well, she's going to have to
Okay.
connect and take out 1, which I guess would be 2.
Yeah, that could actually be a tempting shot. She could have a look at going underneath it. Yeah, with weight, that's a good call, Dave. Or opting maybe, just on the draw. So
it's safer.
Playing the board, isn't she? She thinks we're 29 up if we drop a 2 or 3. Still back herself to hold on to that. And a good enough shot there, so she's drawn 3rd, and Debbie will need to make this one count for 3 so that they can get on to that 12 points and trail by 8 with 2 to go. Really important that this bowl counts. Willing it down, willing it back into the head.
She's going to have 3.
She made it. It's close to counting. We'll see how many Leanne concedes.
We're using the foot measure here. They're finger pointing.
Just in time.
Are we having a tape?
We're going to see a tape happen, yep.
Okay.
To Debbie's bowl first goes Leanne, and then around in a circle. Here we go. We'll see if the tape makes it to Selena's. It hasn't. 3 there. So alive kept the chances of Debbie White and Mary Campbell scoring a 3 there.
It does keep them alive, and 20-12 now. And how many ends have we got to go? Well, 2.
They're on the penultimate end, so they need to score 2 4s to draw, Dave, which would be enough to make it interesting.
It would. Are we?
They'll play another end if it draws.
Yeah. And let's have a. Where are we going across now? We are back.
Yeah, we just had a quick. We saw Olivia Bloomfield sitting on the bank.
2 4s.
2
Oh, we haven't
4s.
seen any 4s yet, have we? Have we seen 1 4?
No, 1 4, and it was about 2 ends ago.
Yeah, that's right. That was
And
where everything else was cleared off.
It was a 6 briefly.
Yeah, it was.
and then,
It was
and then
for a
Debbie
moment.
hung around. So if you were a betting man, 2 4s is unlikely based on the
It is.
previous
It
16
is.
ends, but it's still mathematically possible. Anything's a chance.
I think, yeah.
And just putting the jack.
Leanne, you just
Little
want
bit
to,
of-
yeah?
That's good from Mary.
Yeah.
Fun between the
Slightly overplaying
players.
it there.
And the mat placed back. Now the placing of the mat, who gets to decide and who gets to change it?
So the winning team ordinarily gets to place the mat and roll the jack up, and it was in that case because the jack was overthrown. It looked like Selena got to place the jack, and Leanne got to choose where the mat goes. So it's usually the winning team, but if you do overthrow the jack or throw it out of bounds, the opposition gets to pick where it goes.
But does it matter that much? How much does it matter? I know we're talking about top bowlers here, but in general terms, does it matter?
That's a good question. Yeah, I think it probably does matter quite a bit. And yeah, no, it matters because it changes the length. We just heard
We've seen a drive.
an absolute crash there on the other.
Yeah, we saw a drive, and it obviously hit something.
I agree. I think it was a killed end over there on the semi-final. Exciting times, and looking forward to seeing whichever one of those teams comes through to the semi-final that we're going to cover from either 11 or 12. We'll find out on your screen. Yeah, the mat is important, Dave. Generally, though, it is kept in a pretty static place. People don't play with the mat too much.
Right.
It's sort of in times of desperation you might move the mat, and that's when it can be important. Like the mat can come all the way up to the furthest end of the chalk that you see. So if you throw you need to get the jack in the right place, obviously, because it needs to be a legal length. But it can be a reasonable strategy to go, well, I'm not going very well. I'll pull the mat up as far as it can go and put the jack on the 2 metre and see what happens, just to try and throw people off. Leanne here on the backhand. She kind of guts the jack. That's a great shot there.
Well, the great thing about it is that her bowl stayed with the jack as well. She bumped it, but it just continued on. It wasn't just a knock it deep.
Yeah, no, it was brilliant stuff, and it means that 4 that Debbie and Mary are chasing is becoming more difficult already, and it's only the 3rd bowl of the end. This isn't going to make the 4 any easier either. She needs to will it to hold to clear around the front stuff. If you want to build a number, you need bowls past the head. Be disappointed with that, and yeah, Debbie's just saying, look, we need it to keep going a little bit further.
Just like you get around that bowl, get to me is great.
And Selena happy with how it's sitting, so looking just for position. As of course, Selena and Leanne will do the same arithmetic that Debbie and Mary are doing and go, well, we're 8 points up with 2 to go. So as long as you don't score any more than a 2 this end, you've won essentially. A good ball there from Leanne Poulson.
Well done.
Good shot. Looking at, I would call it dire, the situation here for Debbie and Mary, because they need to try and score 4 points, and I can't really see one, to be honest. It's almost an end that you want to try and kill and start again.
Well, quite a widespread of bowls, aside from the Leanne Poulson, which is sticking quite close to the jack at the moment. And we do have Debbie White up first.
Debbie on the backhand. What's she going to do? Just on the draw, so she must be thinking that she can make a 4 happen. Maybe looking to trail the jack back a metre or two on her backhand side. Hanging around. That's another third shot. Interesting times.
And it is Goddard. What are you going to do if you heard play it safe?
Yeah, I think it's just, you're 8 points up, 2 to go. You just, she'll put bowls there or thereabouts. She's not looking to chase any shots. So she just wants to make it harder, as hard as she can for Debbie. So we'll see her play her backhand and just try and draw a second shot there. Anywhere near that blue bowl of Mary Campbell's that you see at 2 or 3 o'clock is probably a good bowl. That's fine. She'll feel sort of so-and-so about that. It's just another bowl in the eye.
Well, at the moment it is 1 to Goddard and Poulson. And certainly White and Campbell need a lot more than that.
Yeah, so they need to find a way to remove that shot bowl of Leanne Poulsen's that sits at 1 o'clock.
But would you risk a drive?
The problem with a drive is you probably lose your collision bowl and you need to find a way to make 4 points. So if she's driving, I think it's to try and kill the jack. Or you try and sit and stay on that shot bowl of Leanne's, because she does need to find 4. So that's the weight she played there. If she hits Mary's, we'll see what it would have done. Yeah, so that was weight that her bowl in her hand, the one that's running, would have stayed on the hit, and then she would have been able to draw for 4, but missing it underneath. Now I think it's a drive, Dave, but a drive to kill as opposed to score points. Because you score, I suppose if you score 3, you only need a 6 to win. Only he says.
Only a 6.
That's the decision that'll be made as we see Selena just put another bowl, salt and pepper, somewhere on the head. It might even overplay into the ditch. Listen for the thud.
A bit of an adrenaline boost there.
No, that holds up. We don't get the thud. She does have one more bowl to go.
Potentially the last bowl of this game, Dave, depending if she can sit and stay on that shot bowl. She'll be sitting with 3, which is enough to keep the game alive. Watching this ball come down, she's very close here is Debbie White.
Oh.
Not to be, and we're going to see a handshake, and I'll hand it over to you, Dave, to sign us off.
And we have seen the handshake there, and it is a victory for Goddard and Poulson through to the semi-finals, where they'll take on Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory. That'll be in a semi-final later on this afternoon. The Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs at the Stoke Bowling Club. In the meantime, we'll keep you up to date, and with the other quarterfinal, it is Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield against Kay Hammond and Diane Holland. The winner of that contest will go through to the semi-finals, Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd. And we'll be looking at that semi-final from, 11, probably midday. We'll look on the schedule very shortly. And so we'll be returning with that very shortly with the semi-final as we continue here at the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs.
Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times
fun.
And welcome back to the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs at the Stoke Bowling Club. We're now ready for the semi-finals, and exciting semi-finals coming up, Alex Reid, because we have Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield up against Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd. And this should be a real cracker, just with the different styles, Alex, because Baker and Bloomfield, well, they won their quarterfinal 19-12 against Edwards and Boyd, who had already gone through as section play winners. But just the styles between these two. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so it should be a good mix. We saw Olivia and Paris play a pretty aggressive game in the quarterfinal they played, and having won the Australian Open Pairs, and we saw them win the Bowls New Zealand Champion of Champion National Pairs as well. Quite an aggressive game, and both play for their respective countries, Niue and Tonga, for international bowls, whereas Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd, both former blackjacks at the moment, and more known for just stacking head-ups, although Mandy can, if she feels like it,
Right,
pull one out. But it'll be an interesting game. I'm looking forward to seeing it. We'll see a nice dynamic game of bowls here.
Now, who have we got? Just fill us in with who's on the screen here at the moment.
So we see Kirsten Edwards here delivering her bowl on her forehand side with Paris Baker in the background. And on this screen to our left is Olivia Bloomfield, and to the right is Mandy Boyd.
And we should just let you know of the other quarter-final, and it was a victory there for Leanne Poulson and Selena Goddard, 20-12 over Debbie White and Mary Campbell. And they'll take on Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory, and that semi-finals, we'll see that on the other rink. In the meantime, let's have a look here. The first end.
Paris Baker on her forehand side. We've watched this rink before. A nice rink it is too. In the previous game that we covered, it didn't seem to have many inconsistencies, Dave, and it will be speeding up as we have had no rain and a bit of sunshine as this day progresses.
The breeze has got a little bit stronger, albeit not. I don't think it's going to really affect too much of the bowling. You can see it in the background there, a little bit stronger than it was this morning. Still some cloud around the hills, but otherwise a blue sky.
Yeah, I think a nice day for bowls, Dave. And Kirsten Edwards here with her third bowl of this first end.
Close look.
She got a clear run. They will have had it. She's made it. Mandy just riding that bowl a little bit. It's interesting here because Mandy and Kirsten qualified top of their section. They will have had practice ends, trial ends on another rank, but they haven't played a game yet this morning. Whereas Paris and Olivia coming off the back of their game, maybe feeling like they're more in the groove. Perhaps it'll be interesting to see how that develops.
Let's have a look. So it's Mandy Boyd with the red cap. Yes, it is red cap.
I wouldn't know, Dave.
Alex, well, orange, red cap. I mean, you're colourblind, I'm colour uncoordinated. So between the two of us...
We're either right or we're not.
No, I shouldn't say that.
Here we go. And Olivia on the forehand. Just taking a high line with this first bowl.
Perhaps for those who don't know, Olivia does have the shades on, the sunglasses on, which do have a bit of a bright colour around them. And it's Olivia at the bowling end at the moment, as such. And we've been reminded about something. Someone's made a comment.
For sure, as we see Mandy on her forehand side.
Remember, it is 18 ends. Oh, that's... Oh, just chips it out the way. And let's now have a look at Olivia here, Olivia Bloomfield. And would it be fair to say, Alex, that both Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield have larger-than-life personalities on the bowling green?
Particularly Olivia, she's known for being pretty vivacious, which is good. It's good to have a bit of colour on the sport. She gave a speech after they won the Australian Open Women's Pairs that is available to find. And that was a very good speech.
Did the Australians enjoy it?
It was a great speech.
Okay, all right, well, I'm curious.
That's all I'll say about that. But good to see a bit of personality on the green.
And is it Olivia Bloomfield who represents Niue?
Niue, that's the one. Oh, look at this from Mandy Boyd. How good is that?
And the applause there from her teammate Kirsten Edwards. So is it Bloomfield who represents Niue, or does she represent Tonga?
Bloomfield's Niue. She went to the Commonwealth Games for them this year just gone, and Paris has represented Tonga for the Under-25 World Championships and came back. I think she won the singles and the pairs for the Under-25 World Champs, which is a pretty fair effort. Olivia on the forehand side. Oh, what's happening here?
Too much?
Kirsten Edwards just saying, beat the outside purple, you have another shot. Olivia just standing by. As Mandy looks to add a bonus here. Now we're going to have to pay a bit of attention. There's no stickers on these bowls, Dave. So forgive me for an end if I can't remember who's what, but we'll try and figure it out as we go further on.
We do have the purple and red.
Is there a red bowl there?
There we go, that one's cleaned up. So
1, 2. So we'll just
How's
see.
the distance on this? Which one are you going for? The red to the right, to the upper right, or the more darker shade?
I think the darker shade to the left. Nope. 2 there is indicated by Paris. So we see Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd draw first blood in this 18-end semi-final. 2-0 after 1. And the mat being taken right up here.
And tell us about the clubs. Edwards and Boyd, whereabouts are they from for their clubs?
Mandy Boyd plays out of Elmwood Park in Canterbury.
Right.
And Kirsten, I believe, is a local.
Right, so she does know this Stoke club, or at least Nelson, very well.
Yeah, she does. And they'll have both played here on a number of occasions. Mandy being based in the South Island for at least the last decade or so.
And Baker and Bloomfield are from the Newland club, is that right?
Yeah,
in
Newland
Auckland,
club in
Auckland?
Auckland, that's right, yeah. That's where you see Kirsten Edwards with the first ball on the back end.
Now, where is the jack? Is it quite a way back here? We can't see it on screen at the present time.
I think it'll be on the 2 metre mark. There we go.
Yes.
So the maximum length, the jack is surrounded, although the mat has been brought up a little bit. And I wonder if that is a decision. See there, the mat's been brought quite a way up. I reckon that's a decision that Mandy and Kirsten will have made. They will have spoken about it before this game. They possibly watched the quarterfinal and have spotted a weakness or somewhere where they want to just try it out and see how Olivia and Paris respond. So a mat pulled right up and the jack on the 2 metre. Can mean it's easier to attack, to be fair. I know we spoke about Mandy and Kirsten being the slightly less aggressive pairing, but if you pull the mat right up and have the jack there, it means if you hit it, the jack's more likely to go into the ditch than out of bounds, and you feel like you're a bit closer to the head, so it can mean it's easier to hit things. As we see Kirsten with a Stoke hat on, the cap from the Bolsary 5 league that we had for a while. Kirsten, good bowl, good correction.
And what's the indication there from Olivia?
Talking about the fish.
Yeah,
just
it's this big.
Just indicating how far short she was with her first bowl to her lead. So just saying to Paris, look, this is how much weight you need to give it.
This is the reddish bowl of Paris Baker coming in.
On the backhand. Beautiful line. She's made a good correction there.
It's quite subtle.
Maybe Olivia should have put her hands further apart. We see Kirsten Edwards here on the back end.
Just takes the steps down the rink as well, follows it down. Her last bowl.
Willing this one to pull up now. That's pretty good bowls. Kirsten and Mandy have played a lot of bowls together, won a number of national titles together. I'll be no stranger to the pointy end of events. As we see Paris with her third bowl, just looking to make that next correction.
The pace looks good. Or maybe too much.
Oh, she'll be a little bit disappointed. It was a well-played bowl. She's a bit, not necessarily unlucky. It's a shame for her that she got a snick of the jack. And it hasn't really improved the head there, but it was a well enough played bowl. She had good weight and a toucher, so it may come into play later on in the end.
And we will keep you up to date with the other semi-final as well. Of course, that is Leanne Poulson and Selena Goddard up against Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory. You'll see them from time to time on the screen, but we will keep you up to date as the ends progress.
Yeah, there'll be some great games going on as we see
And
Mandy with
there's
her first bowl.
18 ends.
Just looking to end
in
up sort
those
of
finals. There we go.
near Kirsten's elbow, sort of the aiming point.
Well, it was very accurate in the
And
end.
that's where she got.
Yeah, exactly. That elbow was accurate.
Great shot there from Mandy Boyd.
I'm sure Kirsten will be quite happy that her elbow was closest
It's
to
an
the
aiming
jack.
point.
Yeah.
A great shot. Mandy, one of the greats of bowls New Zealand, and still young, still got plenty of time. It's Olivia Bloomfield on her backhand, willing this bowl to hold up. Perfect weight, but just not quite the line. Mandy again on the backhand side.
Interesting. She pulled her hand off that bowl quite quickly and almost indicated where she wanted it to go.
Yeah, she's got a very natural delivery. Just about got a bit unlucky there to Mandy, but hung around. So it's another good shot there for two.
So who would be your predicted winners out of this? Is there one pair which is they should win standing out?
Yeah, that's a hard question. Probably the most decorated pairing left are Mandy and Kirsten, I would
Right.
say. They've shared so many national titles together. I think Mandy, off the top of my head, has 7 or 8
And should know this
open
this
titles.
green as
yeah,
well.
And Kirsten as well would know it. So I'd pick them as my favourites. But I mean, if you're picking them your favourites, and Olivia and Paris have just won the Australian Open pairs.
Yeah, exactly.
And have won the Auckland Champion pairs 2 years in a row, and won the Bowls New Zealand National Champion of Champion pairs as well. They're a decorated pairing now, but on a pinch, I would probably favour Mandy and Kirsten just slightly, based on the fact that Kirsten plays here, and they're such a proven combination.
Well, I guess it's the other thing between the pairs is that you've got one that knows the green and has done so well over the many years, whereas the others who are sort of almost the upstarts in a way. That one's
High and
wide.
a bit heavy there. So I think probably looking to cover something, but she won't be happy with that one, will Mandy?
It's almost like the upstarts are. You don't want to let them get behind or in front. So you really have
That's
to
the challenge.
Yeah, put them away as quickly as you can.
For sure.
Don't give them an opportunity.
See Olivia, she's looking to get down square. This is close to something from Olivia Bloomfield. 1, 2, 3.
Oh,
Just 2 of them gone, but a great shot there. And we'll see
just one?
one there to Kirsten and Mandy.
Well, that went from a 3 to a 1.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about with Olivia. They're an aggressive pairing. They don't die wondering. It's good to see a good positive game of bowls. And we see that mat pulled up again by Kirsten as we have another point scored. So it'll be 3-0.
Yeah, the scoreboard
2
there
ends.
should be 3 instead of a 1.
3-0 after 2. There we go.
Nicely corrected. Thank you very much.
And
Colin, I
Jack
think.
thrown. Yes. The Jack's made it. So we can see the T there about 6 o'clock on your screen. That's as far as a Jack can be thrown. It's called the 2 metre mark. And the mat brought quite a way up as well, which I'm pretty sure it'll be an intentional decision. It'll be a strategic call from Kirsten and Mandy at this point.
And that is Kirsten Edwards with this first bowl. You can see with the bright coloured cap. There's Mandy Boyd. White shoes, bright coloured cap.
So they've won 1, 2, 3, at least 3 national titles together, Mandy and Kirsten in the 4s. So a well-proven combination.
And this is Paris Baker with the bowl at the present time from the New Zealand club, teaming up with Olivia Bloomfield, who you can see here is close to the jack.
Good bowl, great bowl. Well played there from Paris.
Oh, that just sits and just drops down even closer. And we're watching the semi-final, or one of the semi-finals of the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs at the Stoke Bowling Club in Nelson. This semi-final, Paris Baker, Olivia Bloomfield against Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd.
Oh, willing it to break there. She was looking to rest the bowl of the jack, but see, she's played with such lovely weight because her bowl's still hanging around the area. So even though she hasn't got the shot with that, it's making her next bowl easier and more likely to get a good result. See Paris on the forehand, already holding one. Good battle between these leads developing, even though it is just N3. How's the weight here from Paris Baker? Good shot, well played. 2 good bowls there now, holding 2.
Yeah, she's got one on either side as well, which makes it just more difficult for opponents to sort of knock one off or knock both out the way.
Yeah, you're more likely to have one hanging around, aren't you? And
Yeah.
she's it's worked out well because she hasn't gone low of the jack, so you're not going to wick off either of those bowls. So Kirsten here with a big bowl to play, her last one. On the forehand, she'll be looking to draw the jack or move that pink bowl. She's not far away. How's your weight, Kirsten? Mandy willing it on, but just that little bit shy. Perfect line. And so Paris winning this battle of the leads on this end. If we didn't know they were from Newland before, Dave, I think based on the back of the shirt, it's clear now. And
It's quite a, I believe, a reasonable size bowling club for the amount of people playing out of the club.
yeah, it is, and they were one of the first clubs to go undercover in the Auckland region, and was obviously the host of the televised Bowls Through 5 League for the 2 or 3 seasons that we ran it for. And good leading there from Paris Baker as Mandy crosses over 2.5 to 3 down, so it's an important bowl.
No mucking around there by Mandy Boyd either. She's ready to go.
Yeah, she doesn't muck around. So we see this. I think that bowl, she didn't look like she liked it when she let it go. Slightly overplayed, and that's gone poorly because she's actually edged that other pink bowl around the corner a little bit, but unlucky to do that.
How often would you say players of this caliber would be at the bowling club bowling?
That's a good question. When they are practicing and playing proper high-level bowls, it's weekends plus training, so it's 3 or 4 days a week for 6 or 7 months a year. And that's how come they get good, because you have to put hundreds of hours into it. Once you've done the groundwork, you can afford to play slightly less sometimes. You don't have the polish, you won't play as well as you'd expect yourself to, but if all these players here will have put thousands of hours of practice in. So Mandy and Kirsten both have young families. Perhaps it's slightly less for them nowadays, but still able to call on that muscle memory that they put in. But certainly when you're playing for New Zealand and stuff, it's 3 or 4 days a week minimum.
And how long would a practice, or that's...
Oh! What a bowl!
It
Great
was
shot.
straight as well.
That was an incredible shot there. Yeah, straight up the middle. I don't think they're very turning bowls that Mandy plays with. I don't know if anyone knows what they are. Someone might be able to tell me what model of bowls Mandy plays with, but it's a great correction there under huge pressure as well.
So how things turn around with just one bowl or 2 bowls in the end, one from each side has been knocked away.
That's what Mandy's known for being able to do. I mean, she's skipped so many national title winning teams. It doesn't really feel the pressure. It doesn't appear to feel the pressure, and is able to just play some great bowls. As we see Olivia Bloomfield here on the forehand. No weight, she says.
And we've gone from 2 to Baker and Bloomfield to 1 to Edwards and Boyd by the looks of it.
Oh, we're going to get the finger measures out. I've never been convinced that they work, but good on you. Close, she says. And just draw it. That sounds easy. So they're either 1 up or 1 down, but it's better than what it was a couple of bowls ago. Mandy on the forehand side. Nice delivery. That's the line. As we just see if she's got the right weight. Watching this bowl run. She needs it to keep going. Not going to be... And it'll be interesting here because I think... we'll just see what Paris calls. Just calling for the draw. From Olivia's end, it might have been tempting to get a bit aggressive there.
let's see what Olivia Bloomfield here with the bowl can do.
That's a wide line.
That's
I'll be
very
surprised if
wide.
it comes back.
Too wide on that one. So
Right.
are we going one, or let's have a look. How are we going here on the measuring tape?
I think it's one to the blue on the right, or whatever colour it is on the right. The
That's purple.
the purple. I think it's one to the purple on the right. I think Mandy's boy just went that a little bit too far. Right, I'm at 50% now, Dave. As we see one there to the combination of Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield on the board for the first time in this game on the third end, and they trail
There you go.
1 point to 3.
I think they'll be very happy getting that one. And as you can see there, well, coming up in just a moment, 1-3, there we go. And we're on the fourth end of 18. But in the meantime, I think we may have a score update as we just see probably a Goddard ball going through.
Looks like it. Looks like the Jack's right at the back there, so someone will let us know what the score is in that semi-final.
Because that semi-final was Selena Goddard and Leanne Poulson, and up against Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory. So we'll let you know about that semi-final. And of course, the grand final, well, that's going to be from 2 p.m. this afternoon. Winner of this particular contest and the other semi-final. And this one's, oh, that's a nice subtle little roll on there.
And what a great job the Stoke Bowls have done in assembling this field of 16 women's pairs for their inaugural Digger New Zealand or Digger NZ Stoke Stakes women's pairs. It's been a boost of bowls when you look around. It's incredible. And when you think that Thao Smith and Joe Edwards, who have won the world pairs together, weren't able to qualify, it sort of shows you the depth of the field. And the score, I can tell you, Dave, is 4-0 to Amy and Taylor.
Okay, so that's Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory have got the quick start. How many ends is that after?
They've played 3, so they've played a few ends, so they're just starting to get into their game now.
And what about this particular Digger NZ Stoke Stakes women's pairs?
That was brilliant, Dave.
And what about prize money, or what are they playing for? Is there
Ask me that again in a minute or two.
I will,
but
indeed.
The stakes are considerable. They've done a good job. There's, I think, 3 or 4 events going on in the Stoke area or the Nelson area. Nelson Bowling Club's running some as well. They're all on the Bowls New Zealand Summer Bowls calendar. I think there's something like $50,000 worth of prize money over those 3 or 4 events.
That is substantial.
Well, for a bowling tournament, it's a pretty fair effort.
That is certainly substantial. And well done to those organisers and sponsors as well. But in the meantime, we have Paris Baker. See what she can do here.
On the backhand.
Which one is the closest? The 2 purple at the back, or are you looking at to the left, probably 9 or 10 o'clock?
I think the
Oh,
purple
maybe
to the
11.
left, yeah, it's sort of 11 might be the shot bowl, but the better head is the pink one at the moment because they're slightly past the Jacks. Depending on what this one does from Kirsten, now the better head's the purple bowls, Dave.
Yeah. Oh. Just a little bit of an inspection there from Olivia Bloomfield. She just takes a look and a fist pump.
I find that easier than the high five. I think that's a safer call for a crossover.
What would you
celebration or
get from our mate who was playing at the into centre, the very
from Mike Galloway?
Yeah.
You glance at each other on the way past.
Right,
And you just
okay.
have to read into the walk.
the eyebrow sort of lift, perhaps.
Yeah, a lot of bowls is reading between the lines, Dave. You just go, I'm going to take from this what I want. And so you tell yourself that it's all okay. I think sometimes you might get 1 or 2 claps. So we see Olivia Bloomfield on the backhand. This isn't far away.
Oh.
Good shot there. Great bowl.
And some of the younger bowlers, you might get an emoji.
I like that. I think that's probably accurate. Okay, I won't say that. And we've got Mandy Boyd on the backhand.
Oh, feel free to say what you think there.
No,
Alex.
we're going to leave that one. We're going to leave that one where it sits in my brain. I think, Dave, as we see this bowl.
Oh,
Just
look at that.
agonising. If it had fallen the other way, it was happy days for Mandy and Kirsten, but not to be.
So as you can see there, on the 4th of 18 ends, and the 3-1 lead, Edwards and Boyd at the present time. But it is Olivia Bloomfield with this particular bowl.
Nice line. Here we go from Olivia. How far is it going to turn? Is it going to turn in time? Oh, it did.
Look at that, the 3 in a row there from the New Lynn pair.
That's pretty incredible. And Kirsten's going to tell us if they're holding on to one. If they are, it's by the skin of their teeth.
Maybe from the other angle would get more of
One
an
down.
idea.
Yeah, I think she said one down. What's Mandy going to pull out of the bag? Box of tricks on her backhand. There's been some incredible bowls already. We're only on end 4 of this game. Mandy asking it to hold up. How's the weight? Needs to keep going just that little bit. Not quite enough weight with that one.
And what is Olivia Blomfield going to do on this particular last bowl of the end?
Like you said, they've got that 3 bowls in a row.
Her last bowl of the end, that is.
She'll be pretty pleased if she can just move the jack a foot and sit with like 50 points or 4. If she can just get it to come down that little bit. She's already played 2 good bowls. Willing this one down. I don't think it's going to be quite enough. Oh, fair effort there. That was 3 well-played bowls from Olivia Bloomfield.
You can see almost in a line. So you're thinking at the moment it's 1 to Baker and Blomfield?
I think it's only 1, and I think Mandy, and if it is only 1, Mandy and Kirsten will be pretty pleased with that because there's lots of Baker and Blomfield bowls around. So Mandy's job is just to try and draw the shot, but she'll look to miss wide rather than narrow, because if she misses narrow, she runs the risk of snicking the jack back and dropping a 3. So she'll just look to do a gentle draw here. Or she could be looking to hit all 3 bowls away based on the way she's lining up, and that would be amazing.
Changed your mind completely. It's
This
got a bit
could be
of power on
incredible
it.
here from Mandy Boyd if she gets it square. Amazing.
It is. That is fantastic. You just changed your mind and you got it correct.
I changed it just in time. That was absolutely brilliant there from Mandy Boyd.
I think she managed to hit the first leading bowl.
She did.
And that knocked the other 2 out the way as well.
She did. And if she'd been half a bowl narrower, all 3 would have gone, I think, Dave. She's almost unlucky with that result.
Have we got a 2 or a 1?
What a great shot.
Yeah, I thought they might have
No? Recheck?
1.5.
Here, you have a go.
Yeah, so she was just, Mandy was maybe 1/8 of a bowl wider than what she would have wanted to be. And if she'd got it, they all would have gone. That was brilliant from Mandy Boyd. I'm glad she warned us with the wind-up. As we see Paris quite aggressively measuring there. And then to the blue bowl.
No. Oh, sorry, no. Lance is coming for that one.
Right, let's see.
Yeah, we're just going to do the old swap
Oh,
over.
God. The stroke of the shoulders. Well, that doesn't
Oh,
help
she might
anyone.
be asking how far up the mat goes. Your length, says Mandy. So they've abandoned plan, pull the mat up as far as you can, and gone to plan, throw your length.
And a scoring? Are we looking at a 1 or a 2?
That'll be helpful. Oh, we'll see what Paris puts up on the board there. We can see it to our left. As we see Leanne Poulson warming up, obviously, putting her jacket away. And someone will tell us the score.
Okay, it was a 2.
A 2, so a great shot there. A great bowl from Mandy Boyd.
And Alex, how wide can you take the jack? I mean, it's generally put back onto the dotted white line there.
Yes.
But can it be off?
It can be right up into the line. So we see the line, the rink markers.
Yep.
You can roll the jack right to the line, and if it's touching it, it's in. And if it goes just outside of it, the jack is considered out, and it gets sent back to be redelivered. And umpires now use a very fancy and complicated mirror line system situation. And I've also seen telescopes with little, like the hunters.
Don't tell me you're
the crosshairs.
the Australians have come up with something and some newfangled
Oh, the
thing.
Australians will have a third option. that is even more fancy.
So
So
are
yeah,
they considered, the Australians considered the, should we call it innovators, or using more innovative technology compared to, say, in the UK or elsewhere?
probably the Southern Hemisphere is considered a slightly more modern version of the game. Or up north in the Northern Hemisphere, it's still quite traditional. They still wear blazers and all that sort of thing. Big numbers, of course, in both hemispheres, but in particular Australasia and Australia, more so massive membership and opportunity to grow and develop the sport of lawn bowls, which is always a good thing.
What about somewhere like Malaysia, which has traditionally been quite strong at Commonwealth Games level? Are they, how do they sort of fit into things as the way they approach the sport?
Yeah, pretty modern. They got Australasian, New Zealand, Australian coaches over when they took the game up in the late 90s for the Commonwealth Games. It was held there, I believe. The government
That's right.
put some funding in. So
1998.
they probably model their game more off the Southern Hemisphere than the Northern one, I would say, Dave. And the World Bowls moving to Australia as well. And the former CEO of Bowls Australia, Neil Dalrymple, is going to be the World Bowl CEO. So some exciting changes coming up in the sport, I think, in the next 3 to 5 years.
Well, how would the Northern Hemisphere feel about that? They don't mind? They're okay with the move as such?
You have to ask them, Dave.
Oh, no.
Well, there's some pretty cool stuff coming from there as well. Bowls England's just had a new CEO over the last 2 or 3 years, and they've put on some really cool initiatives. They've now got, I think, a Play Bowls platform where you can go online and book corporate dues out of the national bowling clubs, and they've just started something called Bowls Bash, which is vaguely modelled off the Australasian things we see with Junior Jack Attack and the Bowls 3-5 Twilight Bowls, where it's not a traditional game. So the Northern Hemisphere certainly are taking some cues and moving on as well. But good to see World Bowls move down to our little corner of the world.
I'm going to ask you a technical question here, Alex, because we just saw Paris Baker almost deliver the bowl in a petanque way with her hand almost at the front.
She's got an unusual grip, Paris. If you watch her let it go, it's very smooth, so the bowl doesn't bounce when she lets it go. But she has sort of.
But it was almost a petanque way where you're flicking the wrist in a sense.
Yeah, on the follow through. So her grip is sort of quite spread out. If you watch her next time, and she's got a very big follow through, and that would have just been honed. As long as you do something the same every time, it doesn't really matter. And you really want it to not bounce if you can. So she gets it away nice and smooth. But if you do watch her, she does have an unusual grip.
Whereas Mandy Boyd tends to have the bottom fingers leading through underneath on her particular bowl.
That's right. Yeah, and more the fingers are closer together for Mandy. And Olivia Bloomfield too. If you look at her delivery, has got a pretty conventional delivery. So I think someone's lost a water bottle.
Uh-oh.
And Olivia giving it back to the spectator. That was nice.
Oh, there you go. Spectator didn't even need to move. Let's see what Olivia Bloomfield, let's have a look at her.
So your fingers are nice and close together, so that's very conventional, and the foot placement's all good. And from an upright position, so that's very much the New Zealand way, which is a coaching style. So there's a coaching DVD called The New Zealand Way, modelled off Peter Bellis and co. So they're taught to stand from an upright point of view, whereas if we watch Mandy in a second, she starts more from a crouch. As Olivia, good line, but a bit short there. Mandy crouches down, as we'll see in a second, but a similar finger placement to what Olivia gets. So fingers close together underneath the bowl, but she starts sort of a bit more hunched over than Olivia does. It's really whatever's comfortable, to be honest. And nice and smooth. So the bowl doesn't bounce. It doesn't matter what your hand does after you've let the bowl go, as long as it's going square through at the point of delivery. Looking to replace this one. Things happened left, right, and centre there. I think there was a bit of chalk chopped off. Exciting times, but no, just finding fresh air there, Mandy, and a good head building here for the Bloomfield Paris Baker combination. Lovely delivery.
And we will keep you up to date with the score very shortly of Leanne Poulson and Selena Goddard against Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory, the other semi-final. Last look, it was Bruce and McIlory with a 4-0 lead. Yeah. And I think that was after about 3 ends. We'll come back with an update very shortly. Remembering that we are in the 5th end of 18 here in this other semi-final on the screen. Baker and Bloomfield have got the 1, and Edwards and Boyd. I guess we'll call them the home team, or the more home team. 5-1. Where's this going?
She could be close. She's done something. Brilliant anyway. I think she got a little feather first. I've known from my, thank you Dave, it's the precise commentary. She's done something. But a good result there. I think she got a feather before she replaced that bowl, but effective nonetheless.
And
the
things have changed quite a bit because it was going to be 1 to Baker and Bloomfield, wasn't it?
At least. I think they might have even been holding 2. And that head, that's not an easy head to score more than 1 point out of. Paris just having a look to see if there's anything to hit first.
And the directions.
So, yeah, she's Olivia saying, can I get underneath Kirsten's bowl with a bit of weight? And Paris going, yes, you can. So we'll see Olivia go either jack in the ditch or just underneath that to chip the shot bowl of Mandy's off the head. So we'll see a bit of aggression here from Olivia Bloomfield on the forehand. Willing it to turn.
No, it was straight all the way and not what she wanted.
Just that slightly higher line than she wanted to play there. So we see Mandy again play a great shot, take a 6-1 lead after 5 ends. And I can report 2 things, Dave. I can tell you that the score is 5-0 to Amy McIlory and Taylor Bruce after 4 ends. And the other thing is the prize pools are $4,000 for first, 2.5 for second, 1 for third, and a third equal, and 800 for fifth equal. So sizable prize pool there, and we can thank Digger New Zealand or Digger NZ for that. And they offer a wide range of construction attachments for the earth moving industry since 1981.
I guess the name is in what they do, isn't it?
Yeah, they drive. They carry over 150 digger auger drive units in stock at any time, and they believe they can supply you with the best product with the quickest delivery time. They're all manufactured in-house, and if you require a special build, they can cater to your needs. So just Google Digger NZ or go to www.digger.co.nz, and I'm sure it'll be able to give you a lot more information than what I just gave you in the last 30 seconds.
That was very good there, Alex, and well done on that commercial there. I'm sure if you need a digger for the back of your yard. Sure,
and there it is on the lower third.
There you go, folks. Digger.co.nz.
Brilliant stuff.
Said a few times there. So on Digger, you can see their logo up on the top of the screen. In the meantime, let's have a look at the. Oh, that's a nice. They always start quite well, but there's just the end with Boyd just seems to do something quite magical.
She has done that, and we see they've scored. They've played 5 ends, and Boyd and Kirsten have scored on 4 of them, and Mandy's been responsible for 3 or 4 absolutely brilliant bowls. So it'll be interesting to see if she can keep that up for the 18 ends. Kirsten here, great bowl.
Brilliant, buddy. Well done.
Brilliant,
Oh,
even.
just a little touch. Now
Sorry.
let's see how she actually holds this Paris Baker, and where her hands go before, after, and on the bowl.
Yeah, so she's got quite a splayed out, and if you look at it, so the forefinger and the pinky finger are more splayed out than as usual. So it's quite sort of almost a claw grip, and a big follow through from Paris. So it works well, and it's nice and smooth. By no means the strangest delivery I've seen, Dave.
I'm sure there's been a few.
There's a few. There's a guy called Ian Taylor who has the most interesting one. We'll have to show him at some point. He plays with the loops. I can't even explain it. I'll show you at some stage.
Whereabouts is he from?
He's from Australia. He holds the bowl. I can't even explain it. It's impossible to describe without video. I just encourage anyone to Google Ian Taylor bowls and just see what pops up.
I think people should also think about their own club mates and some of the styles that they've seen as well, and think about some of those unusual styles. In the meantime,
here we go. Hold a little bit more, she says. Oh, and it did. Great bowl there from Kirsten Edwards.
And you can hear Mandy Boyd. She's loving it and living it. Every bowl that comes down from her teammate, Kirsten Edwards, she's willing it on. Now, where's she going to go here? Just switch his hands for a second and ready. Very smooth delivery.
Yeah, it's lovely. She's put a lot of practice in. Has Paris.
Smooth, but
if it stops, sometimes it comes out too smooth, doesn't it?
Yeah, direction.
That's usually my problem.
You can see the expression there on the face of Olivia Bloomfield.
She was probably playing that weight because she was expecting to hit some of the bowls on the way through. So it's weight to remove the shot bowl or the second shot and sit there, but just a little bit wide of the head on that occasion. And I think what we'll see is Mandy opt to go. Oh, she's on her forehand. It'll be interesting to see if she opts to draw a third shot or go past here. Looking to just stack the head up, add the pressure on. Ducking away early. And Kirsten going, oh, it's all right, you're fine. So we'll see some aggression here then from Olivia Bloomfield. She won't muck around with this one. Oh. Going to need a little bit of luck here, a little bit of a feather to follow on, not to be.
Confidence down there.
Here we go. Interesting here from Andy Boyd. She's asking her bowl to hold a little bit. Doesn't want any jack movement in this situation, and she hasn't got it. What a brilliant shot there from Andy Boyd. She's in fine form.
She just keeps on stepping up each time when, not so much they're in trouble, but when her pairing really needs something, she just keeps on stepping up.
Oh, she's a magical bowler, and I mean she has been for 10 or 15 years. She came through and won a lot of age group tournaments through secondary schools, and won the New Zealand Fours way back in 2011 with playing 3 for Sue Bernand and with her sister Ange Boyd, and she was under I think just 20 or 19 or 20 at that point. So she's been at the top level essentially since she could hold a bowl in her hand and can just pull some absolute magic out. They're just talking about what to do. It'll be tempting here to have a... That's interesting. So what Paris is asking for is, even though they're 2 down, she's saying, put a bowl to my foot, and then maybe we can get the jack to my foot with your last one. So they're going to try and bide their time and back Olivia to be effective with her last bowl instead of with her second one. Would have been very tempting just to hit something there, Dave. It's a nice target. And if she can clear the front, it'll be handy. A little bit tight. So that hasn't achieved what they would have hoped for.
Down there. Keep your foot where you want it.
Good communication there from Mandy and Kirsten. Mandy saying, please put your foot where you want my bowl. So we'll see a cover shot. On the backhand side. And if it stops, it's good here, Dave. I'm not sure if it's going to stop.
No, I don't think it has. It's in the gutter.
That's when you really hope that the greenkeeper hasn't done a great job of the edges. Sometimes you see the lip up a little bit and you go,
Yeah.
oh, just hit the rough and stop, please, but not to be.
Hold.
So I wonder if we'll see an aggressive shot here. If Olivia hits that bowl at 12 o'clock, the blue bowl and the whatever colour bowl is next to the blue bowl will split off and you'll sit with one.
It would be a green as such, but in the meantime, I don't think she's doing anything too aggressive on this.
Oh, that's fair enough. I mean, I suppose it's still early on in the game. If she swings down onto the pink, it's brilliant. That's absolutely incredible. And still 1 down. What a great effort that was from Olivia Bloomfield.
Well, she took it away from 3 perhaps to 1.
Yeah, a great shot to cut it down.
And the mat been moved very far forward.
We've noticed that a few times, haven't we, with Kirsten? I think that must be what they've decided to go for. 7-1 lead now to Mandy and Kirsten, and they've scored on 5 of the 6 ends that have been played.
Go, Kirst. Welcome it, bud.
They want to keep the pressure on. You make hay while the sun shines in this game. Kirsten just waiting for the spectators to walk past.
Well, haven't seen the cat for a while.
Oh, we haven't seen the cat for what was the great cat? Jack was what we
Well,
decided the
that's-
Jack should be called.
We've nicknamed it.
Jack the cat, and the score on the other game 5-2 to Amy and Taylor after 6 ends, which we can see.
So they're on the board.
Yeah, they are, and that'll be a close game on paper. They're very similar teams, and we'll just see occasionally them play to the side of our screen there. As Kirsten starts off with a pretty good bowl.
And just in that other semi-final, it is Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory against Leanne Poulson and Selena Goddard. And you said 5-2 to Bruce and McIlroy at the present time?
That's the one after 6 ends of the 18. So we see Paris on the backhand side. Reasonable line here. How's the weight, Olivia? Just willing it on.
And again, Kirst, up on this bud.
Interesting, the players are opting to favour different sides of the rink on this end, Dave. We see Kirsten coming down on the forehand side and Paris coming down on the backhand side.
Yeah, come on now. Good girl.
Willing this one
Good
on.
bowling, Kirst, well done.
Well played there from Kirsten Edwards. Just settling into her work and forcing Paris to switch to the forehand side because it's in the way she tried to play the backhand.
There's the right foot of Olivia Bloomfield. Just planted as Paris Baker checks the guidance. There's not much said from Olivia.
No, I think they probably have a pretty good communication in place. I think they understand what needs to be done. It's just that different skipping style.
So which one is closest here?
That pink
You going
bowl.
for the pink?
Yeah, the pink bowl.
And that is Paris Baker's bowl.
So we see Kirsten here with her Stoke Thunder logo on the cap. That was their Bolstery 5
I
team, the
remember
Stoke
that.
Thunder. And Mandy played Bolstery 5 as well, but for the Elmwood Park, Elmwood Saints. Oh, just about. Call that in the back door, but not quite.
Not quite enough on it there.
And Paris with a chance to add another shot here so that they can cross over, holding a couple. You know, on the topic of pointers, like with your foot, Dave, in indoor bowls, you're allowed to use a laser pointer to point on the mat where you want your team to place their bowl. And I quite enjoy that. I bought one once.
What advantage does it have?
Well, it means you don't have to get off your seat.
In the meantime, this just came off very nicely.
A great shot there from Paris. So you can just sort of, you're not allowed to do it while they're playing a bowl, but in between bowls if I'm directing.
And not around airports either.
No. There's a dog.
Okay, so the cat has been replaced by a dog.
Brilliant. That's good
By an
stuff.
old Labrador. Oh, yeah, that is a Labrador, it is, I think.
Seeing eye dog.
It's got
a
a
good time.
Yep. He is a seeing eye dog as well. Well, he's got his blanket and just taking a little rest in the meantime.
Looks like a comfortable place to be.
And this is Mandy Boyd here.
Yes, yeah. I've been distracted with talk of lasers and dogs and cats. So we should probably get back to the bowls.
Oh, but this is straight. This is very straight.
She's looking to use that one there. She's not far off. Great shot.
Wow, that's very good. It's not quite close enough to the jack for a point, but it does reduce down what Baker and Bloomfield potentially had.
Yeah, and a well-played bowl from Mandy, so it's about keeping bowls on the head and there or thereabouts. They're 7-1 up, so she's okay with dropping a 1. That's about not dropping more than 1, and it was a great shot to achieve that, as we see Olivia walk away from her bowl, so she knows it's narrow.
Yeah, just a wave away from her partner, Baker, just waving it away, really. Knows that one's, I wouldn't say a write-off, but it's certainly not something that at this stage is going to gain her a point.
You know when you let those ones go that you've missed your line.
Yep.
It's like, oh, well.
Yeah.
We'll move on as we see Mandy here. This one's tracking right out. Yeah, she was looking just to arrive onto her last one. Maybe slightly heavier than what she would have liked it to be. And she hasn't touched it, but her bowl's now sat down, that one that sits at 1 o'clock on the screen. I'm not sure if that makes it better or worse, to be honest.
Well, at this stage, it is still just a one-pointer to Baker and Bloomfield, with 2 to go, including this.
Olivia looking to make it 2. She'll be willing this one to hold. I don't think it's going to quite do the trick here, Dave. If we look at her weight, it's very similar weight to her last one. She just hasn't corrected her line there. The speed,
and again,
absolutely
it's
beautiful.
Nope. But in the meantime, we have the right foot of Edwards going up, and a bit of indication it is Mandy Boyd. Is she going on the forehand or backhand on this one?
Backhand here, Dave, and just looking to go up and over on her own bowl.
That's going to hold, is it? Short.
But it's quite a centre backhand, isn't it? Sort of quite
Yeah,
a curve on that.
it's a tight line that she took. I think she's got quite tight running bowls, so everyone has a different model of bowls.
Yeah, that's the other thing I'm going to ask you about in a second is firstly the weight and size of the bowls, and you're saying that some have more turn than others?
Yeah, that's right. So I think my recollection is they go from sort of size 1 to size 7, although 7's very unusual. Most players play with between size 2 and size 5. I couldn't tell you the weight off the top of my head, but they are very compressed plastic composite, so they are quite dense, and they have to be heavy or they get blown around by the wind. We'll just see what is scored here, and I'll continue my...
I think it's a 1. Well, it should be a 1 to Baker and Bloomfield.
1 to Baker and Bloomfield, so we see them for the second time in this game score, double their score even, and they trail 2 points to 7 after 7 ends. So probably in the last 20 years, Dave, there's been more variety of bowls available. For a long time, everyone had played with a very similar line bowl, and they were big swinging bowls.
Look how far up the jack is.
Yeah, so the jack hasn't been thrown that far.
That is very.
So that's a good call there from Paris and
short.
Olivia to change that length, to try and change something they'll feel like they're not sort of dominating so far, which would be accurate. So yeah, to answer your question, there's as many different bowls as you want to get. They're all different colours. You can get bowls in multiple colours. My colour bowls have 7 colours on them because I felt like you might as well.
You just want to stand out.
In for a penny, in for a pound. The issue is if I miss, people can see it at a glance. But there's multiple different coloured bowls and different sizes and different grips. So you just pick what suits you. And it does look like Mandy's got we'd call them tighter running bowls, so they don't swing quite as much as, say, a Paris's or a Kirsten's.
And we should have a score update because I have completed another end in the other semi-final.
Looks like Poulson's leading off there, so it might be getting a bit closer.
We'll give you an update very shortly from that other semi-final, Goddard and Poulson against Bruce and McIlory. But in the meantime, we do have Paris Baker here with the ball.
On the backhand, so you see the flag's not moving around that much. It's an indication of the lovely day that it is here in Nelson. Oh, and a bit of frustration shown there by Paris Baker. The score 5-3 after 7 ends, Dave.
So that is 5-3 to McIlory and Taylor Bruce.
That's the one. A very close game there, essentially 1 point in end.
Yeah, good spot. Track's
Every now and then
so
you
good.
see a drawing in and outdoor bowls, which is when the 2 bowls are touching the jack. It'll be interesting if we see that today. I haven't seen many of them. I've seen it happen occasionally. It's usually a sign of a pretty well played end.
Yeah.
Paris on the back end. I'm not sure if it's going to turn back into the head enough here, Dave.
Now I'm going to test your general knowledge.
Oh, that's stressful.
Well, no, not general knowledge, but your knowledge of what events are coming up for streaming over the next few weeks.
Plenty. We've got plenty of coming up. Probably in the near
What should
future.
we know about?
We've got more Stoke stuff happening. So we've got there's the men's pairs from Stoke and the Nelson Premier Fours over the next week or so.
So the men's pair is the equivalent of what we're watching now?
That's the one. There's the men's pairs on the 6th. Well, we're streaming on the 6th of November for the men's pairs. And then there's the Para Bowls New Zealand Nationals, which will be midweek on the Thursday, I think the 10th.
And whereabouts is that?
Of November. It's been held down south, I think, in Invercargill.
Right.
And then there's the National Interclub Final, which is back up at Browns Bay on the 12th and 13th of November. And of course, in between all that, or just after that, we have the World Bowls Champion of Champions Singles coming to New Zealand. And that'll be hosted at the Nine Eye Bowling Club from the 19th to the 25th of November. And then we'll be doing updates at the end of each day. And I think we're streaming the semis and the finals of that. So plenty of stuff coming up.
And tell me about the Nine Eye Bowling Club. How is that, weather-wise, how does that cater for things there?
So the beauty about the Nine Eye Bowling Club is they've got a 40 metre by 40 metre covered green attached to them, along with I think 2 or 3 naturals. And the World Champion of Champions singles is the winner of every nation's national singles gets an opportunity to play in the World Champion of Champions singles. So we see, I think, 30 men and about 20 women taking up that opportunity to represent their countries and coming to play at Night Bowling Club. And we will be playing them on the natural greens, but if Wellington, and it won't because Wellington has absolutely beautiful weather, but on the off chance, on the off chance that it's a bit drizzly in Wellington, we do have a draw that will work played on that.
Right,
Artificial green
so
because
it's
they've
there
got
as
lights.
just in case.
Yeah. So it's a panic button situation, but they've got lights there. So if it does rain, we can play it all out. And they'll just be playing late into the night. We'll give them a cup of coffee or something.
I'm sure for some people it might need more than just a cup of coffee.
2.
But a little bit of applause there as we're keeping this one quite tight on this particular 8th end.
Mandy on the backhand. Let that one go lovely.
And you can see Olivia Bloomfield just talking to, chatting away to a couple of spectators behind.
So it is a different length head than what we've played so far. Kirsten asking it to hold. Oh, there was mild panic there.
We're looking at Mandy Boyd, I think, at 11 o'clock. It's probably the closest.
Big shot, yep.
Where's she going to go here at Bloomfield?
I think she's just going to try and draw as close as she can. Looks like at a glance there's plenty of room there. The reason it's a bit scattered is because, as you pointed out at the beginning of this end, the jack has been thrown in quite a different place to where it has been. Olivia will be disappointed with that, underplaying that last bowl.
Okay, so at the moment we're on a 1.
That was a great question there from Mandy. She said, was the issue the speed? So she trusts Kirsten to be able to read what her bowl was doing. And if Kirsten said yes, it means that Mandy can take the same line but just roll it lighter.
And I think she's going to be pretty good too.
That's great communication there between Mandy and Kirsten. That's great stuff. That's really clever from that pairing, and a good bowl there from Mandy Boyd. Should be 2. Should take their lead to 9-2 after 8 ends. And looking good at the moment at this early stage, Dave.
So as Alex Reid just said, it is going to be 9-2 after 8 ends of 18 to Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd against Paris Baker and Olivia Blomfield, the New Lynn pairing. And let's see where the mat and let's see where the jack goes. The mat looks to be fairly normal, but is the jack going to be short or long?
That's a great question. I'd expect it to be thrown as close to the 2 metre, to that tee that you can see at 6 o'clock. Look, it's fallen shorter than that. Okay, I'm going to say that she was aiming for the 2 metre, but it's fallen short. And I think
your best response is always, let's just wait and see.
I say that because that's where she was throwing it before, Dave. But we do see, I think the key point is that the mat's been brought up a lot more than what you might normally see in a game of bowls. The mat's usually kept around that 2 metre mark. So we see Kirsten here on the forehand. And half a chance down to the weight here from Kirsten Edwards, just falling that little bit short, maybe 2 feet short, a bit underneath the line. Forcing Paris, though, on the positive side to play her forehand. Down to the weight now from Paris Baker.
You're not far bad this time.
So, Dave, this is not the first bowls event you've commentated, it's the second one. And we haven't really, I've sort of neglected to introduce you to the people listening and watching. And we're going to hear and see more of you as well. I want to get you on our podcast at some point. Oh, look, and your name's spelt right. That's even better. Could you just sort of talk us through, you've done some work with some other ball sports before, and I know that you could wax on for a while, but could you give us sort of, we'll call it a greatest hits of...
Oh, thank you very much there,
I
Alex,
meant that in the
waxing.
nicest possible way, but can you give us the greatest hits of Dave Worsley, just so that our viewers and listeners can sort of understand a bit more about it?
I'm just going to wait for this one, though, from Paris Baker, because I think, no, it's not going to come in enough. Oh, no, what do you think about that one? Actually, it's not so bad.
She'll be happy enough with that, I think. It's not the shot, but it's there or thereabouts, isn't it?
I think, Alex, putting it mildly, over the last few weeks, things have been slightly mixed in many different ways about how many different sports I've worked for, whether it's commentary. I think I went from table tennis to squash to bowls then to FIFA, working with them last weekend with the draw launch here in Auckland for the Women's World Cup next year. That was working for FIFA TV. Wasn't so much commentary, but we were going around Auckland with the official TV crew flown in from Australia, and the three of us were interviewing president, vice president, etc., and following around the top brass as such of FIFA, which is basically a government in itself. That's how it works. It's quite phenomenal. It's bigger than what you expect, and the finance around it is bigger than the economy of New Zealand, probably close to Australia as well. It's what you learn and see is phenomenal. And I've worked for the IOC, the ATP Tour around the world, the men's tennis tour that is, and also for New Zealand Rugby and lots of other locations and lots of other world events. But FIFA just blows things out of the water,
Quite big.
literally. Yeah, that and the IOC are the two biggest organizations in the world. And they're the two bosses as such, the presidents, Thomas Bach for the IOC, and also then you have Infantino from FIFA, are the two biggest of the big when it comes to world sport. I mean, there's some big when it comes to NFL and NBA, etc., but nothing quite compares them to FIFA and IOC. So, yeah, the last few weeks have been pretty busy as such. And then on Tuesday, I'm in Tauranga for squash, the two big events in Tauranga on the new glass court with Paul Cole, Mohammed Al-Shabagi, Joel King, some of the biggest names of the sport. So it should be a lot of fun with that
brilliant.
as well.
Oh, thank you very much. That's good. And we will hear more. Yeah, so I always interested in having guests on the podcast. So we'll tee you up at some point, Dave, and I'm sure people will be happy to listen to more stuff as we see. Oh, I legitimately thought you'd just bumped into Paris's foot there. The foot just covering the pink bowl.
Oh, how are we looking here on this? It's always interesting, and different sports seeing from the different angles, whether it's from high above for some sports or down low, and then reversing it around as well. At the moment, we're looking at Edwards and Boyd with a 1 here. What do you think? Are we even looking at maybe to our right?
Yeah, I think the bowl at 2 or 3 o'clock is the shot bowl.
So it's potentially 2 to Edwards and Boyd.
I think maybe 2 to them, to be honest. But quite a loose head by these guys' standards.
Oh, she's going to be disappointed with that as Bloomfield. No, it's coming around. It's slowed. It's not enough, though.
Nah, it's because we've got that shorter jack. There's a smaller distance between you and the jack end. It's easy to be wide because the bowl isn't running as long. The bowl isn't in motion for as long, so it's easy to miss wide with that.
And just taking a stroll down the green.
Get down.
Andy Boyd. Oh, I can see that there's something going on. There's some measuring going on.
I think there's some serious measuring going on to the far left.
Very. We'll have to update you very
the
shortly.
Entire umpire's kit out.
Yeah. We'll have to update you very shortly on that other semi-final. That is Goddard and Poulson against McIlory and Bruce.
As we see. At a glance, it looks like there should be plenty of room here. Olivia will expect herself to draw the shot in this situation. She'll be disappointed if she's unable to do so. Oh, I don't think she's quite made it there, Dave. I think it's another point.
For 2 or 1? 2 or 1?
I think it'll be at least 1, 2. Oh, if she's taken that one out, the other one goes 2. So it's 2 there. 2, Mandy and Kirsten. They've taken
So 11-2 would be the scoreline after the 8th end. We're into the 9th now.
Yeah, they're at the halfway mark and they lead by 9. So they'll be happy with how the game is progressing. If they keep doing the same stuff, we won't be playing the last end. And the other score 6-3 after 8 to Amy McIlory and Taylor Bruce.
Okay, after 8, so it's a little bit slower scoring on that other semi-final at the moment. And what are we going to do here? Kick that one back in?
Yep, back into the middle.
Don't trip on it. That would be a disaster.
Well aimed there.
And you have a bit of an injury yourself from having a bit of a pre-midlife crisis and trying to climb mountains, I believe.
That did
Alex?
happen. That did happen. Yes, I went 29 times around the sun and thought it'd be a good idea to walk up and down the pinnacles in Coromandel or Thames, wherever it is, and I survived. And that's all I want to talk about it, Dave. I must say that there's 2 flights of stairs going up to the studio, and it was painful and a bit traumatic to see the stairs, but that's okay.
Oh, the trauma of youth.
Thank you.
In the meantime, it is Paris Baker who is bringing this out wide.
Beautiful line. How's the weight here from Paris?
I think it's good. It's looking...
That's a great shot there. That's brilliant. That's exactly what they need, and they need to find a way to hold on to those points, because we've seen when they have held the shot, Mandy Boyd has been able to just pull magic, just make magic happen and turn the heads around. So a good start there from Paris, and she'll be looking to back it up.
Very close, Kirst. Down you get.
Kirsten here,
Great effort. It's good.
slightly overplayed. Good bowl.
Now, with the spray that we saw Olivia Bloomfield put on at the moment,
Yes.
What was that? Describe the spray for those who may not be initiated with sprays.
Yep. So in bowls, we have something called a toucher, which is imaginatively named. It's when a bowler's touched the jack, we call it a toucher. And that means that bowl, if it is hit into the ditch and within the bounds of the rink, can count. Stays
Well, this is
alive, as
good,
we
though.
might see one here. How disappointing. So that's not a toucher because it didn't touch the jack, so it doesn't get...
What happens now, though, if it just drops to its right or forward a little bit? It's almost going to touch the jack.
From this point, it is not a toucher,
Right.
because it's Kirsten's rink. So it's only the duration of your turn. If
Right.
it's a toucher, then it gets
Well, then
marked.
someone could speed up quickly, couldn't they?
Yeah, they could. Yeah, it would
And
be
cancel
tempting.
it out as
Yeah,
such.
yeah, if you can go fast enough. But you have to wait till the bowls come to rest. So if it's a toucher, it's marked. In the old days, people used to spit on the bowls, and then we moved past that.
Sorry?
And they used to spit on the bowl instead of chalk it. It's like 200 years ago, Dave. It's not too panicky. And that was how they marked the touches. And then they moved on. They thought, oh, it'll be
Well, I
good.
hope no one brings that back.
Let's hope not, particularly nowadays. But we then thought chalk is a good idea. But obviously, bowls can sit at some funny angles and can be really delicately poised. And when you put chalk, like an actual piece of chalk on a bowl, it's easy to knock it. So about 20 years ago, Some Bright Spark, as we see, not another toucher, just about, Some Bright Spark invented spray chalk. So I'm not actually sure what it is, but we call it spray chalk, and you spray it onto the bowls and it doesn't knock them, and that's a way of marking. And recently people have begun to use liquid chalk as well, so you can buy it from Spotlight. It's sort of in a pen, a bit like whiteout, and you just sort of you can very lightly mark the bowl and less chance of...
But wouldn't it
knocking
stay
over.
on there for your next time as well?
You're meant to wipe it off, and liquid chalk can be very challenging, and depending on which brand you get, I can get a little bit grumpy at the liquid chalk on my bowls, but you're allowed to use it. As we see Mandy here winding up 3 down, she's going to give it a smack. This could be a toucher, Dave. Gets down a little bit more than that. Just got
that's
rid of one
nice.
of them.
Well, perhaps it's shortened it from a 3 to a 2 now.
Yeah, she's done that. It was effective. She would have been willing it to be a bowl narrower, but certainly not afraid to have a nibble, which is good. We see Olivia on the forehand just looking to add another bowl. They do need to be scoring this end, Dave. They trail 2 points to 11 after 9. They'll be looking to score. If it stays on, it's okay, to be fair. It'll be interesting to see what Mandy opts to play here.
Wow, the directions... well, she was asking for straight almost. Well, it seemed to be asking for straight.
Yeah, indicating some aggression, maybe slightly less aggressive than her first one. Yeah, so we see she's sort of taken a bit more green, but played it with less weight, so it will turn back as well.
Just duck, is it?
Oh, just saying it's going to duck. So if we look, what was her weight like? Probably a bit short there, I think, Dave. Not quite. Kirsten gave her a foot to play to weight-wise, and I think Mandy maybe just took off a little bit too much weight, which is why we saw that bowl swing away from the head. Olivia on the forehand. Let that one go a bit funny. Oh, we'll see what this one does. She doesn't want to move the jack here. Survived.
Although
The
it
heart
was
would have
close.
been firmly
Yeah,
in the
it was
mouth there,
close.
I would suggest.
Same.
So the front on look there from Mandy Boyd. She followed her last bowl down. And we've got Kirsten Edwards crouching down. The exposed.
Yep. Maybe just a bit of wind. Right, let's watch this one. Looking to make that correction off your first bowl, asking it to hold as we see this bowl just start turning.
Too much turn again.
Yeah, not to be on this occasion.
And we have Olivia Bloomfield taking a real close look.
I think what we'll see, so they're holding 2, and I think third shot is the bowl of Kirsten Edwards that sits at 7 o'clock. So if Olivia Bloomfield plays on her forehand and draws third shot, even if she taps the jack a little bit, that's how you can make it a 4.
So you're saying she needs to go at 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock?
I would say for her, she would be...
You're switching around to the other side?
Yeah, she'll be on the forehand side, I think. So to our left as we see it. And looking just to move the jack a foot. Yeah, so on that, she's on the right hand, and if she moves it a foot, it's 4. And if she misses the jack, she's still staying in that scoring area. So she'll score a 3 at a minimum.
Well, they've got 2 anyway, for the moment.
Yeah, and if it comes back, if she's got the weight right, she'll be in for third here at a minimum, Dave. Down it comes. That's a well-played bowl there from Olivia.
That was a very, very good late turn.
Yeah, it turned a lot. She's got some older style bowls that turn a bit. If it's 4, she didn't need to move the jack. We'll see Kirsten Edwards here with the finger measure. Asking for a measure.
So we are looking at 4, possibly. If it is 4 and takes it to 11-6.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
Yeah, it is impressive. And it's exactly what they needed at the right time. They're about halfway, so it's not panic stations yet. They've got plenty of time, but you do want to start scoring when you're in that situation. They'd only scored on 2 ends of the previous 9.
Well, if they can be into the 10th end of 18 at 11-6 down, that certainly keeps them right in the competition.
That's fine. And if we do look at it, it's not like there have been big points scored. It was just lots of 1s and 2s from Mandy and
well, if they've got that
Kirsten.
4, let's just wait. I think it is a 4. We'll just wait for the score to be updated. But to get a 4 is impressive. It means that you're keeping yourself in contention. And actually, Boyd and Edwards sort of think, well, these guys can't get 4 against us, so we actually have to come up with something impressive ourselves, and it is 4.
Absolutely, and I think we see the momentum just swing a little bit, and it's Paris and Olivia will be feeling good if they can score another end.
And we're looking for an update very shortly from the other semi-final, and that is Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory against Selena Goddard and Leanne Poulson. And it has been Bruce and McIlory leading. We've had one end finish recently, so we'll await the score update coming through at that one. And this is a lot further back this time.
That's the line, not quite the weight. We see the jack length move around. 8-3 after 9 is the score to Amy and
Right, so Taylor Bruce
Taylor.
and Amy McIlory, 8-3. Okay, and after 9.
After 9 ends, so they're sort of
a little bit low score, I guess.
Yeah, low score and taking their time in that semi-final. The semi-final still has a time limit on it of 2.5 hours, but the final will be no time limit, Dave.
Okay.
Which is traditional in bowls. You get to a final of a big event and they go, well, it's fair enough. You've made it this far. You can just play until the game's finished.
But I think the other thing is it'll be the third contest, for potentially a couple of the pairings, potentially. The pairings that came through the quarterfinals, there was, of course, Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd, who were through, along with Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory, were put through as section winners into the semi-finals. So potentially, if you played 3, it's got a lot of bowls.
It is a lot of bowls, that's true. And
it's not so much in the physical sense, there is that physical sense, but also in the mental sense, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not a high-impact sport, but it's a sport which requires a lot of concentration for sure.
You were explaining that's one of the reasons that you got into the sport.
Was a key point.
Come on, Kirsten.
Mandy
All the way
willing
on.
this bowl on.
Up you get.
As we see,
Well played. Great bowl.
good shot,
Well done.
great shot
Oh,
there from
that's
Kirsten Edwards.
superb.
And Paris under a bit of pressure here. She's played 2 bowls as a lead. You go, I've had 2 bowls with perfect green. I've been a bit short. It's so easy to overcorrect with this third one, and it can play into your head sometimes.
Now, we should explain that all of these bowlers have either represented New Zealand or other nations. So go through for me there, Alex, with who has represented who and what,
Yep.
where.
Okay, I can do that. Paris Baker's represented Tonga. Olivia Bloomfield went to the Commonwealth Games, represented Niue this year. And Kirsten and Mandy are both former Blackjacks who have represented their country, New Zealand. So we've got 4 internationals, current or former, on this rank, and some more on the other rank, to be fair. So it's just a sign of the quality of this tournament, I think, Dave.
And Kirsten Edwards.
Yep.
Oh, let's just wait for this one to finish.
Little feather. Oh, she would have loved a little wick there, just to straighten up. Perfect weight. And on the crossover, looking pretty good though, because we've got 3 short pink bowls there, Dave, and it can be a challenge when you're skipping and you've got bowls that are shy of the jack to make stuff happen.
And Kirsten Edwards related to cricket and bowls.
Yes.
It's related to cricket and bowls, not per se, but certainly the name is or has been around in cricket. The departed Jock Edwards, I believe,
Yeah.
and also to bowls. Val Edwards, there's a
Joe.
relationship. Joe, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Val Smith. Val Smith and Edwards, they do tend to be almost joined at the hip in many ways. in
Smith
this
is a more
partnership.
generic last name, I suppose. But
Yeah, that Edwards and Smith as a combination have been around for so long.
certainly, and there's that relationship up there. And bowls is a big, it's a family sport really, so it makes sense that it's sort of, we have that big community.
Well, that was how
coming
you
through.
became involved in the sport out of Tauranga.
That's right, yeah, my mother played indoor bowls, so I sort of came along because there was a cup of tea and a biscuit at the end of the day, which was always exciting.
Oh, that's
Mandy, great shot there. And so, yeah, we see that family connection, which is pretty cool. And I think it's one of the few sports that you can play intergenerationally as well. It's not unusual to see at our nationals and at the Taranaki Fours. Often they have 2 or 3 generations worth of bowlers playing the same team. I think that's pretty cool.
and McIlory in the other semi-finals. What's the relationship there?
Amy McIlory is married to Shannon McIlory, who is still the current world champion because COVID paused the world champs after 2016. So he's the reigning world champion in the men's.
So does that mean that he's playing in Nine in a couple of weeks, or is that a different?
That's a different one, yeah. So it's an open world championship where you select the teams as opposed to win your way through. So she's married
So
to him.
who's going to be representing New Zealand in Nine?
Good question. Taylor Bruce, who's to the left of our screen, is representing New Zealand in the women's singles, and Kelvin Scott won the men's singles, so is representing us in that. So we see Mandy Boyd try put another bowl in. It's actually okay. She hasn't made the target any bigger there. And Paris saying, just in here,
Just ushering the ball right in there.
Suggesting that the forehand's the way to go. Bit of pressure here because they just scored a 4, which was good. And they, you don't want to lose the work you've put into scoring the 4. You'd hate for it just to
Be a one-off.
to go to waste. As we see Olivia here on the forehand. This is very close here from Olivia Bloomfield. Bats class. Bit unlucky actually, but classy bowl and only one down. Good shot there. A bit of chalk, so Paris Baker with the more traditional piece of chalk onto the bowl. And an opportunity here.
I love the instructions there. The instructions. So, wow, there was nowhere to go. That was Kirsten Edwards saying where to put the bowl.
Makes it sound easy. So just looking
How do you get it around in there?
Here we go. So she's played this one really well. Watch this bowl. If she clears that front one, she's done it. Well, that'll do.
Yeah, in the end, that was fine.
It's actually worth 3. That's incredible. What just happened?
It is 3.
I think it's 3.
It's a definite 2, but we're just taking.
Is it 4? Goodness gracious me. So she was looking to remove the bowl sitting at 6 o'clock now of Olivia's from the head just for a 4, and she was a bit narrow and cannoned. It's like a billiards shot. Cannoned 4.
It's a 4.
Brilliant.
Wow.
That's gone really well.
Well, they responded with a 4 themselves, so it's going to be 15-6 for Edwards and Boyd against Baker and Bloomfield.
I think it was that was a well-weighted bowl, Dave, as we see just there.
The dog is not interested anymore.
Steve Delaney is the guy. He's won a couple of our national events for partially sighted, the B1 to 4, and his dog, and I think it's Taylor Bruce's partner to the right. I'm not sure who the guy is sitting next to him. So some good spectators, and the dog, as you say, could not be less interested in the bowls.
Exactly. It's got its blanket, but that's fine. And what are we on now? The 12th end?
Yes, the 12th end, and a 4 there. That'll be pretty heartbreaking, I think, for Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield, given that they'd scored a 4.
And it looked like a 2. However, the last bowl just really changed the whole scheme of things.
Yeah, I'd be reticent to call it a lucky shot from Mandy because she was in the area, but certainly could have gone worse. She missed her initial target by a bowl and was able to cannon. She was a bit narrow and was able to cannon one of their own bowls onto the shot bowl and sit there for 4 shots. So they've recovered from their 4 that they dropped on the 10th end and now take a 15-6 lead.
And we will give you a score update shortly from the other rink, where we do have Selena Goddard and Leanne Poulson up against Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory. It was Bruce and McIlory with an 8-3 lead after 9. It looks a little consultation over there at the present time, but in the meantime, 15-6 here on the streamed rink.
Really good
And
track. Come on, Kirst.
you can see the bright coloured cap
Come on now.
of Mandy Boyd as she
Very
urges
good.
the
Well
bowl on.
played. Great bowling,
And she's
buddy.
done a great job of urging because it's worked.
Yeah, we'll call it successful. And Olivia Bloomfield just indicating a little bit more weight required from Paris Baker. That's the line, I think, Dave. Not far away here.
Oh, it is a good line.
That's a well-played bowl. Beautiful shot there from Paris Baker. And sits down as well. Great stuff. Brilliant.
It really came around the back of everything, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a nice swinging bowl. I think we're seeing, as we have seen as the games have progressed, the green just freeing up that little bit. There's been no rain today. So we'll see bowls start turning a bit more because the green just getting a bit quicker,
All on your speed. Track's brilliant.
which is always good stuff.
Come on, Kirst. Up you get.
Kirsten here on the back end.
One out of you.
How's her
One,
weight?
two. Go. Good.
Not quite there.
Just holding up a little bit short.
You're up and over.
See what the answer is from Paris Baker. How does she respond?
I think Olivia's asked her to switch to the backhand side because it's a bit dangerous to play the forehand in case she knocks in Kirsten's bowl. So switching to the other side. And we'll see what this line is like, Dave. It looks on the narrow side to me at a glance. And maybe a bit shy as well. She'll be pleased she played that second bowl.
Save
And
the
a
rest
little
out there.
look there. We're using the finger measurement
Hmm.
from Olivia Blomfield. As they're just doing a 1 signal to each other.
Yep, yeah.
Which one is the best, do you think? The pink at the back?
I think Olivia indicated that the pink that sits at 5 o'clock is the shot. So we'll say it's 1.
If
I
she
think-
gets down to a regular position, does Kirsten Edwards crouching down? It's Mandy Boyd with the bowl, but it's Edwards who crouches down and
No, they both
encourages
do it, eh? They both do it when they're watching the bowls.
Yeah, they love it.
Now willing this one to turn. She's willing this one to turn. It's coming back. That's
That's almost mean.
Yeah. That's so classy. That sort of.
It's classy, but it's almost mean.
I don't think she'll think it's mean, Dave. Classy stuff there. They just have that lovely weight control there from Mandy Boyd and Olivia Bloomfield now into work on the back end. Got a foot to play with. Just needs to get past. I don't think it's quite going to make it up there, Dave. Beautiful line. Just that little bit short. And for the turn of one bowl, Mandy's turned this into a chance where she's going to be drawing for 5.
Oh, We haven't seen a 5 yet today. We have seen 2 4s in this particular contest. And did we have a 4 in the previous quarter final? I don't think we did. We had several 3s, but a 5 would be a massive bonus.
It would be, and she's going to put them under that sort of pressure
Oh,
here.
Oh,
Just great bowls there from Mandy
Look at
Boyd,
that.
and huge pressure now on Olivia Bloomfield. She's
3 along the
she's
back.
got room, and she had good line. She's capable of drawing this, but the pressure certainly going on, particularly at that 6:15 scoreline. Olivia here on the back end. Now she's willing this bowl to turn back in. She's not far away. How much is it going to come down? Doesn't want to turn back. And we now see a slightly stressful situation for the Bloomfield-Baker combination with the last bowl to come.
I hope this is up.
Mandy going, I hope this is up. Didn't want to sit
gonna
with
come
6,
short.
obviously.
So at the moment we're on 5, and the instructions from Paris Baker to Olivia Bloomfield. She's just saying, bring it around.
Yeah, the problem with this is there's nothing for Olivia to hit because the head's quite staggered at the front, so she just has to try and draw the shot.
It's going to have to be an exceptional shot.
If she's got the weight right, this is the right green. Watching it come back into the head, needs it to land something square. Not to be. She's
no.
cut it down though, I think, Dave. I think
You think it's going to be a
I think a
4?
4. Certainly
1, 2, 3, 4?
4. It's becoming a lot of work
And-
now for Olivia Bloomfield and Paris Baker to try and
Well, if this goes to 19-6 or even 26.
4 there, I think.
4. Okay, so 19-6 to Edwards and Boyd against Baker and Blomfield in this the semi-final of the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs at the Stoke Bowling Club.
Keeps. I mean, there's been 4 4s scored in the last 3 ends. So it's 12.
It's been amazing. We've gone
12
from
points in
slow
3
to just
ends. Yeah.
boosting it up a little bit there, and on to the 13th of 18 ends.
Incredible stuff. So that what's the arithmetic? They've got 6 ends and they are 13 points behind.
So they're going to need a 2,
Yes.
2, 2, 2, and a 3.
Yeah, so they probably think 3-ish. Probably scoring 3-ish.
And you can see the wind has got up there and a little bit more in the background. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if that's really going to affect these here.
The issue that Paris and Olivia have is that in the next 6 ends, it's also likely that Mandy and Kirsten are going to score on 1 or 2 of them.
Girl.
And that's a great toucher there from Kirsten Edwards. So really the equation is probably more, I think they probably need to keep the trend of the 3s and 4s, to be honest. I think when they score, they need to be scoring a minimum of a 3 or they won't be in striking distance on that last end.
Well, that bowl touched it and followed it.
That was a beautiful, resting toucher sort of thing, as we see.
Just at the top left-hand side of the screen, you can see that we're continuing on with the other semi-final, Bruce and McIlory against Poulson and Goddard.
10-4 after 11 on that game, Dave, is
To
the
Bruce
is
and
the score.
McIlory?
Yes, that's right. So they've maintained their sort of 5 or 6 point buffer there, but a good game going on in that semi-final.
Let's see how Edwards responds to her first bowl, which was very, very good.
Beautiful line. If she's got the weight right, this is another bomb.
Well played.
That's
Wow.
good stuff there
Wow.
from Kirsten Edwards, playing well. Good. There'll be a tough combination to beat Mandy and Kirsten if they can get through this semi-final. Olivia saying there's room for a bowl on the forehand. Fair enough. Paris taking her time.
Lovely action. It just looked really smooth.
Yeah, she's got a beautiful delivery. It did fit. Oh, a little bit unlucky there. Found the gap.
Still keep playing down there, you know, you get a roll out of you, it's real good.
Well, she's still saying you can fit down that gap as well.
Must look like a bigger gap in real life, I think,
Yeah.
Dave.
Wow.
And I think that was a gust of wind there.
Yeah, it's certainly got up this afternoon. It was fairly calm this morning, but it was a little bit more overcast, and it seems that as the clouds have cleared, up has come the wind, and it's not going to hit that gap, but it may do some damage. Nope.
Beautiful weight, but just that slightly tighter line. At least, I mean, she stayed on the rink. She's past the head. She won't be too upset, and I think Paris will be asked to play a similar bowl to her second one, just trying to find that gap. See if she's in the area here. Olivia Bloomfield crouching down to watch this bowl come back into the head. Paris isn't far away. And with the equations, 3s and 4s for them. Oh, she would have just been praying for a bit of the jack there.
Well, on each occasion, she's knocked her closest bowl further away.
It was well played. It was well played. You can't do much more than that. Just an exchange there between Paris and Olivia. Still a chance here to score that number, but Olivia's going to have to play a really good bowl to move the jack a little bit to our back right. They do trail by 13 points after 12. And it looks like Mandy's opting just to draw close on her backhand, I think, Dave. Very comfortable they seem, don't they, Kirsten and Mandy? Just sort of played a lot of bowls together. They know that they're quite capable.
I mean, they're relaxed, but the enthusiasm behind wooing the...
There's focus there, isn't there?
Wooing the bowl in is quite intense in a way. It's fantastic.
Oh, look at that. Just absolutely beautiful, beautiful touch there.
Another spray. That spray's getting a lot of use.
And what's that means is it's now hard for the jack to move to our back right. So maybe Olivia has to kill it here, or if she hits that front bowl dead square, it might be an opportunity to split both of the bowls off. You got to be trying to move stuff at this point. She'll be thinking to herself. If she gets the front bowl square, or the shot bowl, it'll be a good result, I feel. Yeah, not mucking around. If she holds it close here, Olivia Bloomfield on the backhand needs it to hold a little bit more. Good shot there, great bowl.
So what does this mean now?
So what we can see is that Mandy's touches hung around for 1, but Olivia and Paris have 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th shots. So Mandy needs to get another bowl close, or Olivia's just going to rip her out for a bundle.
Well, it's also exposed the head, hasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good shot from Olivia. It was,
look at it there, just out by itself.
Yeah. So spread it out. And this is a good shot here from Mandy. She'll be looking to sit staggered away from her shot bowl. She doesn't actually want it to go too close. That's not the best there from Mandy, because Olivia could now go that bowl and get rid of those two. Or she could draw it.
Or it's probably the safest shot is to actually draw it.
Oh, it depends. I mean, for me, I think they want to be scoring 3. We know they need to score a minimum of a 3. It would be very tempting just to be aggressive. But if you think you can put 2 bowls close, I suppose it doesn't change. I suppose a 2 doesn't change the equation that much. It just means you probably have to get an extra 4 somewhere along the line. So we'll see Olivia go for the draw shot. Fair call. As long as it makes it.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that. It's a beautiful line.
Yeah, that was it. The line was good. It just pulled up short.
Mandy with a chance now to add a 3rd one. And looking like best case scenario for the Bloomfield-Baker combination here might be 1 shot, depending on where Mandy's bowl goes. If Mandy's isn't in the count, I expect Olivia to ask how many 2nds and 3rds they have. Cool. Just looking to make a correction on the draw. Or maybe she was looking to rest through something there, Dave. I'm unsure. But 2 there, regardless of what the intention was behind Olivia Bloomfield's bowl. And we see
2 to go to 21-6.
21-6 lead now to Mandy and Kirsten.
The thing is, though, we're getting to a stage in the contest at, what are we on now, the 14th of 18, where the equation is both difficult.
It's looking,
it's not impossible, but it's very difficult.
It's looking unlikely more unlikely now, to be fair. I mean, we've seen Mandy and Kirsten score 10 points in 3 ends. They've gone 3 ends in a row. We've played 13 ends, and Olivia and Paris have scored on 3 of those. So the percentage is certainly in Mandy and Kirsten's favour. And it's not that Paris and Olivia have been playing poor bowls, but certainly Mandy and Kirsten have given a pretty good exhibition of how to lead and how to skip in the game of bowls for the semi-final.
Going through that gap, and then nice.
And our final, and we don't want to preempt things too much, but certainly Edwards and Boyd looking very good at this occasion to go through to the final, to take on either Bruce, McIlory, or Goddard and Poulson. And looking at a 2 p.m. start on that one, Alex.
Yeah, if everything goes like it's meant to, and what we'll do is a similar thing to what we did from the quarterfinal to the semi. Upon the completion of this game, you'll sign us off, Dave, and then on the screen there'll be a bracket from the quarters onwards, and when that other semi-final is completed, the result will be put up, and there'll be a little ticker down the bottom somewhere saying when the start time will be, which should be 2 o'clock.
Good here, Kirsten.
As we see Kirsten Edwards on
Well played.
just on form. There's beautiful lines from all both two leads, but just that weight for Paris with the first bowl, not quite there. She'd rather be missing past the head with the first one. On the backhand, so they trail 6 points to 21. Need fours really. How's the weight here? Needs to be up and past the head. Willing it to hold, not to be. Has actually hit Kirsten's bowl up.
Did the opposite that she wanted, but as the breeze picks up quite a lot more. And
Kirsten,
Edwards, where's she going?
settling into her work. Mandy giving it 3-4 claps. Watch this bowl. I'm impressed that they're still clearly very focused, Dave. It's a good shot there from Kirsten.
That's a superb shot. Look at the 3 there, just bunched together.
Lovely stuff.
I don't have a plaster. Tell them what.
And Olivia just saying, to my foot, please. Let's see how it goes. It's on the right line, down to the weight. Oh, it's roughly right. Then it's about figuring out how to score a 3 or a 4 here for Olivia. And it does look challenging, Dave, because we've got 2 bowls that are short. And
how are you going to figure that? What would you do in this position if you were Olivia Bloomfield?
if I was Olivia,
What's your plan?
I think you spend the first bowl on the backhand trying to thread the needle between the 2 pinks and resting on the bowl that sits at 10 o'clock.
You're making this very difficult for yourself, let alone a top bowler like Bloomfield.
If that doesn't work for Olivia, I think she just spends the last 2 bowls trying to kill it. I think you spend your first bowl trying to
So you're going to negate
something.
the end, effectively kill it.
Yes, yeah, and then you get another
Negate the
chance.
score or negate everything about it.
It may even be tempting, depending on where this bowl goes. Yeah, I think given where Mandy's bowl's gone, I think Olivia just has to hit.
Okay.
You know, you're looking to try and kill. If she clears the front bowl of Paris is out at 12 o'clock, it's good. You're not going to score more than a 2 on this end. You need to be trying to kill it here if you have a realistic chance of.
Because at the moment it's 4
going.
against them.
It is, yeah. I
And
don't.
she's not killing it now.
I don't understand, but I'm not there, so it's fine. Maybe she can see a chance to make a bundle. They do have a back bowl, but the equation, if you're 6-21 down, you have to score 3s and 4s. So I would expect to see aggression before the end of this end.
Well, at the moment, they're going to have 4 against them. It'll be 25-6. And that's only with 4 ends remaining. Make that 5 ends remaining.
Mandy just looking to add the pressure on. She feels like she's overplayed it a little bit. We see that bowl just drifting on a bit now, but covering that bowl of Paris's to an extent. We'll see what Olivia opts to play here.
Okay, so now you're expecting something aggressive.
I would do, unless they've decided that they want to not play any more ends. Like you're 6-3-9 down, Dave. I'm sorry, but you have to score more than 1 point here. And if you can't do that, you have to try and kill it. But Olivia on a good track.
Well, that's much
Willing it to
better.
stop.
I'm just wondering whether there's a little bit of breeze behind them picking that up, but I don't know if it is.
Potentially, we've seen the flags seem to be blowing around a little bit more than what they have been. As we see Mandy just taking another bowl in, and it's been a great performance from Mandy and and Kirsten Edwards in this game. Just pulling up short, but sort of vaguely mud in the eye. There's still a track there if Olivia wants to draw the shot and go 7.21 down after 14 ends.
Well, she's going to have to do something quite dramatic to clear about 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, probably the moment for the driver's pass, to be fair. You could do it with your first one.
So at the moment it's a 4, maybe a 5
Yeah.
for Edwards and Boyd.
Yeah, it looks like she's going to try and draw the shot on either the forehand or the backhand. She's got a foot of room.
So if she's going to draw the shot, you've got to get your feet out the way as the teammates, right?
Pretty much. I think it's pretty challenging at this point, and Paris just saying maybe that they're 4 down. The other semi just quickly
Is
is
a 4? That is a 4.
4. Yeah,
Can't see a thumb.
12-4 after 12 to Amy McIlory and Taylor Bruce in the semi-final. Dave?
Oh, they're scoring a little bit slow, but then I guess they haven't really had the 4s and the 5s, have they?
I don't know what they're talking about here, Dave.
No, there's thought, but that was, well, that's waving your cloth. Just saying, down here.
Yeah, she'll have a go. We'll see. We'll see what happens. On the backhand side from Olivia.
No.
Maybe just trying to draw the shot then. Oh, her bowl's turn a lot. This could be close to the shot. Where is it? Not to be.
No, too deep. So we are looking at 4 still?
Yeah.
It is 4, yes it is. So this should be 25 to 6. And that is after 14 ends to Edwards and Boyd against Baker and Bloomfield, as they look as though they've, well, pretty much got this wrapped up, barring a few mathematical miracles. Do we have any of those coming?
I've seen miracles happen before, but I would be...
Bowling miracles, that is.
Yeah, I think Mandy and Kirsten would be extremely disappointed if they were to not win the game from this stage. It was a well-contested game, particularly for the first 10 ends. It was really well contested, and we saw Olivia and Paris pick up a 4 on the 10th end, and we thought maybe that's a time where they could come back. They were trailing 6-11 after 10, and they dropped a 4. A 4 from a good result, to be fair, for Mandy, and then from then they've just kicked on and got a 4 or 2 and another 4. So 4 ends in a row, really strong scoring ends from Mandy and Kirsten. They've scored 4, 8, 12, 14 points and 4 ends, and Kirsten another toucher. So I think they've just sort of kicked themselves into that next level, have Mandy and Kirsten.
Very short as well.
And Paris and Olivia sort of in a do-or-die situation here, Dave. They have to score as many numbers as they can and they just try and claw themselves within 6 points on that last end, then anything can happen then. But even that, they need to get to 19, so they need to score 13 points in 3 ends is the equation. So what's that? 5 a 5 and a 3?
Yeah, you're looking
3
at,
4s?
Well, 2 4s and 1 6, or...
Because you want to be within...
2 5s and a 4.
Yeah.
It's
unlikely.
Yeah.
But that is the equation. I mean, that's what they'll be thinking.
Mathematical equations, it's going to be very tough for Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield to actually win this and make it through to the final.
The required run rate is 4 or 5 an end at this stage, and that's asking a lot, given that they their average wouldn't be 4 or 5 at the moment.
And we just have completed an end in the other semi-final. It looks as though Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory, well, they've got the lead over there, haven't they, against Leanne Poulson and Selena Goddard?
That's right, yeah, they now lead 17-4 after 13 ends. So if everything stays on the same track that it's going on, we will see a final between Mandy and Kirsten and Taylor and Amy. But bowls is a strange game, so that might not be the final that we see.
So it seems as though they've picked up, was it a 2 or 3 of late?
Yeah, I think they got a 3 or a 4
to must have got something decent to actually just zoom up to 17. In the meantime, though, we do see the bowls of Paris Baker. They're situated just behind the jack. See what she can do here.
Yeah, they've got to try find a 4 this end. And that's a reasonable opportunity to do so. They've got 2 bowls past, so this bowl from Paris, she'll be looking to move the jack a little bit and give Olivia Bloomfield an opportunity. Even if she clears it clean, Yeah, that's fine. So
not so bad.
Olivia has a chance here, but it's going to require, she needs to tuck the jack around the corner, probably on her forehand side, but just to our left, and trail it back 2 or 3 feet.
And the obscure waving of Kirsten Edwards, waving of the hand. It's over there.
I'm sure it makes sense to them.
Yeah, it was just a little bit of a wave at the bowls.
We see Mandy on the backhand, so just covering those pink bowls of Paris's will be her plan. Make sure that your opposition scores 3 or less and you're home and hose pretty much. This one you can see there's just a little bit more wind appearing, and this is close from Mandy if she's got the weight right. Just a bit shy from what she would have wanted to. Olivia needs to trail the jack here. They need to score a 4, so she'll play her forehand side.
Well, the direction.
Or her backhand. I suppose it doesn't matter which one, just to move the jack 2 or 3 feet.
A little bit of a grin.
Every chance in the world here from Olivia Bloomfield. If it holds, it just looks like it's going to swing away.
Too much.
That was the idea, though, just to move the jack back to those pink bowls of Paris Bakers that you can see along the 6 o'clock mark on your screen. And Mandy just making that correction now. Oh, first sign of emotion from Mandy Boyd there.
Exactly.
Oh, I think it's a bit fast, she thinks to herself.
Didn't get what she wanted.
That's fine. If that's how I missed, I'd be quite happy. She was looking to cover.
Yeah.
So.
Well, at the present time, it is the combination of Edwards and Boyd who obviously have a 25-6 lead, and looks as though they've got a 1 on this.
Olivia here. If she rests that one square, it's a very good result. Happy with that. So there's an opportunity now. If Olivia can get the jack back 3 or 4
just
feet,
push it back a little bit
to sit with the number, and that's all. That's the only chance they've got. Needs to be a perfect bowl, and Mandy will have something to say about it because I think that's where she's going to be putting the her bowl to try and cover that possibility.
Well, it is a very high pressure bowl, isn't it, coming up for Bloomfield? She's got to somehow touch the jack, but with not too much pressure.
It's a very precise bowl, and she needs to score. You need to score a 4 here, so it's possible. She needs to move it back in whichever hand she sees it on, about 3 feet.
What do you think? Is she going to go forehand or backhand on this? What's going to be the best for her?
My instinct with the first 2 bowls was the forehand because she can follow it, but she's actually given it a good chance on the backhand twice. So I think she'll play her backhand side and try and move the jack back 3 or 4 feet and get her collision bowl to sit there.
So it's like you're playing snooker or
very much
pool,
so. It has to be absolutely perfect. But that's what you visualise. You visualise perfection and hope that you go somewhere close to it. She's underneath the line there. And I think we're going to see.
Not going to work, is it?
I think we're going to see a shaking of the hands now.
Are we? Let's just wait. That should be a 2, 3.
Okay, they're playing one more end. Oh, is it? Okay. Maybe it's because the bowls bags are down the other end. Who knows? But we see another end there.
So is it a 2, 27-6? No, just a 1.
Just a 1, I think.
26-6. That is Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd. 26-6 up against Paris Baker, Olivia Bloomfield.
Yeah, and it looks like Olivia Bloomfield and Paris have just agreed to play one more end. So it's sort of, you do that sometimes. I suppose you go, let's just play one more, and then call it quits.
Also to finish off the semi-finals, that perhaps if you get a couple, 2, 3, whatever that, maybe you could even get to double figures.
Yeah, that's fine.
And it's not like we're restricted on time.
For sure.
We can see Selena Goddard has just put down a bowl, which must be the last one of that end. Last one of that end. Oh no, we've got one more.
One to come by the looks, so maybe even 2 on that far right side.
Let's see.
So we see Paris Baker on this main televised rink on her backhand side.
Now, did we have seedings in this particular tournament with Edwards and Boyd as, say, the top seed?
No, it was just a draw through the section. So the seeding sort of came from I suppose your top seeds have ended up being Kirsten and Mandy and Taylor and Amy because they qualified through straight to that semi-final. And I suppose they've shown their form because they're both in front in their respective semi-finals, aren't they, Dave?
They are indeed, and looks as though we've got a confirmed win here.
Yeah,
for Edwardson Boyd.
My understanding is that I heard them say let's play one more end. So it'll be a win. It will be a win for Mandy Boyd and Kirsten Edwards through to the final of this inaugural Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs.
And Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory look as though they have won another end. Have we completed that other end? Oh, that's nice.
Isn't it incredible how when the pressure changes sometimes?
Well, the pressure is off, and Paris
Sometimes the
Baker's just
bowls,
put a
yeah.
couple of fantastic bowls
Could be
pretty much at the jack.
One of the most frustrating things about this game, for no reason, you can suddenly just about draw 3 touches, as we see Kirsten on her backhand side as well. About to get an update for that semi-final that we can see going on to our right, that semi-final between whoever it's between.
It is
Taylor
Taylor
and
Bruce,
Amy and-
Amy McIlory against Goddard and Poulson.
Thank you, Dave. 19-4 after 14 to Taylor and Amy in that game, so,
Okay, so that's pretty
extending
much
their lead as well. And
that's pretty much a wrap up as well soon.
yeah, you would expect to see the 2 finalists being the 2 seeded teams, if you will, of Taylor and Amy and Kirsten and Mandy battling it out at about 2 o'clock, we think. But just keep your eye on the ticker because maybe it'll be earlier than 2. Who knows? And a great shot here from Paris Baker. She'll be happy to have finished the game. And I'd love to see a smile there between all the players. She'll be able to have finished the game with those 2 really good bowls, really good lead bowls.
A bit of a grin, laugh, and everything else.
That's good.
And
Nice to see the players enjoying themselves on the green.
Olivia Bloomfield, where's she going? Because she needs to be at the other end.
Yeah, she can wait until Mandy's first bowl's finished, then she can go down and play her bowl.
Oh, it looks as though the wind may have provided a little bit of a chill as well.
Yeah, it looks a bit
'Cause,
nippy.
We've got Mandy Boyd putting her jacket on.
Mandy just going past. Must have been looking to rest on something, and Olivia will just turtle down and play her bowl.
And we're not getting that chill as such.
So if they score a 6, hypothetically, Dave, that would take them to 12 points. So they just need to score 2 more 6s? No. What is it? 12
Well,
and 26. 14.
Yeah, that's...
Nah.
Oh, they've got a 6, so she'd have to get 3.
It would still be impossible, wouldn't it? Or was my maths wrong? Because if you get to 12 and they're on 26, that's still more than 12 difference. So it's impossible to win.
I'm not sure about your maths.
What have I done?
I'm not sure where you're going with your maths, but in the meantime, it is a 3 at the present time for Baker and Bloomfield. As it stands right now. We're seeing Mandy Boyd there. And seeing if she can upset those 3. Baker, the pinky. Oh, she is. She's upset
Great
1.
shot.
And made a nice shot for herself. So it's 2-1 at the moment. It is. And
There we
2
go.
to go for Bloomfield.
On the back end. And I think, yeah, this is certainly the last end, and they're just finishing by playing their bowls, and we'll see a handshake, and then if you're an avid viewer, just
Well,
keep
that's a
your eye.
nice way of
Great
finishing,
shot.
though.
And I'll be happy to finish like that. Sometimes it's nice.
That's a 3.
Olivia saying something there to Mandy.
Still down there, just a bit
Look.
more.
Finally got my form.
Down here, eh?
Mandy playing the back end.
Is that a bit
On the
quicker
high
than
side
you
there.
And a lot of laughter.
I think
A high
Olivia's saying
five.
you finally missed one.
this should be it. There we go. And that is 26-6, and it is Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd through to the final over Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield. And they are through to the final of the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs. So congratulations there to Edwards and Boyd. They're going to take on the winner of Taylor Bruce, Amy McIlory against Leanne Poulson and Selena Goddard. And it looks as though Bruce and McIlory should win that. I'm just going to get the confirmation for that very shortly, but
19-4 after 14 it is there in that game.
so it's not
Dave,
quite
so there's
over,
still
but
4
it's
innings to go. Yeah,
there's
so
still something.
keep your eyes on the ticker as we sign off. But it's looking like that will be the final. Yeah.
So we'll be coming back very shortly with the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs. In fact, around about 2 p.m. should be a great final with Edwards and Boyd, most likely against Bruce and McIlory.
There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared out in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times
And welcome back for the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs, the grand final at the Stoke Bowling Club. We've had the quarters, we've had the semis, and this is coming up the grand final. It is Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd up against Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory. And we're just getting underway here, Alex Reid. And this is the first of 18, and we have to play all 18 ends, isn't it?
Yeah, it's no time limit, so they can play all 18 ends, although if someone's more than 6 points in front of the other, we will see a handshake, but no time limit because it's a final, and it's sort of traditional for bowls to be that, and I expect to see a full 18 ends played out. Maybe even a 19th end if they're tied after 18, Dave.
Right, okay, well, it's going to be interesting here because how many Commonwealth Games competitors do we have out of these 4?
Well, that's a good question. I think 3 at a glance. Yeah, we've got Mandy and Amy McIlory. Opposing skips won a Commonwealth Games bronze medal together in Glasgow in the 4s. Taylor Bruce won 2 bronze medals at this year's Commonwealth Games. Kirsten Edwards represented New Zealand. I don't recall if she played a Commonwealth Games or not. Certainly a World Bowl. She got a bronze in the World Bowls. Championship 4, so I'm not sure if she played a Com Games. 4 New Zealand representatives here.
Well, let's now just summarise who is who. So you can see in the grey top here, the grey hoodie top, and who we got there.
That's Amy McIlory there, the skip for Kirsten, not for Kirsten Edwards. Oh, we're confusing the matter. She's the skip for Taylor Bruce, and on the mat here, the previous game we saw is Kirsten Edwards with the Stoke Thunder hat on, and behind her Taylor Bruce, and to our right Mandy Boyd.
Yeah, with the pink, orange, red cap on, so it stands out very distinctly.
Something like that. They're all sort of contemporaries with each other. They came through or have come through the game in similar ranks, so they'll all 4 know each other very well. Taylor Bruce here.
Taylor Bruce, the national singles title winner.
Yeah, she won the national singles this year, and
where was that held?
It was held in Christchurch at the Burnside Greens, her home club, were the headquarters, and she was the losing finalist in the pairs. So had a great national tournament to Taylor Bruce and crowned our Somerset Supreme Award winner of the year for Bowls New Zealand.
Now let's just also point out for people, well, the colours are quite similar, but the more speckled colour is Taylor Bruce,
yes,
which is closer to the jack, and I guess we'll call it the darker of the 2. That is Kirsten Edwards, so the darker bowl.
That's right. So Taylor starting off well on this first end. They've had a trial end each, and they've come off fresh off a semi-final. Both of these teams. Our TV rink has moved over one, Dave, away from the clubhouse as we see Mandy Boyd's first bowl here. Not bad. Just coming in, and that's a finer speckle, you would say, than the Taylor Bruce bowls.
We're getting very close with our speckles. Of course, it was Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory who had a 20-12 victory over Leanne Poulson and Selena Goddard. And in the other semi-finals, it was Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd over Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield, 19-12. And we've got a very distinct pink bowl here.
Amy McIlory.
Yep. Sits up nicely. And quite hearing the mic through from the players just yet.
Yeah, that'll be turned on. That'll be turned on
shortly.
Soon enough, I suppose.
From Colin. Been great, some of the directions which you've had from some of the players to their teammates. Probably the best at describing things was Debbie White, actually. She was quite precise with some of her instructions to her partner, and that was Mary Campbell earlier on. Also, Andy Boyd loves to get in behind her teammates' bowl.
Yeah, I noticed Mandy and Kirsten. Oh, actually, it might be a generational thing because I see Taylor's doing it as well. They all sort of crouch down and watch the bowl. Seems like too much effort for me, but I applaud them for for the focus, and it's probably a way of just sort of focusing on the game. So we'll see a lot of excitement, I think, in this final, and a good start on this first end from all 4 players, really.
Yeah, we're not too sure who's really got this end won yet, with 1 bowl each remaining. See how it goes. It's Mandy Boyd coming down. No good on that one. So who are you giving this to so far?
It's a really close measure between all sort of four, so I wouldn't want to call it Dave. I think possibly Taylor's first bowl's the shot.
And this one here of Amy McIlory.
Close here from Amy. Good shot there. I reckon that's enough for one.
Yep, so that's the one. It is. Are we looking for...
Here we go. So Taylor measuring.
Is she hoping for 2 or 3? No.
One it looks like. There we go. One down on the first end, or one up on first end, depending on your perspective, to Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory there.
Alex, out of both of these pairs, is there a strong favourite when they come up against each other, or is one more titles, or anything that really stands out?
That's a big question. I think on paper they're very similar teams.
Right.
If I was to pick a favourite, I would pick Mandy and Kirsten as very slight favourites, like marginal favourites, only because Mandy has a history. She skipped and won 5 or 6 national open titles, so she's got a proven record as a skip, whereas Amy, although she's won a lot of titles around the place, had a couple of years off as well with a young family, and hasn't won as much as Mandy has in the skip position. So for that reason, I would probably go slightly towards Mandy and Kirsten Edwards here.
We have Kirsten Edwards with this particular bowl. And we understand there's, well, looking outside, obviously we're not outside, the wind is settled just a little bit.
All good.
Yeah, it's only just low, mate.
Let's see what we're going to get here from Taylor Bruce.
Taylor on the back end.
Yeah. Just a fraction.
Interesting, Alex, that so far in the 3 bowls that we've had at this end, we haven't had anybody able to bring it around close to the jack yet.
Yeah, it's a different rink to what they've been playing on. It's just the second end, so they'll be looking to find their way, although they did have 2 trial ends, Dave.
Oh, really? Oh, far out.
The
Yeah, no,
back
it's good,
end
isn't it?
from Kirsten.
So has anybody got to switch to the forehand?
I think they might have to now. It'll be very tempting, although looking like
It's 2
Taylor's going to
each.
persist on the back end side.
A little bit of noise coming in from the competitors themselves.
Well, we might have to make it ourselves, Dave, but I'm not sure we'd do a very good job of emulating the outside.
We could get Olivia Bloomfield to commentate from afar as well.
As we see Kirsten Edwards here on the back end. Clean run. Interesting, it is a loose head here from the leads. It's a pretty scattered start. They'll be disappointed with that.
Well, it's a little bit surprising considering the standard of all 4 of them. Of course, the first 2 there, Taylor and Kirsten Edwards.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed with that as a start, I would say.
So is it the case that the first 2 bowlers try and set it up and the second 2 try and finish it?
Yeah, very much so in pairs. The leads sort of lay the foundation and your skips either, well, in a perfect world, the skips just add to what you've put down, and if you haven't put down great
Well, they
stuff.
can do the spectacular stuff.
Yeah, sometimes they have to change it a little bit.
So looking, well, it's probably the second closest at the moment. the backhand. Let's roll on.
Yeah, good shot here from Mandy.
So, yep, gets the applause from Kirsten Edwards, or from Mandy Boyd. This is, of course, the final of the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs at the Stoke Bowling Club in Nelson, right in the middle of Stoke. And we have been informed that the cat, which we named Jack, which is pretty lacking in originality, is actually from next door.
All very
from one of the
clever.
houses next door. That's the cat update. The dog update, well, you can see it in the background. The dog was very happy before because it was given food.
Yes, I've never seen a dog look so excited, but then quite deflated when the food deliverer walked away. So we see Mandy here on the backhand side. And I think we've got some background sound coming through as well, Dave, so that's a win.
That's good news. And this is coming around. Oh, she's trying to say, come on, a little bit more.
Great bowl there from Mandy Boyd.
And let's have a look what Amy McIlory can do.
Is what's Y in relation to the jack?
There's Taylor Bruce just giving the instructions.
Amy on the backhand side here. They're very distinctive pink bowls. A bit high there. Just slightly overplayed it. Should be disappointed with that. Mandy looking like she's holding one, so certainly a big chance of scoring on this end unless something goes calamitously wrong. Just looking to add a bonus here from Mandy Boyd. We saw them in a convincing semi-final win in the previous televised game. Mandy watching this one come down. She's not far away. Not far away at all. Oh! Millimetres. Cigarette papers narrow there.
Okay, so how many are we looking on that?
I think it was just the one there, Dave. I think she got one thereabouts. And if she had just snuck past that short bowl, she would have made it two, but just the one. So gentle start to this final, one apiece.
Going into the third end, it is one apiece. It is Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd up against Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory at the Stoke Bowling Club. Let's see whether the jack is going to go deep or short. It's actually going wide. Not quite what you wanted, so we'll bring that one around.
Yeah. Sometimes that can be a sign of the wind if you roll the jack. If you know you've rolled it square up the rink and it gets blown off course, you can sort of get an indication of the way the wind is blowing.
Okay, so we've got a little bit of noise coming through there from the competitors themselves.
Kirsten, that's brilliant, buddy. Well done. Great
Up
bowl.
there from Kirsten Edwards. Lovely lead bowl, and certainly it'll be interesting to see because the second end, the one going in the other direction, was a bit looser than what they would have liked. So they'll be the leads will be looking to tighten right up on this end, this third end of the 18 that we playing in this grand final.
Wiggle. Some more.
Taylor, beautiful line, just pulling it on that little bit further, maybe a foot and a half, a foot short. And Kirsten on the forehand looking to do the same as her first bowl. She's given it a little bit more of everything than she would have liked. Mandy just willing it on,
You beat yours.
not to be. And Taylor, very much a textbook delivery. That's what a delivering a bowl should look like. On the forehand,
Get ready for it, mate.
good shot. Lovely green twice.
That one's just slowing up a little bit.
Handy, that's good.
We've seen two bowls. They're a bit wide on that hand. Like they
It's-
don't want to come back, Dave.
Exactly. It's a little bit surprising. I mean, maybe the pressure of the finals. Not sure.
Yeah, I suspect it won't last long, to be fair. I think they'll be right into their work, and we'll see their heads tighten up. Another loose-ish end here. We've got two really close ones, and then just some bowls scattered around a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, I think we've just had a little bit more on it to get.
And just talking as we see there, is that Dale Rayner just about asleep on the far right? She played for New Zealand in 2010 in Delhi. I'm sure she'll be pleased to be included in this crowd shot, Colin. Thank you very much.
I think always remember if you're going to any bowls event in the future and there's any cameras that you may be on camera.
Candid camera, as we see Mandy here on the forehand side. Looks like, I think that bowl that sits at 7 o'clock is probably the shot.
Hanging.
Watching this one. Yeah, I think that hand's a holding hand, so it's probably to do with the green itself, Dave.
Right.
The way the Maniototo is sitting there probably means it's just
Oh,
holding
that's
a
right.
little
We
bit.
haven't discussed the grass on this occasion. So what grass have we got here?
Maniototo grass.
You just love saying
yeah,
it.
Yeah, it's a great word. Obviously from the Maniototo Plains in the South Island. It's a water weed, and it appears to be really well suited to lawn bowling greens, Dave, which we take with great thankfulness.
So the kikuyu grass outside on the back of my lawn wouldn't work.
It'd be a very slow but well-growing lawn bowling lawn, I would say. So you could try it if you want, but no. Oh, it's an absolute pain to
Maybe
mow,
a
isn't it?
little bit bumpy
that
as
stuff?
well.
Yeah. Definition of a weed, as we see Mandy making
Oh,
a correction
that's-
here. This is brilliant.
Oh, yes.
We saw that shot played by her often in that semi-final, that one where you're just resting the bowl 3 or 4 rolls out and sitting there yourself. Very hard to play, but so effective when you can get it right.
Well, Alex, looking at the clubs where these 4 competitors are from, Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory, where do they usually play out of?
Taylor Bruce from Burnside Club and Amy McIlory ordinarily from Stoke, so that's a home club for her. But Taylor Bruce from I think the Burnside Club, for as long as she's been playing bowls, it's been her home club, proud Cantabrian.
And that's a very strong club out of Christchurch. Would that be one of the stronger ones there?
Yeah, it's a very strong club, and they have one of the best, I think, bowling facilities in New Zealand. They've got absolutely beautiful greens. Jamie Ferris is the greenkeeper there, and they've hosted many a World Championship. I think 2 World Championships, 2008, 2016 as well, and some of our national championships they've played
Afraid of it.
host club. So a good club to be a part of, and Taylor's been there the entire time.
What?
And of course, Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd. You mentioned their clubs before. Whereabouts are they again?
Elmwood Park for Mandy, although she's played some bowls up in Wellington recently. I'm not sure which club she plays of up in Wellington, but Elmwood Park certainly for the Bowls Through 5 events, and Kirsten Edwards from Stoke as well. So a good mix here. You could argue there's almost 4 South Islanders, although Mandy originally from Hawke's Bay, from Napier. So the North Islanders, we can cling on to that as we see.
So who's getting
Amy
the points here?
She's close here to the jack. Got the bowl clean.
Well, she didn't hit the jack, but she did everything she needed to do.
Brilliant. Great stuff. That was amazing.
And where are the points going to go here?
What a bowl. Be 1 pink, I think,
Yeah.
Dave. So it should be 1 there to Kirsten. So not 1
So
there
it
to
should
Kirsten. 1
be-
there to Amy and Taylor.
Yep, so Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlroy going up to 1 as we get ready for the 4th end to get underway. And it's underway within just a few seconds.
Yeah.
There's no mucking around.
High scoring game so far, Dave, at 2-1 after 3.
Wow.
Brilliant stuff. Great bowl there from Amy McIlroy. Absolutely perfect.
Now they're going to leave the jack there. So why wouldn't you leave the jack
Well-
a foot or so off to the side?
That'd be a good novelty game, but and it's how it's played originally. So that's a good question. So when it was crown green bowls or originally, you just used to roll the jack and play to where it lied. So in some of the northern counties in England, they still play crown green bowls,
Right.
which is an uneven green, and you roll the jack and then you play to it. So it's just a free for all.
I can see how that could work in the sense that you actually still it's not so much luck, but you actually have to have the skill.
They place the jack where they want it, and the jack's a little bit biased in Crown Green bowls, so it's like a miniature bowl. So they roll the jack, and then they play, well, I think usually with 2 bowls from there to that. So that's sort of the common ancestor of lawn bowls, is where we started. And I think it was the Scottish, turning to a history lesson, the Scottish sort of standardised it and put rules to it. And one of those rules is that there are bowling rinks, and on a bowling rink, the jack must always be centred, so it has to be lined up to the middle in the game that we play. But I quite like the idea of
in that case,
jack,
though, that it was just maybe 30, 40 centimetres to the side.
Yes.
It's not like it's, being put into the gutter or anything like that. It's just to the side.
Good,
What
bud. Good.
difference would that really make to these players?
Well, they train a lot to get him back to the centre line. So that'd be fine. I mean, if we did have a rule where you just roll the jack wherever you wanted it, people would be
within reason. Let's
you'd
say
be
it's
fine.
just 30, 40 centimetres approx.
Yeah. No, you'll be okay. But I think it's. I suppose it's just the rule is the rule, and we just line it up with the white line. But I have played a number of novelty games where it is you just roll the jack and play to where it lies. And it's actually a very good
Got it, bud.
practice.
Beat yours.
If anyone out there's listening for a drill, when you're practicing by yourself, roll it off centre, because that's where you practice the least. And we've seen today a number of jacks sort of get trailed off the centre. It's always good to practice drawing to something that isn't the centre line. So, yeah, interesting point there, Dave.
Now, we're actually seeing a few lines on the grass here.
Mm-hmm.
You can see where the bowl, or several,
Good
you can see
shot
where
there from
several
Taylor Bruce.
bowls have actually run their course.
Yeah, and you can see that usually near the end of a day, or if occasionally when it's raining, you can see the track that your bowl puts in the
A
green.
slight indent or a little track.
Yeah, and it does make a slight difference. I quite enjoy it. It makes it easier to pick your line, I think, because you can see exactly where your bowl needs to go.
But does it hamper the roll of the bowl?
I think it would very slightly make the bowl go a little bit further where it's been worn down. So it's more that when you go outside of those set lines, the green is a bit slower, more fluffy, because it's not being run so much. So you have to understand you usually have to give those bowls a bit more weight when we call it like going out in the rough or playing in the in no man's land.
So as we look now, who have we got the closest there?
Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory holding 2 there. So Taylor's got the one at 12 and the one at 6, and we've got Kirsten at 9 and 2. So good. Taylor Bruce has started off pretty well as a lead, I think, in these 3 ends, Dave, barring that second end that we saw where it was a little bit scattered from both. And Amy McIlory on the forehand, looking just to consolidate the situation. How's the weight? Not to be. And Kirsten just calling Mandy to play her backhand side. Very quickly into their work, aren't they, these 4 players?
Yeah, there's really no hesitation at all.
And we see that hold again. I think that's the straighter hand. I think it's a holding hand. We've seen a few bowls reluctant to turn. And I've been reliably informed there's a large crowd inside the clubhouse as well, Dave, watching from behind the windows.
Yeah.
Probably the wise people.
Kind of locked away a little bit, you might say, where we are.
And their comfort. Yeah, it's easy for us to watch it on the screens. As we see Amy here looking to make a correction if she goes under or around it. It's close. Has unfortunately gone square onto her short bowl, which wouldn't have quite been the plan.
Slow it down a bit.
Good communication there between Kirsten and Mandy. Kirsten saying you overplayed your first one, so it's more the weight than the green. Look at this one here on the backhand. Really close to the target area. That's Kirsten's bowl there that she's going to hit in for 1. For 2. Brilliant.
Oh, yeah. That's staying. Now, what are you going to do if you're Amy McIlory? And what is Taylor Bruce going to tell her?
Well, Taylor's having a look from Amy's point of view. I don't recall if they have a back bowl or not. So we know that Taylor's bowl at 6 o'clock is a back bowl. I can't remember if Kirsten's bowl, there we are. So Kirsten's bowl at the back that you see at 12 is really good for Mandy and Kirsten because it means that if the jack is hit, it's quite a good place for it to be. So I think we'll see aggression, but maybe not full-blooded aggression. And that's what Taylor's indicating, just to play on that forehand side around her pink bowl and try and move the jack back a little bit. Yeah, on the forehand, it's Amy McIlory. Oh, she said sorry, Taylor. So I think she's overplayed that one a little bit. Disappointed with that. And what a bowl from Mandy Boyd to turn that head around. She was 2 down seconds ago. Incredible stuff. Mandy looking to add a third one now. Chasing after this bowl. She's halfway down the green as we watch her bowl break back into the head, land that one square, sit down, and 3 shots. Thank you for coming, she says. It's brilliant stuff there from Mandy Boyd.
And that takes it to 4-2. Edwards and Boyd as we enter into the 5th end of 18. Of course, we're going to play out all 18.
That was incredible from Mandy to turn that head around. If you think about after the first bowl, each of the skips, Mandy was staring down the barrel of a good 2 down. And Kirsten said, look, just take a little bit of weight off, arrive into this area, which she did. Then she's holding 2. Amy missed her 1, and Mandy got 3. Don't know why I've added the sound effects there. I might not do that again. But Mandy and Kirsten, they've just had a chat, Dave. I wonder what that's about.
Well, they didn't have the mics on loud enough that we could actually hear it. So it was a mid-rink chat.
So we see the mats being put right more close to the ditch. In that semi-final we watched, Kirsten was tending to bring the mat up quite a lot. I wonder if it was a conversation about that. And we've seen a short jack thrown as well. It's fair to say that Taylor's been out leading Kirsten so far, and it's early. I mean, we're on end 5. We've played 4 ends, but I think it's fair to say Taylor's been out leading Kirsten, so perhaps it was a conversation about how Kirsten can turn that around from their point of view. And we watch this bowl here of Kirsten Edwards.
Yep.
Break back, lovely.
Well done.
Good shot.
And I think we're going to have a little bit of a breeze or a gust of wind or gusts of wind coming in and actually playing its part.
Yeah, it's getting a bit cold outside.
You can see in the, I guess, the cover.
Right up, bud.
Yeah, the shades are certainly moving around a little bit. And we see there Taylor Bruce playing a good bowl.
Close to that. Draw the shot, bud. It's pretty good.
Here we go. Got a nice turning bowl, does Kirsten Edwards. Takes a lovely
Tuck
out.
around the corner.
That's 2 good bowls. She's put them literally next to each other. That's pretty good stuff.
Good,
And a
bud.
good shot there from Taylor Bruce leading well. Of course, if this is the Stoke Stakes Women's Piers, there's also a Stoke Stakes Men's Piers, Dave, and that's been held from this Friday to this Sunday, the 4th, 5th and 6th of November. And on the 6th of November, Bowls New Zealand will again return with some live streaming of that event, which eagle-eyed viewers can look forward to tuning in to listen to and watch.
So you'll be here again. Who will be with you?
I won't be here. I'm going to be temporarily replaced. I'm going to attempt to be playing bowls myself, Dave. I'm going to be rolling bowls down a green in Invercargill for their charity Piers, which is a great event and is also on our Summer of Bowls. So undecided at the moment as to who's going to replace us as a commentary team
You'll be
for
in
that event. But
I'll be in Tauranga for squash, and you'll be in Invercargill.
Yeah, someone will be talking behind a mic for that. Maybe I can phone in from Invercargill.
I'm sure you give a few reports about your own bowls.
They'll be uneventful. As we see on the crossover, a tighter head here from the leads. 3 pretty good bowls from Taylor Bruce and Kirsten with the ones that are past the head. So Mandy's got stuff to play too on her forehand. Lovely line. Good bowl.
An interesting sequence of bowls that you've got there, almost curving around in an arc.
They
No
can,
one particularly close, is there?
yeah, Taylor's one's probably closer than they look on this angle. It's just quickly, yes, thanks to the Digger NZ, and you can visit their website at the whatever that says.
That is digger.co.nz.
Brilliant, thank you, Dave.
We heard all about what they provide, and obviously Digger being the correct name, and that one far too deep.
Well, the way she played that, it's almost as if they're holding a couple, and maybe she's concerned that the jack's going to get moved back. I don't think she'd have missed.
But I think you're planning for a bit too much there, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised that she would.
It's a bit quick.
I don't know. Maybe there's a gust of wind or something. This looks like she missed by a little bit more there, Dave. We'll just wait
Let's
to
see
see.
what Mandy Boyd can do here. Can anybody get it just in front?
Oh, she doesn't like that bowl. She's given herself a little tap on the knee. It is a very short end.
Oh, it's coming around nicely.
Oh, look at it turn.
She should be liking it.
Look at it turn. Did she not like that, Dave?
Well, she should be.
That was amazing. Maybe that's her sign of, yeah, I've let it go well. Brilliant stuff there from Mandy Boyd, literally drawing a toucher, sitting down for
So
one.
what is McIlory going to be able to do here? She's got this bowl and one more.
Yeah, she'll be looking to follow Mandy's down, I think. We know we've got McIlory and Taylor Bruce hold second and third shot. You can see there that's Taylor Bruce's bowl to 3 o'clock and to 5 o'clock. So she'll just be looking to follow like this. Mandy's one down and move the jack just around the corner. What a bowl! That's magnificent stuff there from Amy McIlory. Oh, it's getting quite exciting here at the
It is.
Diggers Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs.
It is, and so it should be. And we've just got a 4-3. This is the fifth end of 18. We are going to play all 18.
What's Kirsten? It's interesting. They're 2 down, Mandy and Kirsten. 2 down on the head. There's actually not that much to hit.
Well, could you bring it around on the backhand side and come in that way?
I think that's, yeah, maybe drawing it on the backhand, although I think
Perhaps
Kirsten might
a
be
little
asking.
pushover, or just
Oh, here we
keep
go.
drawing.
So Kirsten asking Mandy to arrive on the forehand side, so she'll be playing onto her own bowl and trying to hit it into the head.
Tight. Sorry.
Narrow, she says. So she was looking just to get some movement through there on the forehand side. Sort of underplayed it.
Well, this time we are coming on the backhand. You can see.
Oh,
No,
she's
no,
decided.
Jack.
That's,
Amy's asking me, Jack, is Jack's back at the neighbour's house having some cat biscuits? I think Amy being asked just to draw the shot. She'll be aware that Mandy's bowl is sitting there to be hit at sort of 10 o'clock, so we'll see Amy miss more on the wide side than the narrow. Played for New Zealand, the Glasgow Commonwealth Games with Mandy Boyd. And won a bronze medal in the fours, so they will know each other very well. Slightly overplayed that bowl, but a brilliant second shot there from Amy McIlory, and from that, 2 points, and we see the score go to...
well, it's the scores keeping in touch, fairly close. It's sort of like 1 for 1, or you take 2, we'll take 2, as we get ready for the fifth of 18. And the scoreboard will be updating in just one moment. There you go. It's Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory. 5-4 up against Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd. This is the final of the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs. This is at the Stoke Bowling Club in Nelson. We've had the quarters and semis, and now we're on to the grand final. Just to update you who actually did win the semi-finals and by what. It was Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd. 19-12 over Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield. And the other semi-final was Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory. 20-12 over Leanne Poulson and Selena Goddard.
Yeah, it's been a great few days of bowls at the Stoke Bowling Club, and they've done well because it's been raining for most of it, Dave, and they've been able to push the games through. I saw a video of some hardy souls out on the green with squeegees, like these giant squeegees, and they push push the water off the green into the ditches and get the bowlers out there to get these games done.
And you can see a couple of lines there of where the bowls have gone. They're in a little bit. Well, it's got a lot of run on it.
It is. It's just slightly overplayed. Oh, flapping, so it must have stayed on the rink. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, yeah. Just by the number 3 there is where it was.
Yeah, to be fair, if you're going to miss your first bowl, that's where you want to miss it too, because it's always handy just to have the back covered, just in case. Well, it's Murphy's Law that when you have the back covered, the jack somehow finds a way to bounce back up the rink. It's Taylor on the back end. She's holding 2 there. Kirsten on the backhand side, looking to make a correction. Yeah, good line, says Mandy Boyd. Willing this bowl to stop.
Well
It's
played.
not going to though.
They've done just in time, I think, Dave. I've often wondered, I might have mentioned this at some other point, I think it'd be funny if we got like leaf blowers and lawn bowls. And took a leaf out of a proverbial leaf out of the curler's book.
Yours.
Now, if you want the bowl to stop, just go
Well done.
and then get it to stop.
Yeah,
Maybe
you got
someone
one.
can do that for a novelty event one day.
Yeah, you got one. Make it 2.
Yeah.
Don't mind me, Dave.
Well, we'll just let you,
It's been a long
stick with
day.
It has.
And I've had no cheese rolls. As we see Kirsten Edwards here on the back end, she's holding 1. Taylor with 2nd, 3rd and 4th shot. She needs to get the
Good.
inside half
Well
of that.
played.
she's got
That's
it.
brilliant stuff there from Kirsten Edwards.
Like that.
Absolutely magnificent bowling.
Yeah, yeah.
And you can see Bruce and the McIlory, they're just having a bit of a giggle.
It's good. It's great to see this game being played in good spirits between these 4 players.
That I'm getting back.
It'll be interesting to see. So Amy's got the first bowl here. What she actually wants to do. I suppose with Kirsten's first bowl being on the ditch, it's actually not that great. You know, it'd be tempting otherwise to have a go at this and hit the jack or the 2 bowls, but Kirsten's got the bowl at the back. So maybe Amy's aim is just to draw 3 bowls on her backhand side and see how close she can get. No, maybe she's lining up instead. What do I know, Dave? I think we're going to see a drive shot here. Okay. Well, we'll call it a run shot. It's close enough to drive. Looking for the jack or the bowls.
It's very, no, I was about to say it's very straight, but that
Yeah, she
late
played
turn.
it with absolute minimal weight there. Another bowl there or thereabouts, though. And we'll see Mandy just try and draw a 3rd shot. On her backhand. Good bowl here from Mandy Boyd. That's pretty classy stuff there. Drawing a toucher, sitting with 3. Now there's a temptation on the backhand to pick that gap and drive all 3 bowls off. I'm not sure if that's a shot that Amy likes to play. That's what Taylor's called
Which hand? This hand? This hand?
on the backhand.
About if you're to go, it's not. Okay.
And if you're wondering about that hairpiece, well, it's not actually hairpiece. That is indeed the chalk
The
spray.
spray chalk, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes you see people put their measures on there as well. Amy on the backhand here. Willing this bowl to hold up. That's the weight she wanted. I think we'll see her commit to that shot. I think she'll play it again with her last one. Mandy on the backhand side. She'll be aware that that's the shot, so she'll be looking to draw one in front of the jack. If she can just clear this bowl here, even if she plugs the gap, it's a good result. That's a good bowl there, Dave. She's removed Amy's chance to hit it straight up the middle.
Yeah.
So what we've seen is Amy be forced to play 3 different sorts of bowl.
And I'm not sure what she's going to have to play here either.
Well, how many is it?
They're going to have a chat, so I wonder if we can hear what they're saying.
Yeah, and there's like quite a lot of room for her to. Yeah. I mean, it was worth a go with your last. But
So Taylor saying there's quite a lot of room. Even to draw a second shot, it's 4-5 after 5. It's not about drawing the shot, it's about getting one second or third. So I think it doesn't matter what hand Amy plays, probably she'll lure to the backhand side, but just to the right of our screen. If she can draw to the chalk mark where the tee is, she'll be in for second shot there. And the players practice drawing to the tee, so it'll just be going back to her muscle memory. Good skipping from Mandy Boyd, forcing Amy to play different shots. See her take a breath. Someone's just walked in her way there, I think, so she'll reset herself. Big bowl. On the backhand, here we go. On its way, this bowl. Big bowl here from Amy McIlory. She's not far off. If she can get past the front one, underneath it then. Nothing happened. That was beautiful weight, Dave.
That was a great build-up there, Alex. Well done on that build-up.
I was getting quite excitable, but
in the end,
ultimately an unsuccessful bowl.
Yeah. So what have we got here then? We're going to have a...
What we can see is that Kirsten and Mandy are certainly holding 3 shots, and it's a measure for fourth between Mandy's bowl at 12 and Amy's bowl at 3, and Mandy's got an opportunity to add a bonus.
So we're looking at least a 3 to Edwards and Boyd.
Could be a number here, I think. Well, it will be a number. It could be a big number. Mandy.
Let's have a look at this one.
Making sure that
knock
she's
the pink out of the way. No, it's not going to do that.
That's good stuff there from Mandy Boyd. So it's definitely 4. That's exactly... That'll hurt because that's what Amy was looking to do, and she had the same weight.
4.
5.
Are we 5?
Yeah, that was a 5 there indicated by Taylor.
Okay, so that is 9-5 now, the score going up. Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd. 9-5 up over Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory. And we can see there Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield watching. Enjoying themselves there.
The dog going, is there a treat for me?
And they're just enjoying themselves.
There we go.
So this is the 7th end of 18. And of course, it is the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs.
You've gotten really good at saying that, Dave. I'm impressed.
Wasn't this morning. And just starting off here is Kirsten Edwards.
Just doesn't like turning back in that hand. It's just we call it a lazy hand. It just doesn't like turning in that much. You see it fight against the bias. Well, a good bowl there from Kirsten, a good first one.
Would it have been better for her to go on the backhand more than the forehand in that case?
Oh, that's a decision for the leads to make. There's an argument both ways, because the argument with sticking to a hand that turns less is that the margin of error is smaller because it's turning less. So if I miss my line by a foot out of my hand, it usually misses by a foot when it gets to the end. Whereas on a swinging hand, if I miss my line by a foot out of the hand, it can miss by 3 or 4 or 5 feet at the end of it. So sometimes leads prefer to stick to the straighter of the 2 hands.
Come on, Kirst. Come on out, all the way.
Willing this bowl on. Had the perfect line.
It's going to drop either way. No,
just sitting there teetering. We'll see Taylor play.
I think it's going to remain teetering for a while.
Unless there's a gust of wind or something. Taylor on the forehand as well. So we've seen this is the 4th bowl coming down this way.
Now, quite a tall frame as Taylor Bruce. Is it being tall or shorter? Is that better or worse for a lawn bowler?
That's a good question. I suppose if you think about
getting down.
Yeah, but if you think about the nicest deliveries that we've had in the sport, they're often the taller ones. So someone like Peter Bellis, who's arguably, he was the first ever professional bowler to come out of New Zealand. He's one of the greats of the game, won multiple world titles. He was a very tall, he is a very tall man. And when you watch him play, he's got long arms, it's a big backswing and a big smooth follow through. So that's sort of the deliveries that we model it off. And saying that bowls is one of those games where you've got all different shapes and sizes, and you just model a delivery that best suits you. So it's not about this is the perfect way to play a bowl. It's your key points need to be that you're balanced and that you let the bowl go from the same height every time, regardless of what that height is. So the body shape is largely irrelevant, but certainly the nicest deliveries are the tall ones.
Taylor Bruce with a top delivery there. Very
Great
much an
job.
open palm the way she let that go out of the hand as well.
She has essentially a textbook delivery. That's
Even
what
if
we
my
would
first was, like, on
what we
tighter
call the
side
New
and
Zealand
I just
way.
change it up a bit.
And the
And I'm assuming then, since there is a New Zealand way, there is a English, Australian,
Different,
and
yep.
every other way.
Yeah, so the New Zealand way was a delivery style put together by the New Zealand coach at the time, Stuart Butter, I think in the late 90s or the early noughties. And it was they had analysed our top bowlers and decided that, here's some key points that make a good delivery. So it was being taught and is still taught to a lot of bowlers today, and it involves an upright stance, and that's sort of essentially what Taylor Bruce does is that. Mandy here looking for connection square on this bowl. That is brilliant. Oh.
Gets a lot of applause there from Kirsten Edwards. The interesting aspect of that bowl was there wasn't a lot of pace on it.
No, she's got lovely
it was
weight.
accurate,
Yeah,
but it wasn't real pace.
lovely weight control, so she knew she could get it square. She was a bit unlucky, to be fair. She looked for that bowl square, and she got it slightly off square, so she's moved the jack. She's gone from one down to one down, but it's a better looking one down than what it was before. But certainly we see Mandy use that weight quite a lot, that meter on.
So a better looking one down.
Yes, it's a one down. I don't know how to better explain myself.
It's all right, no, we understand. It was just the expression.
It's a one down that's better. Something like that, as we see Amy on the back end. How much is this one going to turn? I'm not sure, Dave.
It's getting waved in.
It's like the air traffic controllers in this way.
Oh, no, it hasn't come in though.
Not to be. Yeah, so we'll see similar weight to her first bowl here from Mandy Boyd, looking to clear the front and then swoop in at the end. We'll know by their reaction if she's close. This is the holding hand. Kirsten saying your weight's pretty good.
So as we stand at the moment, the 1 point is going to Bruce and McIlory. Is that what we're looking at, Alex?
Yes, it is. Yeah, Taylor Bruce's bowl that sits at 2 o'clock is the shot.
I mean, it's quite tight as to which shot is which at the moment.
It is, yeah. I think at the very end of its track, the jack just moved to our right when it was pushed back. So they're holding one. So the equation for Mandy is how do I either move the jack or move the bowl?
Anything down there, or is it just?
Yeah.
Little shake of the head. Go this way instead.
Yeah, so it might have seemed easier for Mandy if she could just hit something on the backhand, but Kirsten's saying there's nothing on, so Mandy looking just to make a correction. She'll play a tighter line, trying to clear that front bowl that sits at 12 o'clock. I think she's pushed it wide again. Beautiful weight. Look at that weight. Would have swooped it enough to sit the bowl up and over or move the jack back a few feet, but not to be.
And if you were Amy McIlory, where would you be looking right now?
Yeah, it's pretty safe because we've got short bowls in front. So you're looking to draw a second shot, essentially next to the shot bowl. So you turn that into your jack and just draw a toucher to the shot bowl, you'll have two. And it's if she's narrow, she'll get bogged on the short bowl. So it's quite a safe bowl to play here. She can play it with a lot of confidence. Because if she's narrow like she might be here, it's as safe as houses. But she's just nothing dangerous is going to happen. And one there we see to Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory.
So they're on to 6 and 9 to Edwards and Boyd. That is Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd with 9. But Taylor Bruce, Amy McIlory with a 6. And we're now up to the 8th of 18. And Alex, you mentioned, so next weekend you're in Invercargill for bowls. What bowls again is it?
It's the Invercargill, the charity pairs they have down there.
And what is that? Just explain what the charity pairs is.
So it's an event it's been going on for about 30 years, I think. It's got its own committee that runs it, and they invite some players down, and I think they have maybe 32 combinations in the end.
So there's going to be 32 there and 16 in Stoke at the same time. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah. So it's a big weekend of bowls in the South
Big
Island.
weekend of pairs.
Yes, yeah, it is. But the charity pairs is pretty cool. So that local businesses and people around the Southland area can apply for funding, and essentially the entire weekend is geared towards fundraising for their charity. So there's an auction on the Friday night, and players contribute and all that sort of stuff. And at the completion of the event, every charity that has been approved for funding gets up and talks a bit about what they're doing with the money, and it's just it's one of my favourite events in all of bowls in New Zealand. So I'm looking forward to that.
A nice start there by Taylor Bruce. Who is your pair?
So that's the other thing, is it's sort of it's an invitational event, and they draw the teams out, so no one knows who the teams are going to be. So some unlucky person is going to get stuck with me for the charity pairs, and we don't know who it is.
Draw it again.
Well done.
Someone, but
What's the calibre of some of the people that may enter that event or be invited?
So it's a mix of bowlers. So try to get a mix of development and experience, and some bowlers from around other parts of the country for the invited ones. So I'd say it's less super duper competitive and more about having a really enjoyable 3 days.
And also community spirit as well.
Yeah, community spirit, and it's just I really enjoy that the charity is giving out some ridiculous. I won't say the sum because I can't remember off the top of my head, but some ridiculous sum over 30 years. It must be satisfying as the organisers to see that.
And then the Stoke men's pairs, I'm assuming it's the bigger NZ Stoke men's pairs, that will incorporate a large number of New Zealand's best as well.
Yeah, very much. It's a premier event.
So who will be some of the ones that you would consider playing in this? I mean, I guess there'll be a McIlory in there, maybe?
Maybe, although he's been a little bit picky and choosy with some of the stuff he's playing at. He didn't play the North East Valley singles this year after winning it 3 times in a row. But it'll be a very good field of bowlers for the Stokes men's pairs. We've got people like Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin, who are they won the national pairs this year, just gone. Caleb Hope and Sheldon Baggery-Howley are playing. James Pugh and Murray Scott, so there's some locals that'll be playing. Morris Symes, who won the New Zealand fours, you'll know his name. Mike Kernahan, Nathan Glasson, Ray Martin, so on and so forth. I could go on and on and on, but they've got a really good field of pairs for that, and I'm looking forward. Well, hopefully I won't be tuning into the live stream because I'll be playing bowls myself, but it'll be great for Bowls New Zealand to bring the live streaming of that on the 6th of November.
Well, meantime, let's have a look here. And who have we got closest? It looks to be a 1 at this stage for Taylor Bruce.
Yeah, Taylor holding 1 there at 10 o'clock, and then sort of the other 2 not quite so close, with Kirsten holding 2nd, 3rd and 4th shot on the crossover.
Yeah. Just await our competitors to make their way down and get ready, and this is Amy McIlory starting off.
Could just be looking to consolidate because they've got 1 close bowl, but they don't have 2nd, 3rd or 4th shot. Right, now we wait for it to turn. Here it goes. Down to the weight now for Amy. Good shot. Well played. Holding 2 there now. The weight that Mandy chooses will be interesting because it'll be tempting to have we'd call it a rake. It'll be tempting to be a metre on, resting the bowl of the jack here. Taking a high line on the draw. That's a good first bowl from Mandy Boyd. Getting a clap from Kirsten.
Well, the jack there is quite exposed, isn't it? So it gives a couple of options for Amy McIlory here. Yeah,
it looks inviting for both skips from this end because it's not being blocked up on the backhand side. So Amy and Taylor are holding the 1 that we can see at 9 or 10 o'clock. But it will look inviting for Amy just to put another bowl close, particularly considering her first bowl was really well played here. Amy just be willing this bowl to get past Mandy's bowl, not quite. not quite managing it, and an opportunity now for Mandy Boyd to do a similar thing. It will look inviting. Well, that's half the battle, I suppose. Mandy on the back end. Looks a little bit wide at a glance. Depends how much it turns into the head at the end. So we see the
Waiting
bowl.
for it.
There it is. What happened? We got 3 claps, but no
Okay.
indication of who's holding the shot.
Where's the fingers going?
Well, that's helpful. It's very, very close, Dave. That's
Yeah,
what we've,
yeah, a little bit of a wave and around here will do fine.
We'll see Amy just play a bowl with confidence, I think. Trailing 6 points to 9 after 7 ends of 18.
Very interesting what Amy McIlory does with her left hand. Clenches onto the towel, keeps it close to her stomach.
Yeah, I'm a comfort blanket.
Yeah, just.
Whoa.
Oh, that's good. It is.
That is good. She's knocked her own ball up, hasn't moved the jack. So she'll be holding at least 1, maybe 2.
And that
Oh,
is
it's
the
the
last.
Is it just one down?
Mandy Boyd asking for the finger.
Who's got the back? Taylor. So there won't be a drive. I think Mandy's got a very accurate run shot and drive shot that we've seen.
I'm just trying to work out from the finger just how far away that is.
Not very.
It didn't give me much of an indication.
Well, we may find out. It depends what Mandy does. But I think Kirsten asking.
Is she looking for a drive here? The way with the. Oh,
It'll be with weight. I think maybe a metre on just to pop the jack back a little bit because Taylor does have the absolute back. So we'll see just a bit of movement here. Mandy's very close with this bowl. Now, how far is the jack going to spring? That's the question. What's the weight control like?
It's
Slightly too far. A foot too far. So we saw that was 1 to Taylor Bruce. She's got the furthest back bowl.
okay.
So 1 there to Taylor and Amy.
So they go to 7. So that is Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory go to 7.
That's right.
And it is Kirsten Edwards, Mandy Boyd 9. As we get ready for the halfway stage, 9 of 18. And Alex, you've kept the ends and who's won which. But I think that Taylor Bruce and McIlory have actually won the last 3 by 1, and 1. Is that right?
I was just about to say that. So they've won overall. So we've played 9 ends. 3 have gone to Mandy and Kirsten, and 6 have gone to the other
It's
ones.
so bad.
So 6 have gone to Taylor Bruce and McIlory.
So they've won more, but
they've
it's
only
that
got
5.
7.
Yeah, there was that 5 that was scored.
Right. Okay. So the key factor there was the 5 for Edwards and Boyd.
Yeah.
Whereas Bruce and McIlory have only really picked up 1s along the way.
Yeah, so we've seen Mandy and
All good, bad.
Kirsten pick up a 5, a 3, and a 1, whereas on the other side we've got a 2, and then the rest of them have been scored in
Once.
1. So an intriguing battle here because it'll feel to Taylor and Amy like they've been more consistent. They'll feel like they've
They've won more ends.
well, they've
haven't
won
they?
more ends, yeah, exactly, and they're trailing 7 points to 9.
That
Psychology,
5 was just a massive chunk.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. And for Mandy and Kirsten, they go, well, we know we've got a 5 before. We're always capable of pulling out a number. So the psychology of the game will be interesting as this final progresses. We are at the halfway mark.
Okay, so we're playing the. What end are we playing now? We're playing the 9th, or we're playing where you had 9?
I can see an 8 in the middle, so we're playing the 9th one now.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
And 9-7 is the score. There's a good bowl here by Taylor
Oh.
Bruce.
Just carried a little bit though.
Track.
Oh, good track, she says.
Come on, Kirst. Bit more. Yeah, good shot. Well done.
See that bowl turn late.
And all 4 almost in a row.
Yeah, they're taking the same, it looks like the same line.
It's a beautiful delivery.
Yeah, it's a picture.
You could just see how smooth it looked. Whether or not it goes on target doesn't matter, but you can just see it. Where's it coming?
Try. Good enough.
Oh, that's
Sharing a laugh there.
drops in nicely, blocks the view. You're going to have to go round me. I don't think Edwards is really going to mind.
We see this bowl, a very high line, but we know these bowls have been turning a lot at the end, so it might come back to the centre line here. Heavier than she would have liked, but still an okay space.
Well, they've both got a bowl at the back, just in case the jack gets hit back there.
Yeah, it's always a good way to miss from a lead's point of view.
A good way to miss.
Something like that anyway. As we see the skips make their way down to their end. The weather has held. We were promised no rain and it hasn't happened. So whoever organised that with the weather gods has done a good job.
I think our friend Colin's going to claim
Got a direct line to the weather. Amy here.
Well, previously he was looking for the cat and came up with a dog, but that's all right.
That'll have to do. It was a good dog, to be fair. So we got Amy on the forehand. Kirsten just moving.
Well, that one slowed up significantly.
Yeah, and a big turn at the end. That's a good shot there from Amy McIlory. Drawing another shot. So they should be holding 2, I think.
Where is Mandy Boyd going on this one?
She'll just be looking to follow that one down, Dave. Same sort of bowl. That can be helpful sometimes if you have to play the same bowl as your opposition because you've sort of seen roughly where they've gone. So it's just sort of trying to follow them down. That was perfect weight. One bowl narrow. And Taylor saying, please do the same thing again.
We are playing wire after all.
I don't know what she said then. I heard after all at the end, and that was it. It looked like it was funny. On the forehand. Nice delivery as well. All would have had good coaching. These 4 come through the youth and development pathways. Slightly overplaying that bowl. Andy here on the forehand. This one can't be far away.
Oh! Yeah, yes. Well, I think we're still looking at the best, or the closest is Taylor Bruce's.
Probably Taylor's followed by Amy, so they're holding 2 at the moment, Dave. It should be, if Mandy does nothing, drawing the scores to be 9-all after 9. Here we go. Amy looking to add another bonus to sit with that 3. Put all the pressure on Mandy Boyd. Look at this. Look at this. That's good stuff there. Holding 3 now.
Well, this is going to be, I wouldn't say a turnaround, but it's certainly something of a pressure builder.
It's a
Am I
big
trying to
end
get
here.
that bowl out that side.
It's a big end.
Is it Taylor's one?
So asking for specific instruction is Mandy Boyd.
Yeah, big chance here. Mandy's going to have a proper go at this. She's not going to be short. She can turn this end around. She'll be very pleased. On the backhand, here we go. Here we go. Need a camera switch.
Oh, no. That didn't work, though.
No, she hit the ball she wanted to, but in the wrong place, and that's gone poorly.
Was that
3.
3?
Yeah.
3 there.
Okay, well, they take the lead, though, and that is now going to be a 10-9 advantage for Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory.
Yeah, as we see Pete Hodson. He's wearing a Stoke Thunder cap and looking absolutely thrilled to be alive. There's Pete. He's a great bowler. He's won the New Zealand singles before, Dave, and played bowls through 5 for the Stoke Thunder, and I'm sure we'll see him on the greens on Sunday, umpiring here today. Happy man.
And as we mentioned, it is a 10-9 Taylor Bruce, Amy McIlory over Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd. Yeah, just put that jack there on the line.
And a 10-9 lead, yes, to Taylor and Amy. They've done well. I think they deserve to be in front. We've noted that.
Well, the consistency factor.
Yeah, Mandy and
so
Kirsten.
how many ends have they won now? Is that they've won 9 out of 10?
No, Mandy and Kirsten have won 3, so it must be
Okay,
6.
3.
6 would make sense. and 10 points scored in that time. That's the first multiple
far
they've
off,
scored,
mate.
though.
Just that.
A good 3 there
Yes.
for
Yeah.
Taylor and Amy. And they'll feel like they're getting into their work now, whereas conversely, Mandy and Kirsten,
Well, they had that big fiver.
yeah, and that you do that work and you buy yourself a bit of breathing space, which they did. So they could have afforded. Well, you never want to drop points, but they go, we're halfway through. We got a
Good.
5.
Well done.
It's about right that we're roughly all square. Now we need to kick on again. So they'll be looking for to start their scoring again here. As we see Taylor on the back end. It is remarkably comforting to have a bowls cloth when you're playing bowls, Dave, even if you don't use it, just to have it there like a comfort blanket.
I guess it's better than cigarettes like in the past. That
Yes,
used
yeah,
to
we've
happen.
moved on.
There used to be competitors smoking.
They
And they're
did.
smoking by the greens, on the greens almost.
Yeah, most bowling clubs don't even allow it on the greens now anymore, to be fair, which I have no issue with. As we see Kirsten on the back end, lovely line, settling in. This is a good stuff here. I think that's just a stop.
And you can see the marks
Mm.
on your screen. It's almost like someone's just wiping off the marks there on your screen, trying to clean it and haven't done it very well.
Yeah, with poor, bad glass cleaner.
Yep. The streaks.
If you use methylated spirits, you don't get the streaks, Dave, on your glass. But don't bother using newspaper anymore because that used to work with the old ink and it doesn't work now.
Yeah,
in newspaper.
that's true.
Good, bud. Get a curse. Hop on this, bud.
Pointless information on a bowls broadcast. That was a good shot there from Taylor. Oh, Kirsten just resetting herself. See what happens here. Mandy remain interested for a while. That bowl not to be, just falling short. Beautiful line.
And just the word for both pairs.
That's good. It shows a bit of experience here, I think, for most pairings. I do think if Mandy and Kirsten can win an end, we'll see a very different jack length. I think we'll see them throw a long jack or move the mat up and just try and throw Taylor and Amy off their rhythm. A couple of claps there from Taylor. I think Taylor's one of the ones who's got a measure in her, has a bit of hair sort of there. Yeah, you can
She's
see
got one on each
the
side.
measure on the right and the
Yeah.
toucher on the left.
She does have pockets.
Very efficient. Yeah.
No, she definitely got pockets in her shorts where she could put them, I guess.
Oh, look at this from Amy McIlory. That's great stuff.
There you go. Gets out the spray.
I can see the merit though, because it took almost no effort for her then, didn't it? Just like
Yep.
out and then spray it on the bowls. Good bowl. And they're right in the groove now. They'll be feeling good. So we see Mandy on the back end. Kirsten willing this one on. Look at it. Close here from Mandy Boyd. That is a good bowl. Second shot. She'll be pleased with that.
And which one are you saying is closest? The pink?
Yeah,
or...
yeah. The pink bowl at 11 o'clock is the shot bowl, and Mandy, who drew to 7 o'clock, will be second shot.
I don't know, on the angle, or maybe...
Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm right, but I've said that many times before and not been.
Well, it's quite nice having some free land out there.
Just deciding on what the best option is.
And what would you say the best option would be from your reckoning?
What if I'm
It's a-
going down through yours?
I'll just wait for the instructions here.
Yeah.
Recommendations.
Yeah, it was a good question. The fear for Amy is if she was to play a backhand again, she could make the target bigger. So she's trying not to make a big target for Mandy, which is why she's going to play her forehand side, because anywhere she finishes isn't widening the target for Mandy to hit. So we'll see this forehand bowl. Fair effort here from Amy. This is a well played. This is a well played bowl here.
Anyway.
It nearly went right and it nearly went wrong. And
Amy McIlory just able to grin about it. In the meantime, it is Mandy Boyd with the bright Nike cap.
on the backhand side. Waiting for this ball to turn back in. Where is it? There it is.
Yeah, wishing it in.
Mm.
She had that lean on. Now, who was the great leaner? There was certainly someone in the past who would bowl for New Zealand and would just be leaning almost at right angles. You felt that they were just brilliant lean. I'll think about it and come up with it very shortly. But there was some.
There's been a few.
Yeah,
There's
few that just lean it through. It's like they're feeling the bowl as it goes down the green.
I'm sure it makes a difference. Or it does to the bowler. We feel like we've impacted it when you.
Well, talking about who have been some of the characters with the way they've reacted to their bowl. If, any that really stand out for New Zealand or around New Zealand, even at the moment, who really express themselves like that?
Yeah, there's a few. I think I mentioned before, like Sheldon Baggery-Howleys, we saw on the Bowls 3-5 get quite
That's
animated. Right. Even Shannon McIlory, our world champion, gets quite animated at times. And it's just good to see. I think the younger generation coming through is certainly more prone to showing a bit of animation. There's some great bowlers also as we watch.
Oh, on the drive.
This is close here. This is close here from Mandy Boyd. What a bowl. Plucked it out. It's clean as a whistle.
And it just pinged out the one that she wanted gone.
Absolutely. Clean as a whistle. Great shot there. We'll see.
And the score, were we changing for? Are we going to get a... See if Bruce and McIlory with the 10-9 at the moment, and we'll just wait for the score to change over just to make sure we've got that correct as we get ready for the 11th.
10 apiece.
It was one, yes. And
now the other colourful characters, Dave, we've got a lot of strong bowling families and ties to people of Croatian descent. They've got...
I can call them my cousins.
Yeah, lots of great groups. There's a group in Henderson and a group played of Carter and Cornwall up in Auckland, but also all around the country. It's got a strong history in that, and always been colourful characters, very competitive, say what they think, and it's good. We've got Peter Saying, one that comes to mind. He's won 5 national titles, I think, from the Carlton club. Great bowler, very colourful character, good to have on the greens.
Well, coming from
Good girl.
one side of the family,
Good,
which
buddy.
is
Well done.
very strong Croatian descent, saying what they think is certainly up there, and being quite emotive about things when it comes to everything.
It's good. It's good to see that passion. So certainly it's come through on the bowls.
Well, I can imagine in the bowls how it can be shown with where your bowler's going and supporting each other, and just the club atmosphere as well.
Not far off.
Oh, good. Look how much that one turned at the end.
Wow, that just came around the back.
Yeah, good stuff there from Taylor. And we did see that Matt go right back to the 2, and they've thrown a long one. 10 all after 10. It's been a good final so far, Dave.
That was just a nice little catch-up, that last bowl that just pinged the pink out of the way and collected the 1 point.
Great effort.
Yeah, great shot from Mandy Boyd.
And this is Mandy Boyd, who you can see I was just in front of the camera there. In the meantime, it is Taylor Bruce.
On the forehand textbook delivery. It's Taylor Bruce from the Burnside Club in Christchurch. Good line here. Not far away. Little feather off that one.
Little touch.
Yeah, you know,
Just about good enough.
And Alex, you mentioned that the Burnside Club in Christchurch is one of the better clubs as such with facilities. Which club is the most, well, has the largest number of members?
It's a good track, bud.
Is there any that have big memberships or?
Yeah, there's a few with a few hundred. I wouldn't want to name them.
I'll go on.
There's a few hundred. I think Bowls Ariwa has a big membership in Auckland, as does Howick's got a big membership up in Auckland. I couldn't speak to the southern centres, but certainly there is a few very healthy clubs with that three-digit number there, and some clubs that are more of a community hub than a bowling club, which is good to see. Like I know from my club that I play at in Auckland, Point Chevalier, we don't have a huge amount of super competitive bowlers, but we've got a lot of social members, and that keeps things sort of ticking along. And they're always a good pool of people that you can, just tap them on the shoulder and try and push them into the slightly more competitive bowls.
Well, the Point Chef Club is a little bit of a hub as well. It's pretty easy for a lot of people from different suburbs to get to.
Yeah, and the cool thing about us is we're lucky enough to have a commercial kitchen, so we've got a
Yeah.
good person in there who does that. There's pool tables, dartboards. We have an indoor bowling club for the winter time, so on the little 24-foot long mat. So there's always stuff going on at that club, and that's not unique. There's out of the 470 clubs, heaps and heaps of them have lots of things going all over the season, and they are more of a community hub than a bowling club, which is great.
Well, that's what assists a lot of clubs being financial, because having, oh, that's nice.
Good shot there.
Having great greens is fantastic. However, great greens can't necessarily be used, well, not 24 hours, but into the evening
Yeah, no,
and on particularly bad weather, whereas you can use the clubhouse and other facilities, whether it's eating or being able to have a drink as well, or table tennis, pool,
absolutely.
etc.
It's good to see. As Amy McIlory here, she's not far away. What's she going to do? Got the jack? Where's it going? She
she's
followed it twice.
She's followed it, and
Literally couldn't. Well, it couldn't have gone much better. What a bowl!
she is the closest still.
One down, says Kirsten. So Amy holding the shot. Great bowl there from Amy
Still a
McIlory.
track through there.
It's still a channel there, though, isn't there? That anything
Give it a metre.
anybody can get through, although it's got to be a straight channel.
Yes, yeah, that's what I think. That's what Kirsten just said as well. Still a track through there. So it's
It's not something you can swing around, though. You've got to be relatively straight to get that channel.
yeah through it absolutely, and we know it's the holding hand. So Mandy will
She's
just
going to try.
try get the weight right. If you have enough weight, it'll hold up. This isn't far away here from Mandy Boyd. Willing it just to hold a little bit longer. Not going to be possibly more the weight than the green there, I think, Dave. If she had had a bit more weight behind it, it might have gone on that little bit more.
So what are you doing on this one for Amy McIlroy? How are you placing it? Are you going on a slow straight? Or, I
That's
think how to describe
the
it.
challenge we have with bowls is that they only sort of
Yeah, they don't go straight all the time.
the only way you can change what green they take is by adjusting the weight, and that can have some bad consequences if it goes wrong. So she'll just back herself that it'll turn enough.
Trying to
get
figure
around.
out how to do a slow straight as I described it, and I'm not sure if you can.
No, it's it's very challenging. You can sometimes get lucky on the older artificials were quite convenient because they had lines that were like stitched up.
Yeah.
So you could use that as a straightener. So that would be a slow straight, as you say. If you can find a straightener, there was a club in Tauranga that had an old log underneath the green that was decomposing. So it made like a hole in the green, and you could use that as a slow straight. But ordinarily, no, it's a bit of a challenge, Dave.
Well, I guess I'm sort of looking at there's a gap in between towards the last bowl. And how can you actually hit that? Although it looks as though it's going to be hit now.
Oh. That was a fantastic effort.
It was almost on target to knock out the pink bowl completely.
Yeah. So it's about making that compromise. If you want your bowl to go straighter, you know you have to add more weight. So then it becomes about knowing what you're going to hit. Is the answer to that question. And she did that almost as well as she could have.
So we're just still on the one, though, aren't we?
One there. I think the pink, the one at just past 12 o'clock, I think, is holding the shot.
Which has opened things up a little bit, though. So we've got a little bit more space and a little bit more visibility.
Yeah, we'll see Taylor and Amy come down and have a proper look at this head. It'll be a shame.
They just seem to be smiling. They're not.
They're too happy.
Yeah,
It'll be
exactly.
a shame to see them. You never want to waste. Rollers are really reticent to throw bowls away.
A little bit of analysis there.
Oh, and here we have Tim and Raywin, who are Amy's parents, watching
Okay.
on. Dave, as well. Okay,
I
we've
must
got
be
Tim.
getting to summer in Nelson because at the moment the jandals are off.
I know, I can see it down there too. I was like, oh.
That's a true indication of summer.
And the jandals.
Yeah,
Jandals
well, the
come
jandals aren't even on.
At least I like that we call them jandals in New Zealand. I don't like this flip-flop business. Right. So what's it? Well, I don't even know. She'll try and find a way to draw a second shot. Maybe on the backhand side, Dave. It looks safer if you turn that bowl that sits at 2 o'clock into your jack. If you're just drawing to the point of that,
Okay.
you might be close to second shot. The fear to playing the forehand side is
That
like
you
you
knock
said,
out.
yeah, it's so easy to be heavy, so easy to pick that gap wrong, and then the jack pops back and it's just into a bad space. So I think we'll see Amy on the back end.
Well, my slow straight has been just booted out the window.
Yeah,
You know what I meant.
I did. It made enough sense. As we see, this is very close here. Very close here from Amy. Oh, be careful, Amy. Oh,
That was lucky.
that was.
Very fortunate we're still on just the one.
There would have been a moment of the heart in the mouth there, I think.
I think we're going for one. No, we are looking for a second.
One
No,
there.
just the one. So Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory 11-10 up over Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd. As we move on, one more end. Remember, it is 18, and we are now playing the 12th. So we're getting through it, but it's just no indication of anybody taking a big lead of late.
Yeah, it's been a very well contested game. That 5 may make the difference at the end of the day, because it's allowed Mandy and Kirsten to stay right in it, and having only scored on the 4 ends of the 11, certainly Amy and Taylor will feel like they've scored more. But I wouldn't be able to pick a winner from this point, Dave. It's pretty well contested.
I don't think you can at all.
So we see Taylor here on the back end. Has enjoyed a great season. I think I mentioned earlier in one of the games that she was crowned our Somerset Supreme Award winner of the year, after having a great season, won 2 Commonwealth Games, bronze medals, national singles, runner-up in the national pairs, amongst a smattering other achievements.
Oh, that was quite a big smattering.
It was a very big smattering. I was running out of breath, that's why I thought I'd stop. As we see Kirsten Edwards here, just a bit short. She'll be disappointed with that one. Good track, says Mandy.
So how would a greenskeeper now, after this particular tournament and with another one coming up later in the week, what can they do? Just say leave this green, leave this rink alone for a couple of days?
Sometimes they do. They do, and greenkeepers do an incredible job. I'm sure that they get their ears bent by every man and his dog about what they should not be doing. And I know that's not unique to bowls. It would happen to anyone who manages any turf or green anywhere. So sometimes they get them to be left a bit, and you listen to what the greenkeeper says. If the greenkeeper says jump, you meant to say, how high do you want me to jump, please? So they'll have a plan to make the greens as good as they possibly can be for that next weekend. That's not too bad, because there's sort of a week in between, as we see a great job there from Kirsten. Is it a toucher?
I don't believe it's touching, but it's tight.
Must be a cigarette paper away.
And our resident dog has fallen asleep again. I can see in the background there. No, it's too much tension.
I wouldn't be asleep. It's exciting stuff. As we see Taylor on the back end. That's great. On the back end side, so one down on the head. Taylor won't be necessarily looking for the shot, but even if she can just draw to the side of that, or make the split a bit bigger. Yeah, good bowl.
Nah, it's about 2 centimetres off. You're just trying hard for a real good track, even if you're on the wee bit tighter side.
Oh, there you go. You heard the very clear instructions there.
Second shot underneath the head. Kirsten here on the back end.
Good too.
It's got one clap. That's a good start. So we see the bowl come back into view.
Well done.
That's a well-played bowl.
Very good.
Yep, good shot. And where that bowl's finished is where the jack is headed to if it's tapped. So a good shot there by Kirsten. Oh, there's the dog.
There he is.
Well asleep. I think Sally. Sally is the name of the dog, according to my sources. And Sally, fast asleep there. Riveting stuff. Obviously, the lunch Sally had was being well digested, and asleep she is. Brilliant stuff, and good to see Steve Delaney down, checking out the bowls.
And let's have a look now. We have our competitors at the other end getting ready. That is Mandy Boyd with the bright cap. Amy McIlory here with the pink bowls. And just her keeping the left arm tight under the chest.
On the forehand side. How's the weight here from Amy McIlory? I'm not sure if it's got quite enough juice. Just a little bit shy. Not the end of the world. It's a good place to start. Mandy on the back end. Very smooth delivery. So we see this bowl make its way back into the head. We know they swing a lot at the end. Here we go. Here we go. A little tap. Not to be
I
great.
don't know if it really hit.
Don't think
There's
so.
a bit of a wobble on there with the bowl coming in. Didn't matter.
Yeah, it was a good shot. So she's holding 2 there. Amy will be looking to make some sort of impact with this bowl on the forehand side, just looking to move bowls into the head. Yeah, she's taken a tighter line, we can see there. This is going to be close to something very interesting, Dave. Hit anything if she clears the front one. No.
No, that was probably the least bowl she wanted to clear.
Was the only bowl she didn't want to hit. You know, if she got past that, it was happy days left, right and centre, but she just got bogged on that shortest one. And a decision to be made here.
Where are you going with this
Down that
Mandy
hand?
Boyd?
Talking about forehand or backhand. She asked forehand and Kirsten just shook her head, so Mandy on the backhand. I don't know if she'll go close or past. It's hard to tell. Looking to go deep, that's fair enough. So she's sort of mentally saying, look, if Amy gives it a bash, I want to have a bowl past the head.
And if you are Amy McIlory on this occasion, where are you going?
I think
Are you
she'll
going to try and... That's the old snooker shot. Bounce it off your own.
Yep.
That appears to be what we're asking for.
Yeah, so she's going to put it in the area. Obviously, you aim for one shot, but you want it to be in a space where you can get good results. So she'll be on that forehand side, maybe 2 metres over, and just looking to connect with anything in that sort of 1 or 2 foot target. We'll see whether she's on track in a second. So she's looking for Taylor's bowl that sits at 11 o'clock. Very close here is Amy McIlory. Anything there is good stuff. Doesn't want fresh air.
Oh.
Fresh air is what she found. Just the smallest feather off that bowl. A little bit unlucky, I think it's fair to say there. She played that well, Dave.
Well, this one here from Mandy Boyd is a complete and utter muck-up. It's going to be minimum 2.
Yeah, minimum of 2 there. Amy unable to make a difference. A bit stiff. She played that bowl really well. She did what she wanted to do, got it right in the area, and didn't get a thick enough wick off the bowl that she hit, and as a result missed the jack clean. I think
Got 2.
at least
a
the 2.
minimum, possibly.
1, 2, and Taylor 3.
3. So they go into the lead again. That is Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd, 13-11. A little bit of a switch around. And there's Puppy again.
Oh, he's awake. Well, she's awake.
Oh, something. I'm ready.
That's great stuff.
13-11. It is Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd over Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory. This is the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs at the Stoke Bowling Club. And we are on to the 13th end of 18. It's a very straight jack.
Yeah, right up the middle.
Yeah. And the breeze just calming down a little bit. Meanwhile, it's in fine conditions. And we have the jack around about, I wouldn't call it short, probably more middle. And it is
Yeah, so we got the
Edwards with the first bowl.
middle end. The jack is a good call there, I think, Dave. Just a nice length, and the mat right back on the 2 metre mark. As we see this bowl, good weight,
Good bowl,
just a
well
little
done.
bit underneath the line that she would have liked.
Well, that bowl was probably a good indication for everybody else as to where things could or might go, depending on how much, I guess, how much you put behind it.
As we see this bowl here, it's starting to turn early as well. There is a wind coming across from the left to the right. You can see on occasion when there's a little bit of a gust. As we got Kirsten Edwards here on her forehand. And yeah, see the bushes just sort of rustling, the trees rustling. Bit of lavender back there, Dave. I don't like lavenders. I get hay fever, you see, so it's a problem.
Why am I not surprised?
Oh, we
Very
got
good.
perfect weight again. Just the line. Look at that weight. It's absolutely beautiful.
No lavender at Tauranga, is there?
Oh, occasionally there was a lavender, you know, here or thereabouts, but nowhere near me. Well, I've discovered that hay fever pills are remarkable.
Yep, go there, bud.
Yeah, Telfast or something like that.
Yeah, it's good.
And that one just drops. So at the moment, the leading bowl is, well, it's not that close. So there's plenty of time to actually get closer.
Yeah, there's an ample amount of room here for all four players, really. They're all capable of drawing right onto it. So we might see Kirsten Edwards here do that.
Jack. Shot. Well played.
Great bowl. Good shot
Great
there
bowl.
from Kirsten Edwards.
You gotta touch it.
Yours was Maida.
What was that?
It's a touch of chalk spray, and I don't think Maddie had any. So just asking her lead if she had any there. That's some good. I wonder if I'd charge my skip by the spray. I think
It would be not much fun to have in a team sometimes.
you wait till the charity pairs, Dave. The
not
my
much fun
skip
to
will-
have in a team or
my skip will
having
go,
a
what,
pair.
what has happened? Close here from Taylor.
Down,
This has
Tate.
got a nice roll.
Very close to a toucher.
Great shot, buddy. Very good.
Good shot.
Yeah,
Good
you got the
bowl.
approval, buddy.
Going to see a high five on the way past, are we?
Good shot, Hal.
Unlucky.
Yep.
Yeah,
Bit
close
of a
enough.
slap.
Close enough to a high five as they continue their crossover, and a good shot there from Taylor. Interesting end here from the leads. We've got four bowls that are close, and we've got one that's, I think it's fair to say, I'd call that a short bowl up the front, and one that's a little bit underneath the line. As we see Mandy, very distinctive delivery on her forehand side. Right. Kirsten not looking that interested in this one yet. It's a good bowl.
It wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
So how many have we got close now for Edwards and Boyd?
To me, it looks like we've
So
got Kirsten Edwards' bowl up the front for one,
Yeah.
and Taylor Bruce has got second shot, which is the bowl that's at 5. We'll see on the share camera angle here. So that's Kirsten Edwards' bowl there for one, and then Taylor's got second shot. Kirsten's got third. Mandy's got
Well, this one could.
fourth.
Well, is it gonna,
Oh, found the gap. It's insane how that can happen sometimes. So,
so we're on the one. We're on a one only at the moment.
yeah, Kirsten and Maddie holding one at the moment.
It's not going to do too much damage to the scoreboard.
No, and they'll just look to draw. She'll look to draw as close as she can, and if she gives the shot away, such as life, because it's almost you'd rather do it than the opposition at this stage. Like if Mandy draws a front toucher, it's much better than Amy drawing a front toucher because you're guaranteeing one down instead of a two, like this. So if she drops a one, she's at peace. That was a good bowl. She should be clapped. Yeah, it was a good shot.
And we're going to get. She should be on a 2 now. Should
No,
be.
she's given the shot away there, unfortunately,
Yeah.
Dave. That
Oh,
bowl
yeah.
that's at 6 o'clock, that looks almost identical to Mandy's one, but isn't, is Taylor's bowl. So Taylor's holding the shot. But Mandy would have known that was a risk, and she'll be happy enough. It was a well-played bowl. It was more to stop Amy from getting an easy-ish 2.
If I touch
Sometimes
you
you
at the
gotta-
jack, is it Mayday?
That's fantastic.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. And whose is that one at the back down there? Sorry? Whose is that back one there? Yeah, yours?
I think that's my favourite question from a skip so far. Is it Mayday if I do that? That's,
You want to explain that a little bit?
well, I imagine that Mayday is the, that's
Can
what
it
people
squirt
do
that
when they're in
way?
trouble, isn't it? You go, Mayday, you know, the panic.
Yeah.
So she's saying
could
if
be
I
a
do
few
that,
versions
is it?
of it,
Out that way?
as in you're in trouble, or there is the Mayday.
Oh, Mayday's.
parade.
Oh, that's right. So maybe. Oh, I don't know. She was either asking if I do that, is it horrible or is
Yeah.
it good? I presume that it was the panic Mayday as opposed to the
Yeah.
holiday, but maybe it was if I do that, is it happy days? Someone will have to ask Amy. So what we're talking about, this communication between the lead. As long as the lead
Well,
and the
they knew
skipper
what they were
understand
talking
what's
about.
going on, it doesn't matter, does
We
it?
were potentially confused.
Oh, I'm always potentially confused as we see Amy here on the back end, holding one, and just put another bowl there or thereabouts. And interesting.
She still has one remaining.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting shot selection here from
A
Mandy.
lot of consultation coming up here.
I think so. So they're one down on the head.
What about if there was no consultation? That if you weren't able to walk down?
I think we'd just hear a lot of probably, well, it depends who'd be playing. Because there are times, like in singles and stuff, you can't go down for your first 2 bowls, and sometimes on a time limit game you don't go down, so you just talk a lot. You talk a lot to your team. You have to trust your team. And they're looking for a very fine shot here, Dave, for the very edge.
Well, that's very tight, isn't it?
Yeah, look at Mandy's, where she's pointing her feet. She's looking for... Well, listen.
According to the foot scale.
There we go. Now she stops talking.
Now just imagine if there was no talking at all.
I wouldn't be. That wouldn't suit me at all, Dave. I think what Mandy's looking to do, the second shot bowl that sits at 10 o'clock, she can see the edge of it. So she's
Why
looking
doesn't she
to,
come around the other way? It's more open.
because she's going the other one. Is my answer. She's looking to cannon it onto the shot bowl. We'll have a look in a second. The other way is more likely to move the jack back to where Taylor's bowl is at the back, whereas this one's just going to be clean. Let's see what she does. She's close. She's close. And no cigar.
Yeah, too straight on that one.
Yeah, so we had Taylor's bowl at 6 o'clock. So if she had moved the jack back, it was panic station. So she was just looking to rest her own bowl up and over for one. Very fine shot there. Very difficult and unable to make it. So we see another point scored, or a point scored to Taylor and Amy now.
Yeah, so they keep in touch. It is 12-13. Taylor Bruce, Amy McIlory, Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd.
Got this.
Well, they've got the 13, but it was Bruce and McIlroy taking the 1 point there. And ready now for the 15th of 18.
Yep, getting right there as we see the Stoke Thunder flag blowing in the breeze as Taylor delivers the jack.
Oh, that's a nice... oh, come on. Oh,
I think she's actually moved it more to the other side. That doesn't look down the centre to me. I think if she had left it, it would have been closer to the middle, Dave.
exactly.
We got Taylor here on the back
I don't
end.
think anybody's really minding, but it was just about there. And you can really see the marks now on the grass.
Yeah, as the day wears on, we're now, what, 3:30? I thought it was later than that. Bit of encouragement there from Mandy. And the crowd growing on the outside. Some people venturing out from the clubhouse, I think, Dave. It is nice and warm in the clubhouse, to be fair.
Track. Close here, Kirst. Come on out.
How's the weight?
Run a bit.
Not sure if it's going to go far enough.
Track's so good. Next one.
Here we have Taylor on the back end.
Bring a bit longer.
Oh, that was close. to
Yeah,
the
I didn't
jack,
want to
wasn't
call it because I didn't know if it was going to get the jack or not.
it? It was tight.
Within millimetres. Some touch of spray still on one of those bowls.
How would bowlers of this ability go if you just say, well, here's what you're going to use? You're going to use this type of ball.
Come on out.
It doesn't matter that it's not quite the same.
Goodbye.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Because certainly in the last 20 years we've seen bowls themselves change a lot. They used to be what we'd call a heavy bias bowl, so they used to swing a lot, and now they swing less, so it just changed the game a little. I think that
So if you
bowlers
just said, well, look, for the final, you're using blue bowls, you're using red, and they are this and they are this. Thanks.
I think we'd find bowlers of this ability wouldn't take that long to adjust. I think that
But if they're just like, here's your visibility, these ones, don't swing as much. These ones don't swing as much, but one's blue, one's green, or whatever.
I think bowlers would adjust. The bowlers is just line and length, I think, at the end of the day. We do become attached to our individualised sets that do slightly different things, but particularly ones of these quality, these are 4 people who've played for their country. If you gave them, I think, any set of bowls, they could make them do what they wanted if you give them a couple of ends. And it can be, there's a few clubs that get the old bowls out because we've still got them stocked away, the old black bowls that have the big swings. And have
people enjoy
some
just
social
having a go at
days.
those?
Yeah, it's quite good because you have to take a lot more green, so it's a different game because it's either draw or drive. It's hard to do those resting shots because they swing so much. But as long as you just keep that in mind, it's quite good fun actually to get them out sometimes. And
in a physical sense, they aren't bigger or smaller, are they?
No, they aren't bigger, but if you looked at them really carefully, the running surface would look slightly different to the ones we have now because they turned more.
Right.
So it'd probably be a more noticeable, not spherical shape.
Well, it'd be quite fun to see some of the top bowlers, see how far they could get them to swing. Just for a
I'd
bit
be
of a
on
laugh.
board. I'd be on board that bandwagon and get a green running real fast. 30 years ago we used to have 20-second. We call it a 20-second green. So it's essentially running like a car park, like it was compressed down and really hard, really quick. And the bowls turned a lot, so they had to go. They talk about the quarterfinals of the Nationals that used to have 2 games going because if you had more than 2 games on a green, the bowls were hitting each other. That's how much green they were taking.
So that's how far they were swinging.
That's how far you had
they were
to
able
roll them out.
Get them to swing.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, Dave.
No, it's always good. And I think people do. Oh, that one
What
just
a
touches.
bowl! Great shot.
Well, people do enjoy comparing the whether it's the errors or even just from 10, 20, 30 years ago.
I think one of the interesting things, I'll just quickly talk about it before the scene finishes, that I find about indoor bowls, which is the sport that's on the mats, is that the bowls are supplied.
Right.
You don't have individualised sets, so every bowl is exactly the same. There's no difference in what they do.
Well, surely that has to make things more equal as such.
I think it makes it a more simple game. Yeah, it's an even playing field. I can't get a bowl that takes a different line to you. As we see Amy McIlory here, good length, just that little bit wide.
Get on the back of you.
And Mandy looking to back up her first one from the centre of the mat. Lovely delivery.
Quick.
Slightly overplaying it on this occasion. Amy coming for a walk to have a look at the head. It'll be interesting to see what they decide here. It's hard to find a shot to play, Dave, because Mandy and Kirsten have the back covered. So aggression isn't going to go that well because the jack's nearly touching the bowl. So you try hit the bowl, the jack's going to move.
But then to get in behind, well, she almost did on a second bowl. To McIlory.
To just try and dead draw the shot, on the
she
forehand
came very
side.
close to getting around, but then it would have gone right around the back. And
One down's okay.
Yeah, that's what we heard there from Amy. So she said, 1 down's okay. I'm going to try persevere on the forehand side. So she'll play a similar bowl to her last one and draw the. I think that's the right. I think that's the right.
I'm pleased
call
I
there.
got that one correct.
Yes, well done, Dave. Very good. I think that's the right call in that situation. You might, in desperate situation, try and chip that bowl off, but you're talking sort of millimetres at that stage. So Amy on the forehand side. Not far away here, Dave. How's the weight? It's down to the speed. Just diving, just that little bit underplayed. And 1 at the moment.
So just the one again, it looks at the present time.
Yep, depends whether Mandy can get that second bowl on the head. She'll be giving it a good go.
Hope it's up.
Hope it's
She's
up, she
looking
says.
for a second.
So she's got the green right. She doesn't know if she's got the weight right. The reason...
That is one only.
Just one.
Yeah, it is one only. So Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd taking a 14-12 lead over Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory.
You could hear the frustration in Mandy's voice as she didn't add that bonus bowl. It's because a bonus bowl, when it's the last bowl of the end, no one can do anything about that. You can't remove my bonus bowl. It's like a free hit or a free throw. It's an opportunity to add that little bit of salt to a wound, and she wasn't able to do it then, and you could just hear how disappointed she was that she wasn't able to make that into 2 points.
So we're in the final of the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes women's pairs at the Stoke Bowling Club. And Alex, how many more ends have we got to go?
This is the 15th end, so after this one there are 3, unless it's all square. If it's drawn at the completion, there'll be another end played. I think they toss a coin and outdoor to decide who goes first on the extra end.
On your speed. Come on now. Come on, Kirsten.
Nearing the very pointy end of this event, as we see Kirsten
Good
Edwards.
starter. Well done.
Good enough bowl there with her first one, maybe a foot short of the jack. A high quality encounter indeed.
Neither side really able to put their foot down and take an assertive lead. Obviously, we had the 1-5.
Yeah.
That was to Edwards and Boyd. Otherwise, it's been pretty much just small numbers.
Same with the momentum as well. The closest thing we've had to momentum is the recovery. They were 9-5 down were Taylor and Amy, and they strung three ends in a row, I think, and sort of caught back up. But
they weren't big ends, though. They were just ones
and twos.
It was a 2-1-1.
That's right. So that's the closest thing we've seen to momentum as well. And apart from that, it's been very evenly shared between the two teams.
But that was what you predicted as well, that there was no pair which was so much better than the other.
Yeah, it's pretty much going with throw, isn't it? If you've got last ball, you're likely to score in a good even competition. It's good to see this sort of stuff. And good to see, particularly considering the semi-finals were biggish wins to the two teams. They've sort of shown, I think, they qualified top of their section. I think they've proven that was no bit of luck there for these two teams to come through at the top of their respective sections, and great to have them in the final of this event. Kirsten Edwards on the forehand.
And of course, in the semi-finals, we'll just update you who beat who, and it was Kristen Edwards and Mandy Boyd, 19-12 over Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield. In the other semi-final, we did have Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory, 2012 over Liam Poulson and Selena Goddard. And the voice that you could hear there was Amy McIlory giving Taylor Bruce a bit of advice.
You see Taylor on the forehand. She's got 2 bowls past. Looking for this third bowl to be effective. She's not far away here, Dave. This is close. This is close, this bowl. Great shot. And it's let down.
Now that sitting down probably just earned another centimetre, didn't it?
It did, and it's possibly been of assistance because I think it means it doesn't plant out clean, by which I mean if Mandy was to hit Kirsten's bowl that's nearly touching Taylor's one, I think Taylor's one would get the jack on the way through by the way this is sitting, so it may mean that it's changed Mandy's shot.
Like that? Real quick.
Mandy's going to have a go at it anyway, bowl or jack, feather of the bowl or jack in the ditch. Here we go, on the backhand, first bowl of Mandy, 1 down on the crossover, 2 up on the head.
How's it going to go? No.
2 bowls narrow. I like that shot selection from Mandy. There's a nice portal there that she can get through. She's gone, I'm down on the crossover. I back my drive. I'm going to have a go at it. And a good shot selection didn't come off on that occasion.
I don't know if she was overly happy with the result.
Yeah, she'll have been disappointed.
She's got a couple left.
Yeah. The way the head sits, you can be within a foot target and get a good result with weight. For Mandy, it'll be interesting to see what's Amy doing here. She's on her backhand. Is it going to make it better or worse? Hasn't touched anything. This will be intriguing. Going again, second time. Here we go.
At the moment, it looks as though it's just 1 point for Bruce and McIlory.
Big weight here from Mandy Boyd on the backhand. Is it going to go out clean or is it going to get jack movement? Nothing. Neither either.
So still
And still just the 1 point for Bruce and McIlory at the present time.
And I don't think we'll see a third. I don't
No.
think we'll see
That-
a third drive shot.
Well, it's not much to drive it at the moment. That's quite wide.
Maybe she's going deep just in case Mandy does have another go. I don't think Mandy and Kirsten have enough second shots here. So. Okay, we'll just wait and see.
You could come round on the backhand, could she?
Yeah, I think she could. I think there's enough room to draw on the backhand. She's had 2 run shots, but the head's deteriorated over that time. I'm not sure if it's worth hitting anything at this stage. I think you're better just to draw even second shot to Taylor's bowl that sits at 6 o'clock. They do lead by 2 points. Here we go. Mandy on the backhand. Yep, let it go nice and smooth. Here we go. Looking just for second shot. If she draws the shot, it's a bonus. Oh, nearly good. Good enough.
So what is Taylor Bruce going to say to Amy McIlory here? What instructions is she going to give?
She's looking to see if she hits that bowl she's got her foot on, whether
Could it ricochet?
yeah, whether her bowl will hit the jack back to the air.
Yeah, well, she just pointed that out. If you do that,
Might get a little bit of a toucher. What happens there? Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, she looked at that plant but has opted not to go for it. So we're going to have Amy play on the backhand side and just draw 2, maybe 3 if she trails the jack instead.
well, they're 2 behind. They've guaranteed 1. Can she get a second or a third?
Yeah, this is those bonus bowls again, Dave. We saw Mandy miss a bonus bowl on the previous end. Is Amy going to miss a
She's gonna
bonus
be
bowl on this
short
one?
here as well. So 1 point. We're going 1.
One there.
And that is Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory. Well, they take 1 to make it 13-14 behind they are against Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd. But it's not so much about the points. It's more about how many ends we have remaining, isn't it?
Yes, and we're down to this is the 16th end now, so there's 2 ends to go after this one. 3 scoring opportunities for each team left, and it's getting right to that pointy end of this competition.
Yeah, this is the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs. And it is the full 18 ends.
And the team that's got the slight advantage at this point, Dave, will be Kirsten and Mandy because they've got last bowl this end, so they should score. And then on the next end, they shouldn't score because Taylor and Amy have a last bowl, and they get last bowl on the last end. So they should have last bowl on 2 out of the last 3 ends, which means they've got twice as many chances to score with their last bowl. So you'd rather be Kirsten and Mandy in this situation.
Although I guess you could reverse it around the other way and say the pressure goes on them with that last bowl.
That's correct. The pressure is on them, but percentage-wise, they should have a slight.
Like it's not their
Give them a slight favourite status at this point, only because they should have last bowl on 2 out of 3 last ends. Or something like that. It probably makes no sense. As we see, Kirsten asked to play the backhand side, I think, here. Characteristic hunch, watching the bowl.
Well done.
Beautiful line. Yep, enough for 1.
Yeah, that's good. Well done.
Stick there,
Yep,
if you
that's
hit it, you
good.
hit it.
Well done. That's the response from Mandy Boyd.
Your last.
There's that fish,
Yeah, well,
the
that
fish
was,
measurement again.
Not sure what was going on with that measurement, but it was pretty much anywhere.
So we see Taylor on the forehand looking to make a correction on her first one.
Well, the first was not bad.
Here we go. How much running has it got left in it? Good shot there from Taylor Bruce.
Yeah, beat that.
So that's how much it's going to turn at the end. Just waiting patiently for it to come back. It's trying.
It's good.
There or thereabouts from Kirsten Edwards.
And Taylor Bruce gets down, bends down low.
Lovely delivery.
Looks smooth.
Yeah, textbook stuff there. And not a million miles away. She want to go
McIlory.
clean.
Done anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's good skipping there from Amy. She's just saying to Taylor,
Make this two, buddy.
doesn't matter that you've hit that in for a closer shot because we're already down.
That one there? Yeah. It's about.
Kirsten on the back end.
Good. All on your speed now. Go down. Well done. Great.
Great
bowl.
shot.
Yeah.
Good girl.
Well, those two bowls are just placed so nicely. Not right on the jack, but very close. You've got one to the side, one slightly at a 5 o'clock.
Yeah, no, it's good stuff there.
It gives lots of options, doesn't it, for Mandy Boyd?
It
This
does.
is something to aim at.
Yeah, it's good leading there from Kirsten, and on the crossover certainly looking better for Mandy and Kirsten than it is for Taylor and Amy, with Amy the first bowl to play, looking like she's going to play her forehand by the foot placement. We'll see how this one gets on. Waiting for it to come back in. Still. Oh, how's the weight? That'll do. Second shot.
That's very good.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Yeah.
And that is Kirsten Edwards saying, yeah, I don't mind that. As in the suggestion from Mandy Boyd, I think.
Yeah, just to play that forehand side. Following Amy's bowl in. She's not far away if she's got the weight right. This is the green that she needs. That's good stuff there.
Holding nicely.
Good stuff. Beautifully played there from Mandy Boyd.
Or just bumps one of her other ones
Yeah.
for the back. So she's got 3 in a row.
Yeah, and holding probably 2 there, I think, Dave.
Yeah. Yeah. A 2 would come in very useful.
It'll be a good time to get it. They do lead by 1. On this, the third to last end, as we see Amy on the forehand playing a very similar bowl to her last one, really, and she's not far away here. Let's see where this one goes. Taylor showing a lot of interest in this bowl. This is close. Oh,
Well, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that's desperately unlucky. There was a great effort there from Amy McIlory. She couldn't have played it much better, to be honest. And just...
And where's the points on this one at the moment,
How
Dave?
far away is that Amy's one? Yeah.
It's at least 1.5 to Kirsten and
Yeah.
Mandy here. Kirsten's bowl certainly the shot. You can see at 6 o'clock, but Mandy's even the one that she's got at 9 o'clock looks like it might also be counting.
So if you're Amy McIlroy here, this is your last of this end.
Yeah, it should be a rinse and repeat of your second and first bowl, and hope that you don't get unlucky this time. You know, you could put it in that same area. You should be giving yourself every chance to get a good result. Giving it a chance. She's very close here again, Dave.
And we can see and to the side it is Mandy Boyd just checking her watch. Oh,
Great
that's
bowl.
nice.
She
Yeah, that's
deserved that. That was good stuff.
beautiful. So the score potentially swings around, doesn't it?
Yeah, she's holding a very good. That's a very good one. She's holding there at the moment.
Is it just the one? Maybe it's a 2?
Oh, I think
see
just
on the other side.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't think I saw the jack move. You can't even see the jack from this angle. I don't think I saw the jack move. So I think it's just that one.
Could go 2 down.
Oh, everybody's taking a look at it.
Mm. Just having a look.
Just coming like skimming around there. I mean, we're at the point of the game where if something happens, oh, that's it. Okay, then that's not so good. They just jam in there on the. I could come forward. I could just try and draw the shot. Yeah. Okay.
Well, plenty of talk there, Alex, and I think the synopsis is to come in from what will be the
To the right.
left, as we're seeing.
Oh, she actually, she did. I just tried to draw the shot, so I don't know. It'll either be to the left or the right. I think they decided there was no shot on with a bit of weight to play. So it's just about trying to draw as close as you can.
It just looks really hard on that tight hand, and I just wonder whether it's worth risking dropping 2, because at this point 1 or 2 is not really much different.
All right, so the
Whether
comment
it's
there,
worth-
Alex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She wants to hit it. And if she drops a 2, you go 15-14 down with last ball on the
No,
second to
we're-
last end. That's good
So we're
logic.
going to drop a 3 or 4.
Good logic. So she's saying, worst case scenario, we drop a 2. They 1 down, and the benefit is either a kill or a good result. I like this from Andy Boyd. Looking at the
I mean,
board.
a 2 going into the last 2 ends.
Yeah.
If you're 14, 15 down, isn't so bad.
Yep, it's clever stuff. Very clever, understanding
Relax.
how
If
the
you're down
situation
by
is.
4 or 5, then there's a big difference.
Yeah.
And nothing, though, has happened.
Yeah, the logic was sound.
So let's have a look. Is that just a 1 we await?
I think it was just a 1, Dave.
And that should make it 14 each with 2 ends remaining. And we'll just wait to make sure we've got that confirmed. Yes, it is. So for 14 all, 2 ends remaining in this, the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs. It is Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory against Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd.
I was going to say we've wasted the 16 first ends, but if we just played the first 2, there'd be a draw anyway. So,
Okay.
I'm calling the 19th end here, I think, Dave. I think we're going to get
Oh, you are?
1
Okay.
or 2 points apiece. I think whoever scores this end, it's going to happen against them in the 18th end, and I think we're going to get an extra end, just to make it particularly interesting, an interesting final. And a great game it has been.
It is just so crazy that there was that 1 end of 5. And the rest of the time it's just been so tight.
Absolutely. And it was an unusual 5 that developed a good 5 from Mandy and Kirsten.
Not bad,
And then we saw that fight back where they 3 ends in a row.
Like, look, these
Taylor
probably are just
Maybe
unread
came
anyway.
back. But that, as we said, it's been the only time really there's been any momentum in either direction in this game. So we see Kirsten on the forehand following Taylor's
Good
bowl
start.
down. Clean run. Oh,
Good.
didn't need that little whack, but
Hang
an
on,
okay
bud.
place.
All good back here, bud.
Yeah, draw this case.
On the forehand. Oh, just underneath the line there
It's all right.
from
Another one.
Kirsten Edwards.
Yours is that short. Yeah. Just under.
So pretty wide off the mark at the moment.
And remembering we've got 2 ends to go, and they are playing for some pretty good prize money if I can find whatever.
So you'd want to play safe though, because
Yeah.
if you just get 2 or anything like that, 1 or 2 is actually going to win this for you. We're not going to see another 5 again.
Round then.
Never
Go.
say never, but no, you wouldn't think so.
Top house.
And I suppose, who's going first? The ones with the last bowl, you probably want to score a 2, to be honest, because 1's easy enough to score. 2 might be slightly more difficult. So whoever's got last bowl will be looking to score 2 points here and go into that best possible position going into the last end. Also, there's $4,000 prize money for first place. Which isn't a bad weekend's work.
That's right.
As we see Kirsten just go a little bit past. And the players cross over now. Amy McIlory on the forehand side.
She able to swing that one around enough?
Yeah, it looks really close here. Taylor urging it down.
It's not bad, but no, not good enough.
Should be in there for 2 though. I think they're holding 2. That's Taylor's bowl there to the left of the jack. Mandy, 2 down on the head, all square on the card. Looking like it's not a million miles away here. Kirsten giving it a good look. How's the weight from Mandy Boyd? That's incredible.
Good.
Great job there.
Very good. Is it the closest?
I think it is the shot. It looks like it's more level with the jack than Taylor's bowl that sits at 7 o'clock on your screen. So I think certainly one there to Mandy at the moment. Amy with an opportunity though to move that jack back a little bit for 2. Giving this every chance in the world as well. Close here from Amy, needs it to get down. Oh. Well, she should have done enough. She should have done enough to make one there, Dave. She's
I think so.
set Mandy's ball up and over, so Taylor's ball that sits at 7 o'clock should now be the shot.
Oh, we've done a full circle round as Kirsten Edwards taking a look, and now she's saying just sweep it in the air.
That looks easy. We got Mandy on the forehand side. A very interesting line here from Mandy Boyd.
Woo!
Oh,
Good bowl.
that's just brilliant.
Absolutely magnificent.
That kind of weight? Or not as quick?
You can afford to, I mean, you're here. You can afford to drag it back to me. You've got on the bowl, so,
Okay.
you know, somebody's making fun if you want.
Yep, Amy looking to draw a metre over, looking to move the jack back or rest on that last bowl of Mandy's. The person or the team that does score, they'll be looking to score a 2 really, to try and be 2 up going into that last end. Amy, every chance here. Needs it to hold on. Needs it to hold on. What a
I
shot.
think it has held on. It's held on very nicely.
Beautiful stuff. Holding 2.
So what you're saying now is that Taylor Bruce, Amy McIlory,
I
if it
think
stayed like this, would go up 16-14?
Yeah, I think they're box seat regardless because Mandy will have to play a really good bowl to make 2 out of this. So I would expect to see,
Yeah, I'm not sure where a 2 would come from, actually.
yeah, she'd have to play an incredible shot, really. Move the jack back 3 or 4 feet. So a great bowl there by Amy McIlory to reduce the potential score to 1
And
from
I'm
Mandy.
not sure she's overly happy with that so far.
Didn't like it when she let it go. But it appears to be turning. It's still turning. It's still turning. Down it comes. Good enough.
For
I think she's cut it down to 1, which is good. That's good for Mandy and Kirsten's hopes. So we see this, the last end, now 15-14, Dave.
yeah, that's that was very tight and nice performance there from Mandy Boyd. She potentially, well, they could have been staring down a 2-point deficit instead. It's just a 1 point, and it's 15-14. Taylor Bruce, Amy McIlory ahead of Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd. Now, who's starting first? Who's bowling last?
Yeah, so Mandy and Kirsten get last bowl because
You
Taylor.
explained that could be the advantage. I pointed out that it could be a slight disadvantage.
Yeah.
The pressure. I
Yeah.
mean, these 4 competitors are
used to pressure. It's not going to be a big deal for them.
It should be, at the very least, that Mandy has a bowl in her hand. Because they're only one down, she should have the opportunity to save the game. You know, it's rare that it's impossible to score at least 1 point with your last bowl. So at least she'll know she'll have a chance to draw or win it, whereas when you don't have last bowl, that can be taken away from you sometimes.
You're still predicting we're going to another end?
I think an extra end is what's going to happen here, Dave.
How many ends could we keep on going to? We're just doing the one extra end?
So we do one extra end, and then if it could be a drawn end, in which case it would get played again because you're still drawn, or you could kill and kill and kill and kill and kill, which I wouldn't.
What would be the point of that? I mean, okay, you hold off defeat.
Yeah, so
and
that,
hope that you can come out with a.
that's the literal
better
point. Yeah. So if you're down and you don't think that you can score, you attempt to kill the end or go sort of jack in the ditch or kill. You wouldn't usually
Well
see more
played,
than 3 or 4
Kirsten.
extra ends
Well done,
played,
bud.
and it's more in fours where there are more bowls around. It's easier to kill the jack in a fours game. I think we wouldn't see more than one extra end in this grand final. And a good shot there by Kirsten while I was yabbering on.
Little bit of a.
Stick there. Work off yours.
Oh, you picked the hardest place for it to actually go through, the narrow channel. That's Amy McIlory. Just put it through here. Sure. Well, here we go. Alex, look at this. She's McIlory said, just go through that little channel there. And I'm not sure that's
Sounds easy.
Yeah. Well, she's gone round the
You
back.
never know.
There you go. You never know.
Drawing in close,
I respect
you know,
that.
putting it up. Even if you're getting to me, here's good.
Coming from the other side, I think, according to the foot of Mandy Boyd. We are.
Yeah, come on now.
Mandy
Go down
welling
here.
it down.
And wanting
on,
to push it
well
in
done.
herself, and that's not
Good.
going to help.
This time, buddy.
So at the moment, it would be a 1 to Edwards and Boyd. And what is Taylor Bruce going to do here?
Taylor being asked to play on her forehand side by the looks. She can sit the shot bowl out or move the jack a little bit. It's going to be good. She's not far away here. Taylor Bruce looking to sit on anything. She's found the gap clean.
Oh, boy, did she find the gap. And it just,
We're holding one.
Imagine if she'd said, draw the gap clean. If it would be
No,
possible.
It's 1 bowl low. I mean, if you're coming down here, you know, if you're missing, you're getting in a good spot. Sit that one through. If you get your own, it's all good. Just on, you know, just over the draw, meter through.
I love that. It's like, you know, just put it through here.
Easy peasy. We see Kirsten.
Yeah.
Her bowl on the forehand side.
Come on now, and run.
Extra end as it sits, Dave.
That's right.
It's so. Well, here we go. We've got Amy McIlory just wandering down. Mandy Boyd and Kirsten Edwards having a little bit of a chat. It's going to be Amy McIlory with this, the first of the last 3.
Yeah, and a good opportunity here because we've got Taylor's 2 bowls at 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock in good catching position. So Amy can afford to play this with a bit of confidence. Far away here. Not far away here.
Taylor Bruce was happy for a while.
And a great catching bowl. That's brilliant stuff there, position-wise.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Kirsten meaning draw as opposed to hit. She was quite aggressive with the hand
Yeah,
movements
yeah,
there,
indeed.
Dave. But I suspect that means just draw gently into this gap, please. As we... Oh, 2 claps of encouragement there from Kirsten Edwards to Maddie. An incredible end to this final. It's developing 15-14, of course, is the score. Mandy holding the shot. Looking to make it 2 on the forehand, resting through. Wants to rest through Taylor's bowl. Needs to get it square. She's close here. Needs it to hold that little bit longer. Needs it to hold.
Oh. And so we're on a 1 at the moment then, no?
Still holding the 1, yes, still holding the 1. I don't think she's removed Taylor's bowl far enough away. If she'd been half bowl wider, then she would have sat there for 2 or 3. Great effort there from Mandy Boyd. Amy now with another opportunity. She was close with her first bowl. Just taking her time. On the backhand.
Meanwhile, the other two are just laughing, having a giggle.
She's close here. Amy McIlory needs it to hold. Not going to. Beautiful weight just underneath the line.
And are you still thinking we're going to an extra end? At this stage, it looks that way.
It does, as it sits, although there's room here for Mandy to draw a second shot. And it's looking like she wants to draw it on the backhand, Dave. So she'll just be trying to make this 2. She wants to hold the game to force Amy to play a bowl to save it. We talked about that pressure. Mandy on the backhand. Well, she's done that shake a couple of times, but they've often been quite good bowls, so I'm reticent to call it bad.
Well, this one is coming around very late.
Big late swing. If she's got the weight right, she's done it, I reckon. In there for 2.
It looks like 2, which would give them the victory of the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs.
Holding the win in what is an incredible game of bowls here as we see Mandy find her way down, walking her way down to the leads end. She's going to stand there next to Kirsten and make Amy play her bowl.
And where is Amy McIlory going to go on this one?
She has had perfect weight twice. She just needs to take 3 feet more green, Dave, looking to draw the shot. If she draws second shot, that's okay.
And down on the haunches is Taylor Bruce.
All come down to
The
this.
instructions.
Potentially the last bowl of this game. Game down as Amy McIlory playing this bowl to save it. Taking a good line. How's the weight here from Amy McIlory? Not to be, Dave.
It is not to be. Oh, goodness.
What
And that wraps it up.
Real good game.
Incredible finish. So we'll just see the path to the final here, and I'll get you to take it away from that, Dave.
And we'll just wrap that one up in the moment, and that was the path to the final. And a victory there for Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd. Well, they managed to win that one in very narrow circumstances on the 18th over Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory. So the winners of the Digger NZ Stoke Stakes Women's Pairs, and it is Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd, winning that by just a couple of points in the end. So congratulations to the pairing there, and they take out the title at the Stoke Bowling Club. And after some very good quarters and semi-finals, it is the winners Edwards and Boyd. And congratulations to the pair there. And it was tight right down to those last couple of bowls there. Alex Reid, and just a quick summary from you as well, from what you saw in that final.
Yeah, it was incredible, really. It was tight all the way. We saw a 5. I think that 5 probably made the difference in the end, to be honest. Mandy and Kirsten scored that 5 early on in that game, sort of on the 6th or 7th end, and held their nerve. They had a fight back against them, and at the end of the day, coming out winners by 1 point. And sometimes it's a shame in this game, really, that we have to have a champion. But a great final by both teams, and congratulations to Mandy Boyd and Kirsten Edwards.
And yes, Kirsten Edwards, Mandy Boyd, the winners over Taylor Bruce and Amy McIlory. And next week there will be vision and streaming of the men's pairs also from the Stoke Bowling Club. I look forward to bringing you that next weekend.